Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side boy, maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline, my love. Clouded, my thoughts crowded, say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Real baby, my very
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, shout out to you guys. You know what I'm saying? This is another subscriber-sponsored call-in show. Shout out to y'all for hitting those goals. Make sure y'all throw some flames and some targets in the chat for y'all selves, like Snoop Dogg said, for yourself. You know what I'm saying? For doing this, you know what I'm saying? We're going to have a good conversation tonight. Y'all know how it go. You know what I'm saying? We're going to start out, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go through some articles. Once we get the callers in, we're going to continue talking, continue going through the articles, have some good discourse and some good discussion. All right? Some good discourse and some good discussion. So shout out to everybody that's in the building. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right, I'm going to shout out everybody that's in the building early. Shout out to Mod Extraordinaire, Panelist Extraordinaire, Brooklyn Queen. Good to see you as always, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all follow them instructions right there. All right. Shout out to my man Cameron Jones. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to my man Carlton Way. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug, the resident AI resident chart czar. Shout out to you, bro. Good to see you as always. You know what I'm saying? My man Win Loser Rug and Brooklyn Queen both cooked, you know what I'm saying, last call-in show. So if y'all haven't got a chance to check that out, make sure y'all do. All right? Make sure y'all do. Now, we're going to lay out a couple things, right? Because y'all know how we do. Y'all know the routine. We lay things out. Then we go through the content. And as we're going through the content, we see if some of those things we laid out, we can either tighten up the concept or we can come to a conclusion about the concept. All right. I want to ask you guys a question. What is a risk-free asset? Somebody in the chat, give me your quote-unquote best definition of a quote-unquote risk-free asset. Now, here's the thing that's funny, right? There is a such thing that's classified as a risk-free asset. I'm curious if you guys have hit the target. Here's another question. What is the risk-free quote-unquote rate? What's the risk-free quote-unquote rate? What is risk-free when it comes to quote-unquote investments? You know what I'm saying? I think this is important. And the reason why it's important is because sometimes there's things, right? And these things are labeled contrary to what they are. So you have to do your own assessment and see, is this thing what it actually says it is, right? Now, what makes something quote unquote risk-free? What makes something risk-free? The easy answer would be having no risk, right? That'd be the easy answer. You know what I'm saying? And if you said that answer, you'd be right. However, when it comes to the quote unquote investment world, there's a particular benchmark, quote unquote, for risk-free. There's a quote unquote idea of what risk-free is. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says savings bond for fake money from the United States government. Facts. More in particular, quote unquote, T-bills. Now, what allegedly makes these things risk-free? Because remember, it's alleged. Yeah, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Facts. Win Loser Rug said treasury bonds, T-bonds, are the only asset in the know that involves quote unquote zero risk with very low returns, though. Exactly. Why? Because with risk comes return. You increase your risk, you increase your return. You decrease your risk, you decrease your return. In most cases. Right? That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? There's a relationship between risk and return. Right? Why are T-bills considered risk-free? What makes them risk-free? Give me all of the factors that makes T-bills, quote-unquote, risk-free. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Here's another question for you. The, quote-unquote, prime rate of interest, also a.k.a. the prime rate of lending, right? that is synonymous with the quote unquote risk-free rate, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The quote unquote prime rate is synonymous with the quote unquote risk-free rate. What makes these things risk-free? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says the money's fake. Well, if the money's fake, there's a risk there, right? But there's a perception of being risk-free. And what are the things that attempt to substantiate that perception? Should be easy. There's one big one that I'm looking for, and you guys aren't helping me. Help me. You know what I'm saying? Help your boy. You know what I'm saying? Help your boy. What makes these things risk-free? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said reserve currency. Which reserve currency? Do we have reserve currency? Help your boy. What they say? What did Arrested Development say? Won't you help me? Won't you help me understand? Tennessee, Tennessee, Tennessee. Take me to another place. Take me to another land. What do you say? We are the reserve currency, the ability to print money. You guys are almost there. Y'all almost there. T-bills, right, is what it's called. Quote unquote. Blank issued bills, right? Quote unquote. I'm giving hints. You know what I'm saying? Right? What makes these things allegedly risk-free? Shout out to the in living color, right? Government, right? The government, quote unquote, backing of the government. Yeah, shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. Facts. Make sure y'all throw some flames in the chat for Win Lose a Rug. Y'all was there. Y'all was right there. The perception of the backing of the government allegedly is one of the major factors that makes these things allegedly risk-free. Does the government, quote unquote, back other things? What are other things that the government backs? Because here's the thing, right? Now, check this out. Shout out to you guys, right? Now, remember, it's backed by the government, but it's not necessarily the entire government. Not necessarily, right? It's not necessarily the entire government that's raising and reducing rates. It's the Federal Reserve, not the quote-unquote entire government, right? But what makes it a risk-free asset, allegedly, is because it has the backing of the government, right? It's got the backing of the government. Now, mind you, the Federal Reserve is doing risk cuts or doing rate cuts and rate hikes based on what the Federal Reserve comes up with, not necessarily as a result of the government, the whole government, so to speak, right? However, the perception of being backed by the government is what creates the illusion of risk-free, which then allows something to be labeled as risk-free. And then there's other associated things like bond ratings and different stuff like that, right? So why am I asking that? I'm asking that to ask this. You guys remember when I said, quote unquote, Ripple is out here, quote unquote, moving, quote unquote, like a risk-free asset? Is that a reasonable statement for me to have made, or is that just blacklight extremism? Is it reasonable? One of the major factors of a quote unquote risk-free asset is quote unquote being backed by the government, being backed by the government is the assumption that the government is backing this asset, quote unquote, so the asset won't fail, right? In terms of a bond, the failure would be default, right? So allegedly, the government is backing this bond so that the bond doesn't fail. Failure would be default. Failure would be bankruptcy. Failure would be insolvency and inability to pay. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Government backing allegedly decreases the risk of an asset based on the definition of a quote unquote risk-free asset as it applies to a United States government treasury bill, treasury bond. Can governments back other assets? If a government backs another asset, does that also decrease the volatility of that asset as well? Now, that being the case, we got to go back to the statement, quote unquote, Ripple is out here moving like a risk-free asset. Is that a reasonable statement? And is that a statement that should be taken in consideration with your quote unquote investment strategy when you're quote unquote assessing quote unquote Ripple? What about Bitcoin? Has there been any volatility taken out of Bitcoin? I would say that a lot of volatility has been removed from the entire cryptocurrency market, but in particular, certain cryptocurrencies and possibly certain sectors have for sure had the perception of volatility removed from them as a result of, if you have a quote unquote pro crypto government, then that means that you have a crypto quote unquote backing government. You have a government that has a vested interest in seeing certain things succeed. Now, out of what we look at, my question for you all that I need you all to answer in the comment section is, with the current administration, is there anything that you all can name that the government has a vested interest in seeing succeed? Let me ask you guys this. What are the chances that the United States of America lets Ripple go out of business? High or low? What are the chances that the United States lets Mara Industries, or whatever the name of that was, it Mara Holdings, lets them go out of business? You think that's highly likely or not very likely? Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Clean Spark, highly likely or not highly likely? The United States has a vested interest in seeing these companies succeed. As a result, quote unquote, we've got it on record, we have a government that quote unquote backs these companies. Now, the backing of them and how they back these companies is not the same way that the United States government would back a quote unquote treasury bill or a quote unquote bond, but the statement coming out backing these assets should give them a favorable perception in the eyes of the public. Yeah, shout out to Cameron. Facts. Any competing financial instruments, they don't dominate. Facts. Let me ask you guys this. How about Tesla, electronic vehicles, Elon Musk's companies? Does the United States have a vested interest in seeing those companies succeed or a vested interest in seeing those companies fail? Now, why am I saying that? There's a lot of things that the United States doesn't want to fail at right now. One of those things is cryptocurrency. Another one of those things is artificial intelligence. Here's the question. Does the United States have a vested interest in seeing those businesses succeed? So what is the United States willing to do? What's the limit, the furthest limit of what the United States is willing to do to ensure success of these companies? Now, if the United States has a goal of fostering success for these companies, by default, if you are invested in one of these companies, if you're a owner, if you're a shareholder, if you're a stockholder, by default, if the company succeeds, for the most part, your investment will succeed. If that's true, give me a thumbs up. If that's false, then give me a thumbs down. So it might not be a bad idea to take a look and scan the environment, scan your portfolio, and say which of these companies or which of these assets does the United States want to for sure not see fail. Because if the United States by default is protecting assets in my portfolio, I've got a free blanket of risk protection. I have an asset like Ripple that's classified as cryptocurrency, a highly volatile asset that literally has the handshake promise of the United States to make sure that this business succeeds. Ripple is out here moving like a risk-free asset. Except for the fact that risk-free assets don't move anything like Ripple because they don't get the returns that you see on Ripple. Because risk-free assets are allegedly risk-free. Ripple is not labeled as a risk-free asset. Ripple is Ripple, and Ripple happens to be a cryptocurrency, which is one of the most volatile classes of assets by classification, by category. Under further examination, however, maybe not at the current time. That's always subject to change, right? But maybe not at the current time. Maybe with a different administration, right? Maybe 4 years ago, things would be different. Now, shout out to Cameron. Cameron actually brings up a good point. And it's interesting that you are saying this, bro, because I actually thought about this earlier today. I actually agree with you. I don't think it'll happen in the near term, but I think within a 2 to 3 year time frame, I think that could definitely happen. I think, as a matter of fact, I think it's highly likely that it'll happen for multiple reasons. The reasons of why I think it'll happen, that's a whole stream in itself, right? But I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug said Cameron must be in the same spaces as me. Look, I agree with that. I agree with you guys. For a lot of different reasons. There's a lot of different reasons that I agree. So that's something to keep in mind. So what that also means is that if you're buying Ripple now, you can also price yourself out and say, I'm buying Ripple now for the price of Ethereum later. Then you can adjust your investment criteria based on what you plan on doing. You know what I'm saying? So let's actually take a look at this definition of risk-free asset. All right. And again, we got time tonight. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. Risk-free asset. Definitions and examples of asset types. You know the types. You know what I'm saying? The types that don't pay nothing. CDs and nonsense like that. Bank accounts, savings accounts. What is a risk-free asset? A risk-free asset is one that has a certain future return. Now, it's interesting the fact that they call this risk-free asset because the return rate on this puts you at constant risk of not maintaining pace with inflation, but that's not considered, despite the fact that that's a risk, right? And virtually no probability of loss other than the constant loss at the percentage of not keeping pace with inflation. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Debt obligations issued by the United States Department of Treasury bonds, notes, and especially Treasury bills are considered to be risk-free because the full faith and credit of the United States government backs them. How do you all feel about the quote-unquote full faith and credit of the United States government? Is that enough to make something quote-unquote risk-free? Because they are so safe, the return on risk-free assets is very close to the current interest rate, which is below inflation, which puts you at risk of inflation depreciation. Right? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Does Ripple put you at that risk? Many academics say when it comes to investing, nothing can be 100% guaranteed, and there's no such thing as a risk-free asset. And I would agree with that. There's no such thing as a risk-free asset. Technically, this may be correct. All financial assets carry some degree of danger. Everything has a beta coefficient. The risk, they will drop in value or become worthless altogether. However, the level of risk is so small that for the average investor, it is appropriate to consider U.S. Treasuries or any government debt issued from a stable Western nation to be risk-free. Isn't it interesting how these nations that have money that's, teetering on the border of being worthless, they're all considered quote unquote risk-free? What is beta coefficient? Somebody in the comment section, give me the definition of beta coefficient. We're talking about risk, right? We are talking about risk. Let me ask you guys this question. What is the beta coefficient of cryptocurrency? I bet you them guys at BlackRock can tell you. Maybe they can't. I would hope that they got staff that they hired, that went to a competent business school for finance where they had multiple statistics classes and then took some finance classes where they applied the principles of statistics to come up with their financial models and pricing models. I would hope. Nothing's guaranteed. As you can see from this article here, nothing is risk-free, right? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says the beta coefficient of cryptocurrency is 0.22. Sounds about right. Shout out to you, bro. Sounds about right. Let me ask you guys this question. Is the beta coefficient a ratio? So what do we know about ratios? When it comes to ratios, when the number is closer to 1, it's closer to whatever the standard is of what the ratio sets in all situations, right? When the number is negative, it's moving opposite of the direction that the answer of the question would be, right? It's moving opposite. It's a negative inverse correlation, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says the beta coefficient is a statistical measurement of how sensitive an investment is to market fluctuations. What's the beta coefficient of Bitcoin? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Does the beta coefficient give you any indication about risk? We're going to get into that. Shout out to Cameron. 0.22 is the beta coefficient of Bitcoin. So is that risky or is that not risky? Cameron said allegedly. See, this is that good stuff right here. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me ask you guys this. What's the beta coefficient of a treasury bond? What's the beta coefficient of a treasury bond? Why is the beta coefficient a useful piece of information? Or is it a useful piece of information? We're looking at, quote unquote, risk. Risk is associated with, not necessarily the same thing or synonymous with, volatility. Right? What can you use the beta coefficient for? That's my question for you guys. Key takeaways. A risk-free asset is one that has a certain future return and virtually no possibility they will drop in value or become worthless altogether. Risk-free assets tend to have low rates of return, since their safety means investors don't need to be compensated for taking a chance. And that's based on a pricing model. Risk-free assets are guaranteed against nominal loss, but not against the loss in purchasing power. Hence what I was saying about inflation. So then you have to go back and ask yourself a question. Well, if one of the biggest issues facing, quote unquote, these alleged stable Western nations is inflation and the integrity of their currency, this is a pretty big risk. Right? This would be a pretty big risk. I mean, that's huge. Especially with these countries, these Western countries, they have so much debt. They have some of the largest debts in the world, yet that large debt that they have is not taken into consideration of the ability to pay it back, despite the fact that there's no way that most of these nations will ever be able to pay their debt back. How does that work exactly? How does that work exactly? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream. And remember, this is a call-in stream. Anybody is able to hit the link. The links are placed in Discord, and they're pinned in the chat. You can call in and, be a part of the discussion at your leisure. You know what I'm saying? So, what I need to know is I need to know how is risk of losing purchasing power not calculated into the risk of an alleged risk-free asset? How is it a risk-free asset risk-free if you run the risk of that asset not doing what it's supposed to do, which is maintaining your wealth? If you're losing purchasing power, you're losing wealth, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Over the long term, risk-free assets may also be subjected to reinvestment risk. More risk. So how's it risk-free? So let's look at these risks. Risk-free assets are guaranteed against nominal loss, but not against loss in purchasing power. Risk-free assets may also be subject to reinvestment risk. Okay? What does this mean? One thing that this means, if you ask me, is that risk-free assets, alleged risk-free assets, are classified incorrectly. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. They're not risk-free. Understanding a quote-unquote risk-free asset. When an investor takes on an investment, there is an anticipated return rate expected depending on the duration that the asset is held. Now, let me ask this question. Why would an investor purposely invest in an asset that the investor knows will not keep pace with, at the very least, inflation? Why would an investor do that? Why would an investor do that? Well, is there a point? Is there any type of point in that? Any type of rationale? The risk is demonstrated by the fact that the actual return and the anticipated return may be very different. Since market fluctuations can be hard to predict, the unknown aspect of the future return is considered to be risk. Generally, an increased level of risk indicates a higher chance of large fluctuations. All right. Generally, an increased level of risk indicates a higher chance of large fluctuations, which can translate to significant gains or losses depending on the ultimate outcome. All right. Now, when you get into this little paragraph right here, this sounds like Bitcoin talk. This sounds like crypto talk, right? Risk-free investments are considered to be reasonably certain to gain at the level predicted. Since this gain is essentially known, the rate of return is often much lower to reflect the lower amount of risk. The expected return and the actual return are likely to be about the same. Okay? While the return of a risk-free asset is known, this does not guarantee a profit in regards to purchasing power, which is the most important thing, if you ask me. I keep telling people, at the very minimum, at the bare minimum, your investments need to outgain inflation. If you're not investing at a rate greater than inflation depreciation, I don't understand what the point of your portfolio is. I don't understand why you would invest in negative investments, because if you're not appreciating at the rate of inflation, you're depreciating, which is ultimately negative return, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's ultimately what that is, right? So the question would be, why would you do that? Who does that? Everybody does that. Everybody goes to the car dealership and buys a car, and it depreciates hundreds of percentage points once it drives off the lot, because this is what people do. For the most part, the majority of people invest large amounts of money in depreciating assets and invest very small amounts of money in appreciating assets. Why people do this? Probably the same reason why they consider this risky asset risk-free. I couldn't tell you. You know what I'm saying? People do stuff that don't make sense. That's about the best that I got as far as an explanation for that. Just more evidence. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why people do that. I couldn't tell you. It wasn't a trick question. I really don't know. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the length of time until maturity, inflation can cause the asset to lose purchasing power, even if the dollar value has risen as predicted. Why would anybody invest in bonds? That's my question. Unless your bond is something like what Michael Saylor has going on at MicroStrategies. How many people invest in bonds and think that they're doing something? Have you guys ever heard somebody brag about some CDs that they got? The CDs that have the most value are the ones that you open up the cover and break weed over. Those are the only CDs that are worth any value. You know what I'm saying? Risk-free assets and returns. What kind of return are you going to get on a risk-free asset? An alleged risk-free asset. It seems to me that the risk, it seems like to me the risk is a risk of actually getting a return. And the free part is that these are return free. These are gain free. You know what I'm saying? Banks offer quote unquote attractive rates on CDs. What kind of rate is attractive on a CD? The only rate that would be attractive on a CD, the only rate that's attractive to me, period, is a rate that is higher than inflation. That's the only rate that's attractive. How many people offer any type of rates that's higher than inflation? People aren't even getting cost of living raises, which cost of living is inflation, right? At their jobs. They definitely not getting it with their bank with the investment products. Right? So if you can't go to the bank, if you can't buy a savings bond, if you can't buy a CD to protect yourself and to protect your purchasing power, which is what I keep telling people is the most important thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the most important thing. Then what are they doing? Give me 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to play this video real quick out of order. And I'll be right back with you guys. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Nearly 700 points on Friday. Strong jobs report boosted the case for the Fed to hit the pause on a January rate cut. Joining us now is Tom Lee, Fundstrat Capital CIO, head of research. He's a CNBC contributor. And I referenced you earlier because I do remember you sort of being positive overall about the market and for this year, but with some trepidation near term. And most of your calls recently have been less on the strength of the economy and more on inflation data. And some of your, like when you were calling things, S&P is going to end the week, 8% higher because of inflation or something. So we got inflation this week. There are concerns. I think I tie a lot of the weakness in the market to that. Are these important numbers?
It's important because, as you know, we've been correcting now for almost a month, right? 23 trading days. And this Wednesday is an important day because it is a possible turning point for markets. And I would like to see CPI come in below, 0.25 or so. And I think that would give that jolt of confidence for markets on top of, I think, earnings, which is going to be a positive catalyst. But for investors in the near term, I think they got to ride out the volatility because I think yields here have made people nervous. Not necessarily deteriorate the long-term outlook, but near term.
Are they smart, the yields, or are they not giving us a correct signal? Because you sound really like you're not sure about the inflation data this week.
I'll have a better sense over the next couple of days as we sort of finalize what our expectations are. But the only hesitation we have is that the hurricanes last year have muddled some of the inflation quality because, for instance, hotel reservations would go up because of these natural disasters. And it's going to happen now with the LA fires. And I think it's going to muddle used car prices as well because you have to replace all these used cars.
So you think if they weren't muddled, that inflation isn't that big of a concern? And when you say a turning point in the markets, if we've been down for a month, turning point doesn't mean further weakness. You think we might be making a bottom this week?
Yes, our technician Mark Newton thinks 5,700 might be the turning point. It could happen Wednesday, so maybe 2% down from here. But that's really where the market could make a stand. I think if we could lift the cloud of some of this muddling, in fact, Waller last week even said most of the inflation last year was about imputed prices, meaning the real price of inflation was actually much lower. I think that is still the case. Inflation is weaker when you look at housing, et cetera. So once we can get through that noise. But investors, I think, shouldn't be too glum. I think earnings season is going to be something that really solidifies. Look, if S&P earnings growth is 10%, X energy and revenue growth 5%, that's a really good reason to be owning equities.
Is the Fed less significant right now with their rate? I don't care whether that's not what I base what the market's.
All right, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. All right, in fact, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug, being a mod extraordinaire. Appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys follow Win, Lose, or Rug's instructions and drop a like on the stream. All right. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people out there do you think follow these rules about investment to try to make sure that they maintain their wealth? If your purchasing power is depreciating, if your purchasing power is weakening, you're going to have a difficult time maintaining your wealth. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. So here's my question. What are the majority of people doing to secure their purchasing power? How are they dealing with this? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Make sure you guys show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization. We only need, I think, 4 out of 5. Shout out to you, Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate it. She says for the watch party. I think the watch party will be real fun. I think you guys will like it. I've watched these podcasts. Like they're very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate you. All right. So let me ask you guys this question. Is this something that you all consider in your investment strategy? This quote unquote idea of risk-free. And let me ask you guys this question. Does calling risky assets risk-free that are not risk-free, does that sound like a scam? If that sounds like a scam, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't sound like a scam, give me a thumbs down. If someone says buy your Bitcoin and don't sell it, if you don't sell it, it'll gain money. If you sell it, you run the risk of hitting a loss, period. Does that sound like a scam? Which one sounds more like a scam? You know what I'm saying?
Going to do it. Are people still just dying for another couple of cuts, or I think we're lucky to have gotten what we've already gotten. We got to live with that and just try and hope inflation doesn't come back.
I agree with you. I think the best case this year would be the Fed doing one cut because the economy is strong enough and they're still dovish, meaning they're going to make their way to neutral. But if they push those rate cuts into 2026, 2027, that's a longer run rate to support markets. Part of, I think, the hesitation for stocks right now is we have a new administration starting.
What? Oh, that's right.
Yes. And, like we essentially reversed that rally from November because we rallied 7% over 23 trading days. Mm-hmm. And now we've given up 5% and another 2% would just round trip us back to
23 trading days.
Do you think stocks look expensive here or not? I mean, we've come back down, as you mentioned, but people keep talking about the PE ratio and how it's historically at the high end of things. Do you think it's expensive, or do you think we have the earnings power to support all of that?
To me, the 10-year, even if it gets to 5%, is a 20 PE multiple on a 10-year bond. Mm-hmm. The median PE on the S&P is 17 times. So I think stocks are giving you much better value than a bond right now. And
now let me ask you guys this question. In most cases, won't stocks always give you better value than a bond? Stocks actually have the potential to be able to outpace inflation. Bonds seem to possibly be deadlocked under inflation if inflation is lower than the risk-free rate. So you have the chance of possibly being locked out of return for a very long period of time. Because one of the things that's unique about bonds is that they have to be held for a particular, what they call, quote unquote, coupon period, right? If this is true, give me a thumbs up. If it's not true, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, this is what they call that, quote unquote, uninteresting stuff called being a responsible adult, right? Which is one of the reasons why so many people have such a difficult time handling it. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
5% is probably not the level that yields stay at. It's probably a deflection point.
Tom, what is the movement in Bitcoin Stadium? So we're at 91,000. What is that? What is that a signal or sign of anything in this sort of analysis?
Stupid Fed.
Yeah.
Cutting.
Yeah, Bitcoin's down roughly 15% from its highs, which for a hypervolatile asset is a pretty normal correction. And it is slightly following global liquidity, but we're pretty early in this halving cycle. So to me, I think Bitcoin in the near term, again, our technician thinks 70,000 is where we can sort of make a stand. It means you're getting a big opportunity because I think Bitcoin's going to be one of the best performing assets.
So you called it a use.
Did you hear what this guy said? Comparing to the quote unquote risk-free assets, Bitcoin is going to be one of the best performing assets. Did that just come out of thin air? Is he being paid to say that? This is CNBC. What's going on here? Help me figure out what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen.
We can sort of make a stand means you're getting a big opportunity, because I think Bitcoin is going to be one of the best performing assets.
So you told them, but you still think it goes all the way down to 70,000? You think that's the floor, in which case you would still buy at this price?
Yeah, so there's Fibonacci's. So one level would be 70.
Let's say that again.
There's retracement levels. So you pull back from where you rally.
It's amazing how they have these people hosting a financial show and they don't know what Fibonacci's are. Do you guys see that? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. I know that's especially offensive to Win, Lose, or Rug. These are the quote-unquote experts. They need him to explain what the Fibonacci retracement levels are. These are the experts. I don't know experts at what, but these are the experts.
Right.
So 70 is one level. It could go to as low as the 50s. But that's, again, not a new level. It's just where it touches before it begins to rally.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. For those folks who are watching who are not in Bitcoin or are thinking about buying Bitcoin at these prices, are you saying that this is a fair and good price to get in? Or are you saying wait because you think it's going farther down?
You know, Bitcoin is something you need to be long-term focused. I don't think anyone's going to lose money buying here at 90.
I'm going to replay that again. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Are you going to lose money if you buy some bonds?
Or thinking about buying Bitcoin at these prices, are you saying that this is a fair and good price to get in? Or are you saying...
I want you, every time one of these facts takes somebody's head off, I want you guys to notice how the live stream number goes down. Look at these punches, man. Look at how them knuckles dig right into that forehead. Every single time them knuckles dig deep into that forehead, the live number goes down. You know why that is. I want you guys to make sure that you have your eyes opened. See the truth. You know what I'm saying? About these pathetic people that we're surrounded by. You know what I'm saying?
Saying wait because you think it's going farther down.
You know, Bitcoin is something you need to be long-term focused. I don't think
Shout out to my man, Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro?
Anyone's going to lose money buying here at 90. If they're trying to time this, maybe they'll get lucky and it goes to 70. But to me, Bitcoin could be significantly higher this year, you know, maybe 200, 250. So
we're in that strange situation of quote unquote everybody saying the same thing. Well, not everybody, but most people. You know, we have to be unnaturally patient with some, right? We have to be unnaturally patient with some. Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? Risk-free assets and returns. Risk-free return is a theoretical sum attributed to an investment that provides a guaranteed return with zero risk. The risk-free rate represents the interest on an investor's money that would be expected from a risk-free asset when invested over a specified period of time. For example, investors commonly use the interest rate. See that? Investors commonly use the interest rate on a 3-month U.S. Treasury bill as a proxy for a short-term, quote-unquote, risk-free rate. Now, mind you, the issue with the quote-unquote risk-free rate is that in most cases, it doesn't keep pace with inflation, which is a huge risk. That's a huge risk, okay? The risk-free return is the rate against which other returns are measured. Investors that purchase a security with some measure of risk higher than that of a risk-free asset, like a U.S. Treasury bill, will naturally demand a higher level of return because of the greater chance that they're taking. And then you got to ask yourself the question, the quote-unquote, the chance of what? What if the chance that you're basing your portfolio on is outpacing inflation? If the chance that you're talking about is outpacing inflation, I don't know if bonds or T-bills or any of that will actually have a place in your portfolio, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The difference between the return earned and the risk-free premium represents the quote-unquote risk premium on the security. In other words, the return on a risk-free asset is added to a risk premium to measure the total expected return on an investment. All right. So then they go into talking about reinvestment risk. Now, what's the reinvestment risk? I need you guys to let me know in the comment section what the what is reinvestment risk. Define reinvestment risk for me. While they're not risky in the sense of being likely to default, even risk-free assets can have an Achilles heel. And if you ask me, they got a lot of vulnerabilities. And that's known as quote-unquote reinvestment risk. What's a reinvestment risk? For a long-term investment to continue to be risk-free, any reinvestment necessary must also be risk-free. And often the exact rate of return may not be predictable from the beginning for the entire duration of the investment. Say, for example, a person invests in a 6-month treasury bill twice a year by replacing one batch as it matures with another. The risk of achieving each specified return rate for the 6 months covering a particular treasury bill's growth is essentially nil. However, interest rates may change between each instant of reinvestment. So the rate of return on the second treasury bill that was purchased as part of the 6-month reinvestment process may not be equal to the rate on the first treasury bill purchased, and the third bill may not equal the second, and so on. So what's interesting here is that they call this risk-free, and we're sitting here reading about how rate volatility is an Achilles heel, but it's supposed to be risk-free, but they're talking about rate volatility right here. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said reinvestment risk is the possibility that an investor will earn lower rate of return when reinvesting the proceeds from an investment. So we're dealing with rate volatility on an asset that's marketed as not volatile. Does that sound like false advertisement? In that regard, there is some risk over the long term. Right? And then there's the associated risk with, well, what happens if these rates continue to fall below inflation? Each individual's T-bill return is guaranteed, but the rate of return over a decade or however long the investor pursues the strategy is not. Can you imagine how much money you'd lose if you held your money in T-bonds over a decade? Could you imagine how much money you lose? And there's people out here that are doing this kind of stuff and think that they think that they're doing it. They got their nice, you know, they got some Marc Jacobs aviator glasses on. You know what I'm saying? And they think they're really doing the thing. You know what I'm saying? Buying power, no commissions. All right. So then they, go into talking about this right here. This is just a little advertisement at the bottom there. So you guys never answered my question. What's the beta coefficient of a T-bill? What's the beta coefficient of a T-bill? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron gave us the beta coefficient of a Bitcoin. The beta coefficient of a Bitcoin is 0.22. What's the beta coefficient of a T-bill? You guys should be rattling this stuff off the top of your heads. Shout out to Cameron. 1. Absolutely. Because the zero volatility beta coefficient is 1. Shout out to Caldona. So you don't even have to look that up. If it's called risk-free, then the beta coefficient has got to be 1. Right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Treasury bill has a beta coefficient of approximately 0 because it's considered a risk-free asset, meaning zero, yeah, meaning the price does not significantly fluctuate with the overall market. That's right. One would be one would be a perfect correlation in a particular direction in comparison to another asset. My bad. I'm wrong about that. Shout out to Caldona. Caldona was actually right with the 0. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Risk-free asset. The beta coefficient, if it's an integer, that means that there's a degree of risk. 0 is not an integer. All right. So let's actually look at the definition of a beta coefficient. And then let's ask the question, how come, when we talk about finance in a lot of cases, they don't talk about beta coefficients? We've been talking about all these assets and all this stuff in the Discord for a minute now. How come y'all never mentioned the beta coefficient? Beta coefficient in finance, and it's also in statistics, right? This is a term from statistics that they just adopted in finance. In finance, the beta coefficient or market beta or beta coefficient is a statistic that measures, and here we go with this, that measures the expected increase or decrease of an individual stock price, which the increase and decrease, that's the volatility, right, in proportion to the movements of the stock market as a whole. Beta can be used to indicate the contribution of an individual asset to the market risk of a portfolio. So this is what I'm talking about, an individual asset in comparison to a portfolio when it is added in a small quantity. So this is where the 2% allocation came from with BlackRock. They must have calculated the beta coefficient to their existing portfolio products and said, we recommend a 2% allocation. That's where that calculation came from. Now, here's my question. When people explain that, how come they don't explain it like that? Everybody just says, oh, BlackRock said that they recommend a 2% allocation. Where did the 2% come from? The 2% came from, they assessed their portfolios, whatever Bitcoin's beta coefficient was, 0.22. They calculated that against the rest of the portfolio and said, in order to have a optimal diversification by putting this asset into the portfolio, the proper amount to put in based on the other assets in here is 2%. They calculated a beta coefficient to see how it will fit in against the rest of their portfolio offerings. Why didn't anybody else discuss this in this way? Is the question. It's always the question. In finance, the beta is a statistic that measures the expected increase or decrease of an individual stock price in proportion to movements of the stock market as a whole. Here's my question. What's the beta coefficient of the Magnificent Seven? What's the beta coefficient of the S&P 500? What's the beta coefficient of the Dow Jones Industrial Average? What's the beta coefficient of gold? What's the beta coefficient of real estate? What's the beta coefficient of all these things? What are all the known beta coefficients? That's my question for you guys. Beta can be used to indicate the contribution of an individual asset to the market risk of a portfolio when it is added in a small quantity. It refers to an asset's quote-unquote non-diversifiable risk, systemic risk, or market risk. Beta is not a measure of idiosyncratic risk. And as you guys can see there, an idiosyncrasy is a unique feature of something. The term is often used to express peculiarity. Beta is the hedge ratio of an investment with respect to the stock market. For example, to hedge out the market risk of a stock, with a market beta of 2.0, an investor would short $2,000 in the stock market for every $1,000 invested in the stock. So you see, this is the 2-to-1 ratio. This is how you get these calculations. 2,000 divided by 1,000 equals 2. That's how you get the calculation for how you would deal with each individual beta. So for the betas, in order to deal with the beta, you would short 2,000 for every 1,000 invested. So you would short on a 2-to-1 ratio. Remember, the beta is a ratio. 2,000 is the numerator, 1,000 is the denominator. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. What I'm telling you guys is like, none of this stuff is guesswork. All of this stuff is math. There's formulas for how this stuff works. It's not guesswork. Back in the day when people's parents and grandparents would say, you're playing the stock market. No, they were the only ones playing the stock market. Everybody else was using a financial calculator and actually calculating shit. Okay? There's a formula to calculate the beta, and from the beta, you calculate how you deal with the beta. All right? Thus, insured movements of the overall stock market are no longer influence the combined position on average. Beta measures the contribution of an individual investment to the risk of the market portfolio that was not reduced by diversification. It does not measure when an investment is held on a standalone basis. Okay. The beta of an asset is compared to the market as a whole, usually by the S&P 500. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Have they been comparing Bitcoin recently to the S&P 500? So it would be my assumption that Bitcoin, they say that Bitcoin has been quote unquote correlating with the S&P 500, right? I would assume that at the current moment, with the current trends, Bitcoin may have a similar beta to the S&P 500. Probably got a more similar beta to the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ composite, I think is what it's called, right? By definition, the value-weighted average of all market betas of all investable assets with respect to the value-weighted market index is 1. So this is where the 1 comes in. The beta of an asset is compared to the market as a whole, usually the S&P 500. By definition, the value-weighted average of all market betas of all investable assets with respect to the value-weighted market index is 1. If an asset has a beta above 1, it indicates that its return moves more than 1-to-1 with the return of the market portfolio. All right? On average, that is, it is more volatile than the market. In practice, few stocks have negative betas, tending to go up when the market goes down. Most stocks have betas between 0 and 3. Most fixed income instruments and commodities tend to have low or 0 betas. Call options tend to have high betas. Put options and short options and some inverse ETFs tend to have negative betas. So this is how you put together a financial machine. Shout out to John Guillory. Yo, throw that in the Discord, bro. John Guillory said, I found a list of what NYU did, which shows the beta for all industries. Now, the beta is an important tool because the beta helps you to build your financial machine. Most people are investing and they don't even know what the beta is. What's the beta of your asset? What's the beta of your portfolio? I don't know. I don't know. What do you get when you buy a Bitcoin? I don't know. Most fixed income instruments and commodities tend to have low or zero betas. Well, that tells you where Bitcoin comes in. Bitcoin is classified as a commodity, right? Now we know Bitcoin don't have a zero beta, but it does have a low beta. It's 0.22. Shout out to Cameron, right? Call options tend to have high betas. Put options in short positions, and some inverse ETFs tend to have negative betas. Technical aspects, mathematical definition. The market beta of an asset observed on T occasions is defined and best obtained by a linear regression of rate of return of asset I on the rate of return R, M, and T, the typically evaluated stock market index M. All right, so as you can see here, R of I and T equals A of I plus B of I times R of M and T plus E and T, which I don't think this is E. It's probably some Greek letter, and I'm not sure which one it is. You know what I'm saying? Probably epsilon or something like that. I don't know. So these are the formulas, which this is the same as the statistical formula to be able to calculate these things, to calculate the beta. You know what I'm saying? Now, see, now you really get into this relationship between own risk and beta risk. Shout out to the quality control, right? We got the standard deviation and the variance. Oh, we talked about that before, haven't we? By using the relationship between standard deviation and variance and the definition of correlation, which you guys know correlation is represented by a lowercase r. That's what these lowercase r's are here. Market beta can also be written as this. The beta equals, and then this formula right here, the correlation. You know what I'm saying? Times, what is this? Is that phi? Or is that omega? No, it's not omega. It's phi, isn't it? Phi I and phi M. All right. So, like I said, when it comes to these beta coefficients and all of this stuff, it's all based on mathematical formulas, calculations, linear calculations. You know, linear is not always going to calculate things properly. Linear can give a good representation, right? But you know, not necessarily the most accurate. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily the most accurate. All right. So why is that important? Because we're talking about risk, right? And I made the statement about Ripple, and I said Ripple was out here moving like a risk-free asset. Now, shout out to everybody. Let me ask you guys this question. Who knows what the beta coefficient of Ripple is currently? If anybody want to put the beta coefficient of Ripple into the chat, if you guys can find it. Facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. You can't be a half-ass villain out here. Facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? You guys know how I am. You know what I'm saying? I expect the best at all times. On your worst day, I expect the best. You know what I'm saying? That's how it should be. What beta means for investors. You know what I'm saying? Here's some other beta shit. Selling your Bitcoin like Joe Biden wanted to do. That's some beta shit, but it's not the same type of beta, right? Beta is the second letter of the Greek alphabet used in finance to denote the volatility or systemic risk of a security or a portfolio compared to the market, usually the S&P 500, which has a beta of 1. Stocks with betas higher than 1 are interpreted as more volatile than S&P 500. So that's interesting. Bitcoin has a beta that's lower than the S&P 500, but it's considered more volatile. Why? Cryptocurrency is a volatile asset. Isn't that what they always say? Isn't that what they always say? Now, somebody tell me what the very close to Bitcoin. XRP's beta coefficient is negative 0.23. They're saying that Bitcoin moves or XRP moves opposite of the S&P. Stocks, securities with betas higher than 1 are interpreted as more volatile than the S&P 500. This is a mathematical representation. Now we're running into a problem. We're running into the problem that the math is not consistent with people's talking points. Cryptocurrency is just so volatile. Is it? Well, let's compare the beta coefficients. The beta coefficients tell a little bit different story. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Well, what do you know? Let's talk some more about the beta coefficient. Key takeaways. Beta compares a stock or portfolio's volatility or systemic risk to the market. Beta provides an investor with an approximation of how much risk a stock will add to a portfolio. The S&P 500 has a beta of 1. So remember, stocks with a beta higher than 1 are interpreted as more volatile than the S&P 500. If your beta is lower, then you're less volatile than the S&P 500. Let's do a little kindergarten math problem, shall we? Where's the alligator mouth facing when it comes to comparing 0.22 and 1? Shout out to Black Free Thinker being a mod extraordinaire. Absolutely. Make sure that you guys please leave a like on both streams. Make sure that you subscribe to both channels. Make sure that you subscribe to the channel on Rumble. Make sure that you subscribe on Twitter. I'm sorry, on Twitch. All right. So, what do you guys think about that? This beta coefficient. The math's not mathing. Cryptocurrency are volatile assets. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a call-in stream. You know what I'm saying? The links are in the chat if you want to call in. The links are in the Discord. Shout out to the Discord family. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can call in if y'all want. Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, if I had to guess, I've never used beta coefficients because with a low beta can still have a high volume and wide price ranges like the NASDAQ, for example. Facts. Facts. But at the same time, this is something more so that a portfolio manager would use to be able to put together a portfolio to custom a certain risk aversion to particular investors. So I don't know how much use there would be for beta coefficient for a quote unquote trader, possibly, other than, okay, I'm looking at this beta coefficient. I know that this is highly volatile, so I'm gonna have to pay close attention to this. Other than that, I'm not sure. I ain't mad at it, bro. I ain't mad. I get your tokens, get your coins, hit the, you know what I'm saying? Hit the overtime. I ain't mad at it. I'm about to do the same. You know what I'm saying? Got these liquidity goals. You know what I'm saying? 1 ml. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what that means. 1 ml, right? How the beta works. So I'm going to pay attention to this. A beta coefficient shows the volatility of an individual stock compared to the systemic risk of the entire market. Beta represents the slope of the line through a regression of data points. In finance, each point represents an individual stock returns against the market. So this is basically the same thing as a statistics chart, a regression chart, right? Just applied to finance. Beta effectively describes the activity of a security's return as it responds to swings in the market. It is used in the CAPM, capital asset pricing model. Now, where have you guys heard that before? Which describes the relationship between systemic risk and expected return for assets. CAPM is used to price risky securities to estimate the expected return of the assets, considering the risks of those assets and the cost of capital. Now, what Michael Saylor won't tell you is that his 21 plan is a modified CAPM, capital asset pricing model, applied for Bitcoin using cash equity. I'm sure Michael Saylor would tell you that. I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't tell you that. Just make it sound more dramatic. You know what I'm saying? He won't tell you that. Yeah, actually, he would. Michael Saylor talks a lot. He'd probably tell you everything. And then at the end of it, tell you go buy some Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? How many people have ever used the CAPM, capital asset pricing model? We talked about this in the Discord. We put links to it. People should be familiar with the CAPM, capital asset pricing model. This is something that's been used in traditional finance forever as far as valuing capital assets, right? i.e. capital asset pricing model, right? Calculating the beta. We already talked about calculating the beta, but let's go over it again anyway. A security's beta is calculated by dividing the product of the covariance of the security's returns and the market's returns by the variance of the market's returns over a specific period. The calculation helps investors understand whether a stock moves in the same direction as the rest of the market. It also provides insight into how volatile or how risky a stock is relative to the rest of the market. Why do these cryptocurrencies have such low betas if cryptocurrency is associated with volatility? For beta to provide useful insight, the market should be used as a benchmark. The market used as a benchmark should be related to the stock. For example, a bonds ETF beta with the S&P 500 as the benchmark would not be helpful to an investor because bonds and stocks are too dissimilar. Well, now we got to ask the question: how similar are bonds and how similar are stocks and cryptocurrencies? How similar are they? I would say that they're pretty similar. Why would I say that they're pretty similar? Because the comparison benchmark on every financial TV show of Bitcoin is comparing Bitcoin to the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. What else do they compare Bitcoin to? So if you're comparing Bitcoin to stocks, then it should be safe to compare cryptocurrency betas against the S&P 500 like every other beta is compared against. That being the case, how is 0.22 risky? These are the questions that we got to ask, right? See, you guys thought I asked you guys hard questions. You guys should think of the questions that I sit down at home and buy a notebook and start writing to ask the question, because the question will take up a whole notebook. You know what I'm saying? So we talked about this. Like I said, beta coefficient is a ratio. As you guys can see, it is a ratio. It's written in fraction form with the covariance on top and the variance on the bottom. Like every ratio, everything is compared against 1 or 100%, whichever one you want to say. Right? So, you know, we could get into this even more, but I think we're approaching the point to where the concept is generally understood. And the basis of the question, for the most part, has been thoroughly explained, right? It's been thoroughly explained. I don't think we need to go anymore. Do you guys understand the basics of a beta coefficient? Beta coefficient is a quote unquote gauge on risk and alleged quote unquote judge of volatility. And what we see is that the quote unquote alleged high volatility assets come in with lower betas than the quote unquote traditional assets. Very interesting. Now, if beta coefficient is volatility, uncertainty being a factor, quote unquote, that could contribute to risk, we have to go back to what we were talking about in the beginning of the live stream and talk about risk-free assets. Now, if the government has stated a commitment to ensure success of particular companies, what kind of assumed effect would that have on the beta coefficient? If the United States government, Donald Trump, comes out and says, I'm invested in making American cryptocurrencies the leaders in cryptocurrency, what does that do for the volatility of an asset? You would think, shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says it would lower the beta. Now, it might not mathematically lower the beta, right? These things, these comments, these statements might not be factored in, right? However, as a heightened investor, you should make a mental note of it and consider it when you're looking at that beta. You should consider it, right? And so when you hear some crazy guy on YouTube like me just throw out there, Ripple is out here moving like a risk-free asset, ask yourself, is it? And then when you actually do the assessment and when you do the investigation, you'll say, you know, that's interesting. Ripple has government backing. Ripple has a low beta. Well, I'll be damned. Mathematically, Ripple is actually indeed moving like a risk-free asset. Now, you guys remember way back when I said currently the way that things are, it's difficult for me to see a floor for Ripple. Well, if you can't see a floor, then that means it's hard for you to see dips. I don't really see very many deep and long-term dips in the near future with Ripple. I see a lot of heightened long-term price hikes, spikes in value with Ripple. I see the opposite of a lot of deep dips with Ripple. I see the volatility when it comes to Ripple on the upside, on the gain side. The volatility is pricing yourself out, but not necessarily getting a loss. If you buy and hold Ripple currently for the near future, at the very least, while Trump is in office, unless some different kind of patterns start happening, I don't really see variability as far as quote unquote significant losses. The way that Ripple is moving, I only see significant gains. Now, I can see temporary pauses in price actions and minor corrections here and there. That doesn't necessarily count as a dip. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see Ripple really moving like the rest of the crypto market. I see Ripple moving at a consistent up. I would say I see Ripple moving at what would look like maybe a 30-degree slope against the x-axis for the entire 4 years, possibly with some spikes here and there. Now, again, these things are subject to change, right? But as of right now, the way things are moving, the way things are going, that's what it's like. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said beta for Bitcoin is negative 0.15. Cameron said it was 0.22. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, I think the Lith / people will be more comfortable investing in government-backed coins, but I also see an opening for government effery too. Just a thought. Oh yeah, absolutely. And government effery is absolutely a risk. Now, it's funny that they call the government risk-free when the government has, you know what I'm saying, been guilty of some of the craziest financial scams and craziest financial, you know, crimes and taking advantage of people out of any entities. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, they always say people, they don't tell us this stuff. Here's somebody telling us this stuff. Trump and Bitcoin. BlackRock predicts another historic year for crypto. So there they are, not telling us anything, right? We just don't know what to do. Lost out here in the sauce. Somebody help us, help us, help us. They don't never tell us nothing. Oh, here you go, right across the headline here. Another historic year for crypto. That would tell me it might not be a bad idea to go get you some crypto. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? Trump and Bitcoin. BlackRock predicts another historic year for crypto. BlackRock is becoming one of the biggest advocates for Bitcoin. Yeah, letting corporations run amok. Facts. Like BlackRock. 500-pound Bitcoin gorilla BlackRock, right? They're saying that it's going to be a historic year. For Bitcoin. Look at this. ETFs holding Bitcoin are now the crypto's largest holders, surpassing creator Satoshi Nakamoto. The Bitcoin ETF accumulation of Bitcoin has surpassed the Satoshi wallet. All the indicators are saying that Bitcoin is going to do extremely well. All the people who have financial influence are trying to buy up all the Bitcoin. What is that a sign of anything? Is that a bright flashing red light? Does that tell anybody anything? Is that an indication of anything? What does that mean exactly? You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin should rip higher under President-elect Donald Trump, according to BlackRock's ETF chief. Samara Cohen, the firm's ETF and index instruments chief investment officer, thinks cryptocurrency deregulation will absolutely propel Bitcoin to another historic year. All right, we're already over $100,000 right now. Where are we going now? Shout out to Detroit 313. What's good with it, bro? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you as always. Where are we going now? Now, again, there will be progress made on FIT 21, Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act. There will be progress made on stable coins. There will be progress made just on definitions and taxonomy, she told CNBC's ETF Edge this week. Cohen is behind the firm's iShares Bitcoin Trust, which is up 114% since its January 2024 debut and up almost 8% year to date. It comes as Bitcoin briefly traded above $100,000 this week. I don't know why they keep downplaying each time Bitcoin goes over $100,000. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says the Lith says, what should I invest in? Then when you say things with a low beta, like different crypto, Lith says that's a scam. I'll just get some more money working. The Lith speaks. Yeah, the Lith speaks. The Lith hath spoketh. You know what I'm saying? The Lith hath spoketh. You know what I'm saying? Despite the strong performance, she suggests cryptocurrency investors need an iron stomach. I mean, not really, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, cryptocurrency investors just need common sense, and they need to read the instruction manuals. Stop trying to short Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Understand how the volatility cycle works. Understand how the money flows from Bitcoin into altcoins. How Bitcoin maintains dominance. Then altcoin season comes, and the Bitcoin people put the money into the altcoins, and the altcoins increase in value. Understand the cryptocurrency market. Stop trying to make the crypto market the stock market. It ain't the stock market. Stop trying to turn a game of basketball into a game of football because you don't know how to play basketball. It's football. Get your pads on, get your helmet on, get your ass out there on the field. You know what I'm saying? That's what these people want to do. It's not the same thing. You don't need an iron stomach. All you need is common sense. I forgot. Another false statement. There's no such thing as common sense. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin is a risky asset. It's such a risky asset that it has a beta coefficient of what? Under 1. Negative 0.15. Yeah, shout out to Detroit 313. I got to agree. If you guys agree with Detroit 313, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Cryptocurrency is far different than the stock market. Facts. Let me ask you guys this question. Why is it that the mainstream media, when they call something risky, they don't have to put the associated beta as the associated beta coefficient in parentheses next to it when they say risky? So we can actually see, is this number actually risky? Is Bitcoin's number actually risky? Because I think that this should get community noted. So now here it says, so 15% in the context of Bitcoin is not an enormous move. Investors should expect volatility, said Cohen. But in the long term, the price of Bitcoin is really going to be determined by the level of pace and the level of adoption. On Monday, BlackRock announced the official launch of its iShares Bitcoin ETF and CBOE Canada. And it's not the only firm making an early year push deeper into cryptocurrency. Calamos Investments plans to launch its Bitcoin structured alt protection ETF next Wednesday, 2 days after Trump's inauguration. They're trying to get the premium on it. I wouldn't buy this just because they're putting it out after Trump's inauguration. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to get some extra money. You know what I'm saying? If you really want your investors to get some value, they need to get that thing started now so that the investors can get the boom after the Trump inauguration and then get a snapshot of this and say, see, within a week, we did this for our investors. You know what I'm saying? But y'all on some backwards hustling type stuff, like most of these people are. According to the press release, it's the world's first 100% downside protected Bitcoin ETF. How are you 100% protecting the downside? How do you do that? How do you protect it? How do you downside 100% protect? How do you do it? You know what I'm saying? How do you do it? So next, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this video here from Crypto World. It was posted 8 hours ago. CNBC is coming with misinformation as always. It says Bitcoin hovers near $100,000. Bitcoin been $100,000 damn near all day, but okay. And XRP surges 16% of Trump's inauguration. Now, I've asked this question before. You guys didn't answer. I'm going to ask this question again. Inauguration day price action. What will the price movements look like on Inauguration Day? Will we see price action with greater movements than we did on election day? Or will we see less? If you think we'll see more, give me a thumbs up. If you think we'll see less, then give me a thumbs down. I think that there's a possibility that we could see a $115,000 Bitcoin on Inauguration Day. $115,000, being conservative, possibly 125. You know what I'm saying? What is $125,000 Bitcoin? What's $125,000 Bitcoin? That's my question. Do you guys realize that $125,000 Bitcoin is only a 25% increase in Bitcoin? That's all it is, 125% increase. Isn't 25% of 100? True or false? So now here's my question. Why do people talk about $125,000 Bitcoin like it's, I mean, like, oh my God, you know, it's going to take us to the end of the year. It's not. When the hell has it ever taken the end of the year to get a 125 increase in Bitcoin? We literally saw that like 3 times last year. More than that, probably. Oh, it's going to take us to the end of the year to get to 150,000. It's only a 50% increase. We saw a 50% increase just from, you know what I'm saying, like maybe like the middle of 2025 till the election. Like within 6 months, we saw a 50% increase. They think why in a pro crypto environment would it take? Why in a pro crypto environment would it take to the end of the year to have a 25% price increase in Bitcoin? People are saying 125 is where we're like 125 could be tomorrow on a good day. Like that, 25%. Ripple did that today. You know what I'm saying? Like Crow at Knife does that all the time. Peppy, you know what I'm saying? Solana, Ethereum, like literally everybody has 25% increases. A lot. But Bitcoin's monumental 25% increase to $125,000 is going to take all 12 months. It's going to take all 12 months with a pro crypto president and a Bitcoin strategic reserve to get to 25% increase. Okay. During a supply crunch. Okay. Sure. This is what, when I say that people have a difficult time conceptualizing with these large numbers, they really do. Oh my God, it's going to take Bitcoin so long. You know what I'm saying? $125,000 might be the end of the year goal. $125,000 might be tomorrow. It's only 25%. How many times do we see cryptocurrencies increase by greater than 25% every day? And none of these cryptocurrencies that's increasing by 25% have the type of adoption, interest, or are a household name like Bitcoin. So then you got to ask yourself the question, what's actually going on with Bitcoin? Because how's Bitcoin just not having 25% increases like that? How is Bitcoin stable at $99,000, but it's a volatile asset? See that there? See that there? These are the questions that you got to ask. We all got to be asking these questions. Let me ask you guys this. How likely is it to see a 25% increase in the price of Bitcoin? Now, I'll ask somebody, how likely is it that we'll see a 25% increase in the price of Bitcoin? They'll say, oh, highly likely. Bitcoin, you know, fluctuates, right? But then when you say, well, when will we see a $125,000 Bitcoin at the end of the year? No, we won't. I'm going to tell you the exact moment when we'll see a $125,000 Bitcoin. I'm gonna be the first person that ever guesses it accurately. You guys see all these questions, all these predictions on YouTube. I'm calling it right here. I'm calling it first. We will see a $125,000 Bitcoin on the day Bitcoin has a 25% increase. Got him. Got him. Let's go.
Today, Bitcoin hovers around $99,000. Trading platform eToro reportedly files to go public in the US. And Eric Hardeen of Chainalysis shares new data that tracks how illicit crypto activity is getting even more sophisticated.
And shout out to everybody that's watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a subscriber-sponsored call-in show. Anybody that wants to call in, as long as you're willing to follow, and shout out to crypto.com, and they owe me some Matic, you know what I'm saying? If you're willing to follow the community guidelines and you're willing to be respectful to your co-panelists and the host, you are more than welcome to hit the link and join the discussion. You know what I'm saying? That is there and it's available for you. All right. Let's continue.
Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Ryan Baker. Bitcoin and Ether are both holding steady this morning after getting a boost from positive economic data in recent days. By noon Eastern, Bitcoin hovered at the $99,000 level, and Ether was pretty much flat at $33.38. XRP is surging this morning, though, to $3.38 after the SEC filed an appeal in its case against Ripple. But more on that in just a bit. Okay, let's talk about the top stories. Trading platform eToro is reportedly gearing up for a debut on U.S. markets. According to the Financial Times, eToro confidentially filed paperwork with regulators to take the company public. The IPO could value the business at more than $5 billion. The reported filing comes after CNBC reported last February that the platform was interested in an IPO after an abandoned SPAC deal. This comes after the firm reached a settlement with the SEC in September that restricts eToro's cryptocurrency offerings for U.S. customers to only Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ether. Next, the SEC is appealing a ruling in its case against Ripple just days before a change in leadership. In a Wednesday filing, the agency asked a federal appeals court to overturn a 2023 ruling that found XRP was not a security when sold to retail investors. The SEC wants that decision by the New York District Court overturned and those retail sales to be deemed unregistered securities. The firm's chief legal officer, Stuart Alderati, posted on X that the appeal is, quote, a rehash of already failed arguments and likely to be abandoned by the next administration. Last, Trump Treasury pick Scott Bessent testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. In his testimony before lawmakers, Bessent said he would help the Trump administration unleash the American economy by implementing pro-growth regulatory policies, reducing taxes, and unleashing American energy production. Of course, regulation is a major focus for the industry, which is hoping a slew of pro-crypto legislation will make its way to the president's desk once Trump takes office. All right, let's talk about crypto crime for our main story today. Chainalysis out with new data showing the types of crimes that involve crypto and the bad actors using digital currencies are growing more sophisticated too. Crypto World's Jordan Smith spoke with Eric Hardeen, cybercrimes research lead at Chainalysis, to have him break down the numbers.
All right, Eric, thank you so much for being here. Let's start with the overall picture of illicit crypto activity last year. The data that you released found roughly $41 billion in value received by illicit crypto addresses.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. We'll keep this up on the screen. And my question for you guys is, how much illicit criminal activity was done in the denomination of United States dollars? If anybody has a number, make sure you guys throw the number with the source in the chat, all right?
That looks like a decline from the 46 billion in 2023, but tell me why your report found that that number that we see right now may not be the case and it may change.
Sure. So it does on paper look like a decline. I think you have to think about it in terms of snapshots in time. And so we measured 40-some billion for 2024. But if we think about how our attributions on chain are going to improve over the course of, say, the next year, our expectation is it might be around 25% higher than that, when all is said and done. And so we're looking closer to probably about 51 billion, and that's actually a record-setting year.
One of the important notes that you make in this report is that the things that make up that $40 billion plus in illicit activity is growing more diverse. Talk about the changes in the types of illicit activity and which might be the fastest growing based on your analysis.
Sure. So if you take a long and zoomed out historical lens, crypto used to be very heavily weighted in the early years, at least when it came to illicit activity, to say darknet markets. It moved from that into a heavily concentrated scam ecosystem. Since then, we've started to see a diversification across a wide array of illicit activities. And one of the ones that we're tracking in 2024, and I'm sure it'll continue through 2025, is a professionalization of this ecosystem. And so now we are seeing professional launderers, services that are providing infrastructure for scammers, for stolen fund actors, and people of that sort. So we're definitely tracking that. And we did see over 10 billion going to these sort of support infrastructure actors in the course of 2024.
What's the reasoning behind that professionalization that you're talking about? Because, there's always been the argument that, crypto is rife with criminals, whether or not that's true. But what exactly is making it appealing to these more professional actors that you're seeing in these trends?
I think what we're seeing is a maturity of the illicit actors in the space. So they're basically doing what happens in most economies, in this case, an illicit economy, where as they grow in scope and scale, what they'll tend to do is specialization will emerge as an efficiency enhancer. And illicit economies, in many cases, operate just the same way as legitimate economies. I wanted to pick up on the point you made about whether or not crypto is mostly per se illicit, because we do, as you know, I'm sure, publish a share measure, which basically captures that exact point about how much of the ecosystem in a given year is illicit versus legitimate. And there we actually saw our share measure drop to 0.14% of the total. And so I think that sort of suggests that we're not dealing with, even though we have probably 50 billion worth of activity, we're not dealing with all of crypto being in any way, shape, or form illicit activity.
Yeah, I saw that number in the report, and I thought it seemed relatively low, but I was going to ask you, how does that fit into the context of previous years, that 0.14% compared to, say, the height of this illicit activity that you were tracking?
Yeah, so I think the way we measure that is, illicit activity divided by all activity. And so if you have, for example, as we do track in other reports, growing global adoption of crypto assets in various shapes and forms, and more activity occurring on chain, that will drive up the denominator. That's going to make that share decline. And it basically says, to me anyways, that what's happening is illicit activity is growing on chain, but global adoption is growing faster. And so we are sort of getting to a point where the mainstreaming of crypto means that the share of illicit activity is continuing to sort of do a secular decline. And more or less, you can think about it as a 1% or less problem.
One of the other things that I think stuck out to me in this report,
I don't think that he was expecting that answer. That's one of those answers that kind of probably messed up the whole interview. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. He probably was like, ooh, man, my producer's going to be pissed at me about this question.
report was the trend towards stablecoins. It found that they make up the bulk of illicit transaction volume. Why are we seeing this trend towards stablecoins over other cryptocurrencies? It seems like a lot of people were focused on whether Bitcoin was a big focus in past years, but why stablecoins now?
So that trend has kind of emerged in conjunction with the growth of stablecoins in the ecosystem overall. And so I don't think we could really separate the two of those, that as stablecoins have become more central to grow the global crypto economy, so have they become more central to at least some forms of illicit activity. And we certainly see in the case of, say, darknet markets, that they don't touch stablecoins. It's Bitcoin and potentially privacy coins like Monero. And there's a good reason for that, because stablecoins can be frozen if they have a centralized issuer. And so they make a horrible tool for illicit activity. And I think eventually, if I were to make sort of a forward-looking guess, I'd say that realization will become more and more apparent, and stablecoins won't disappear from the illicit actor ecosystem, but they're going to probably diminish in scale because they're just not various issuers can freeze tokens.
We've talked about the crime that's happening. I also want to ask about the law enforcement angle. Is there anything that you can share right now about how law enforcement is working to recover these funds or stop bad actors, and if they've improved their methods in 2024?
Now, here's what's interesting, right? When they talk about people having a quote-unquote interest in stablecoins, I don't think that the mainstream media is representing the quote-unquote stablecoin interest accurately. And I think that they're doing it intentionally to try to take away from the integrity of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. There is a big interest in stablecoins, and stablecoins definitely have their place and they have their use case. But it's institutions and traditional financial institutions, as well as DeFi institutions, in my opinion, that have the largest interest and use case for stablecoins. I don't think most people on a consumer basis are utilizing stablecoins, except for people that keep a few stablecoins. They might keep a couple $100 or a couple $1,000 on an exchange in order to do trades, and they do their trades in US dollar coin or in Tether. I don't think that there's just this massive amount of people that's like, yeah, stable coins. It's not really that deep. It's not that kind of party. But the news is trying to make it out like it's that type of party. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. So we have a lot of examples of various interventions closing off, for example, no KYC exchanges, as was done with Cryptex and several others done by the German police in September of 2024. And what that does is apply friction and pressure to illicit actors, because it removes a cash out point and a laundering point. And for many of these crimes, especially those that are financially motivated, if you can't launder the funds, if you can't off-ramp the funds into some sort of fiat currency, depending on the country of the bad actor, you kind of have less of an incentive to commit the illicit act in the first place. That's kind of balanced against, I would say, the growth of the professionalization that we were talking about before, just because professional launderers are part of that professionalized ecosystem. But we do have a large number of positive events in the law enforcement space. Takedown of Lockbit in the ransomware zone being another example. So all that's to say, law enforcement is certainly doing a lot. They should be applauded, I think, for those efforts, and they are helping to keep the crypto ecosystem relatively safe.
Final question for me. I know that Chainalysis will have more on this in the coming year, but what trends are you watching in this illicit crypto space in 2025? What should people be looking out for?
So if I was to make two predictions for the coming year, I think one would be that if crypto assets do what I think a lot of people expect them to do, and they increase in value during the course of 2025, both the amount of value stolen and the amount of value that is defrauded from people, scammed from people, I think both of those numbers are going to go up significantly in 2025. And I think another broad trend that we're observing that I think will continue is crypto will begin to, or continue to touch sort of atypical forms of crime, ones that have a payment dimension, but most of the crime actually happens off-chain. So wildlife trafficking or in-person drug sales or things of that nature. I think we're going to continue to see that crypto becomes the payment rail for what is otherwise an off-chain crime.
Okay, that's all for Crypto World today. We'll be back again tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
So I think that it's interesting. You know, people commit crimes with all forms of money, right? They commit crimes with the dollar. They commit crimes with credit cards. They commit they rob jewelry stores. Anything that's money, credit, currency, whatever, people commit crimes with it. But I find it interesting that the focal point on cryptocurrency is people commit crimes with this, and they just completely ignore everything else that people do with it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, according to a recent report by NASDAQ, criminals took approximately $3.1 trillion in illicit activities in 2023, encompassing various crimes. And they did that in American dollars, huh? Where's the news special about that? Where's the news special about that, right? Where's it at? You know what I'm saying? Now, this is something that's interesting. I can't remember if somebody put this in the Discord or not. Shout out to Carlton. I forgot to shout Carlton out. The very first article that we read, the CNBC article, Carlton posted that in the Discord, if I'm not mistaken. So shout out to Carlton. Make sure y'all show Carlton some love. 80 million XRP moves to exchanges. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Uh-oh. What's that mean? 80 million XRP moves to exchanges. What comes after they move it to the exchange? Binance's XRP reserve increased by 80 million, indicating a potential sell-off and raising concerns about a price decline. The only thing that I'm concerned with is I'm concerned that I have enough money to be able to get some when it goes down. Buying XRP at $3 may seem like a good idea, but buying at $2.48 may have been better, says the expert. And buying at 25 cents and holding it would have been the best. Buying it under a penny would be great. Look at this. You guys see this right here? XRP could soar another 32.5% to reach the $4.45 level in the coming days. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that? How likely do you think that is? Do you guys think that that's highly likely or not very likely? Let me know what you guys think. Ripple's native token, XRP, has been making waves in the cryptocurrency realm with its impressive upside momentum. Amid this remarkable price surge, recent activity by whales and investors has raised concerns about a potential sell-off. All right. 80 million XRP moves to Binance. Why they moving their XRP to Binance? Now, shout out to the green team. Shout out to the members. You guys see, there should be a new emoji that you guys could use. You guys see it? The price of XRP has shown consistent growth over the past week. I would say over the last 6 months, with significant 45% surge. Now, that's the beautiful thing about percentages, right? 45% surge. XRP had a price growth of a 45% surge. If Bitcoin has a 45% surge, what's the Bitcoin price? If Bitcoin right now has a 45% surge, what would the price of Bitcoin be? Shout out to John Guillory. About $145,000. But it's going to take us all 12 months. Shout out to Crew Reality, 140 to 145,000 facts. But it's going to take us all 12 months with the pro-crypto president and a pro-crypto administration and talks of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. It's going to take us all 12 months of 2025 to end the year out at 145,000. Really? Okay. People saying Bitcoin will be $150,000 at the end of the year. Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. That's facts. Manosphere Hall of Fame said XBAR and HBAR doing a thing right now. XLM might be up next. Believe it or not, I don't know if you've been paying attention, bro. Stellar has some pretty good gains recently. They've been on a run right with XBAR and HBAR or XRP. Yeah, XRP. Stellar, go look at the price chart for the last either 24 or 48 hours. Stellar been doing good. Cardano has been doing really well, right? And so has what's the other token? Algorand. I want to know why people think that getting to these $125,000 levels and getting to these $150,000 levels for Bitcoin is such a challenge. Why is it such a challenge? It's only 45%. It's only 25%. It's going to take Bitcoin the entirety of 2025 to get to 150,000. When has that ever happened? When has it ever taken Bitcoin an entire year to move 25%? Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. Manosphere Hall of Fame said Bitcoin will reach $150,000 in 90 days. I would say that's more reasonable than expecting a year-end price of $150,000. Like I said in the live stream yesterday, the people that think that Bitcoin is going to hit $125,000 by the end of the year, or the people that think that it's going to hit only 150 by the end of the year, that's negative price action. So what people are saying by saying, oh, well, Bitcoin going to hit 125,000 by the end of the year, it's going to hit $150,000. What they're saying is that under a pro-crypto president, Bitcoin is going to perform worse than it has when the world was anti-crypto. You know what I'm saying? What justifies that assumption? I think what we're actually witnessing when it comes to a lot of these price predictions is we're actually witnessing just human mind failure. The very people who tell everybody, look at how special Bitcoin is. Look at the kind of stuff that Bitcoin does. When it comes to something basic like a 25% price movement, they can't even handle it because they can't fathom the fact that 25% up puts it right at their year-to-end price target. End of the year price target. I have a little moment bouts of dyslexia right there. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to Bitcoin, a $125,000 Bitcoin, it's only major to people who are spellbound by the number $125,000. It's only a 25% price increase. Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. Manosphere Hall of Fame said the bearish price predictions are underestimating the ETF effect. Yeah, I think they're underestimating the ETF effect, and I also think that they're just not using sound mathematical principles. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says that's too far into it. It's the year after the halving. It's going to pump regardless. And there's that. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, during this period, some whales and investors have dumped their holdings on Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange. According to the on-chain analytics from CryptoQuant, Binance's XRP reserves increased by 80 million over the span of 7 days, indicating a potential sell-off and raising concerns about a price decline. Despite this substantial dump of tokens onto the exchange, the XRP price remained neutral and showed consistent growth. Okay. So now we're talking about the current price momentum. We all seen the actual price momentum in action, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. That's what I'm saying. Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. That's what I'm saying, bro. So what's 200x times what Bitcoin is right now? 200x times what Bitcoin is right now, right? If we put 2 zeros at the end of 100,000, would that be 10 million? Is that what that is? Hold on real quick. What's 200x of Bitcoin's current price? I meant 200%. My bad. 200%. Yeah, you're right. I meant 200%. My fault. So we know that a 2x then would be $200,000, right? 200% increase. We've seen 200% increases before. All of this, what they're making these price predictions out like is impossible, and like all of these price predictions, we've seen them all before. You know what I'm saying? $200,000. So they don't have a financial calculator on here. You know what I'm saying? They got a scientific calculator. They got a graphing calculator. They ain't got no financial calculator on here, though. You know what I'm saying? All of these are within the realm of possibility. And honestly, I think that 2x by the end of the year is more realistic than saying it's going to take 12 months for Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? It's going to take 12 months for Bitcoin to increase by 25%. You guys know that's the shortcut, right? You just put 1 point in front of whatever the percentage is, and it'll do the math. It'll automatically, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to do the extra. You don't have to do like this: 100,000 times 0.25 equals 25,000, and then do another math problem: 100,000 plus 25,000 to get 125. Nope, just make it easy. Just put 1 point in front of whatever the percentage is times the amount. Boom. Problem solved. Do it like that. Make it easy. You know what I'm saying? Make it easy, man. You know what I'm saying? Make it easy. Make that shit easy. You know what I'm saying? Current price momentum. Currently, XRP is trading near $3.39 and has experienced a price surge of over 16% in the past 24 hours. This impressive price increase has attracted significant attention from investors and traders, leading to a 45% jump in trading volume, indicating their participation during the same time period. All right. Shout out to Manosphere Hall of Fame. Manosphere Hall of Fame said, I got no doubts in Bitcoin, but be careful with dilution and saturation into altcoins. Yeah, I agree. The only reason why I get a lot of the altcoins and meme coins and stuff like that I get is to buy Bitcoin off of the gains. Despite the notable upside momentum in the past 24 hours, a prominent crypto expert made a post on X stating, buying XRP at $3 may seem like a good idea, but buying when I did at $2.48 and during the dip at $2.40 would have been better. What if you did all three? This statement by the expert suggests XRP is still undervalued and has the potential to soar significantly in the coming days. Now, they had one of those $4 price predictions for the upcoming days. So we'll see if that actually materializes, right? XRP technical analysis and upcoming level. According to expert technical analysis, XRP appears bullish as this rally follows the breakout of the bullish flag and pull price action pattern. All right. Additionally, the XRP price has been consolidating before this rally began, which is another bullish sign. Based on the recent price action, there's a strong possibility that XRP could soar another 32.5% to reach the $4.45 level in the coming days. All right, so y'all know what to do. Time for another XRP alert. $4.45. All right, so I'm gonna write that down real quick so I can throw it in my phone real quick. $4.45. Now, when they say in the upcoming days, how many days do you guys think it's going to be before we see this price? We'll see. However, as we approach President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, this forecasted target seems easily achievable. Though time will tell what happens, it's clear that sentiment and the cryptocurrency market are likely to soar once Trump takes his presidential oath. Why would people not just have some cryptocurrency? Just, you know what I'm saying? Just to get a little bit of that bump. Why would you not do it? Everybody is saying that once Trump actually takes office, like a second event, the crypto market is going to soar. Like I said, that's one of the reasons why I think that on inauguration night, Bitcoin will probably hit 115,000 on inauguration night. 115,000 is only a 15% increase in Bitcoin. It's only a 15% increase. Why not? You know what I'm saying? We see stuff go up by 15% every day. When you look at your app that you use, or your wallet app, or whatever it is that you use to look at or deal with your cryptocurrency, how many times do you scroll past something that's increased 15%? It's not uncommon. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that's doesn't have a high likelihood. It's something that we see all the time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 15 people watching and we got 18 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, it's a regular occurrence. Facts. Shout out to John. Sounds reasonable. To me, a $115,000 Bitcoin on inauguration night is far more reasonable than the expectation of a stagnated $125,000 Bitcoin by the end of the year. Like I said, $125,000 Bitcoin by the end of the year. That's actually that's the expectation of negative price growth. Now, we about done with this live stream. We got more to talk about, but we're gonna talk about it. All right, but we're gonna end before we end this. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, is there a way that I can have my 401k invested in crypto? There's some companies that have, I think they have a crypto allocation for their 401ks. I think Fidelity, they've had one for a long time. But I don't know other companies. It would be dependent on who your 401k administrator is. You know what I'm saying? Whoever you have that manages the 401k, when you pick your allocations for 401k, you got to see if they got some crypto in it. You know what I'm saying? If they don't, you might want to look into another company that does have the crypto. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, can you touch on the Nakamoto coefficient? I don't know, but I've never heard of the Nakamoto coefficient. That's something new for me. They got a Nakamoto coefficient? That's interesting. Let's see what it is. Nakamoto coefficient. Oh, okay. Huh. Let me see. So, yeah, shout out to Ledger, right? Ledger got an article about this. So let's check this out. Nakamoto coefficient. Nakamoto coefficient, meaning the Nakamoto coefficient measures how decentralized the blockchain is by counting the minimum numbers of independent entities, which is nodes, required to disrupt or take control of the network. All right. The Nakamoto coefficient is a measure of decentralization in blockchain networks. The term was coined by former Coinbase CTO Balaji Srinivasan after the anonymous founder of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto. It refers to the minimum number of independent entities, such as validators or node operators, that need to work together to disrupt the network by taking over its control or stopping block production. The higher the Nakamoto coefficient, the more decentralized and resilient a blockchain network is against such threats. How is the Nakamoto coefficient used? The Nakamoto coefficient helps you understand how decentralized a blockchain is by revealing how many entities control enough of the network to potentially disrupt it. For example, in a network with a Nakamoto coefficient of 10 different validators must collaborate to disrupt the blockchain. A higher coefficient, such as 100, means that the network is more secure and more decentralized. Conversely, a low Nakamoto coefficient indicates centralization, meaning that the network is more vulnerable to attacks or to censorship. For instance, Bitcoin and Ethereum generally have higher coefficients, indicating greater decentralization, while smaller networks may have lower scores, making them prone to disruptions. Now, this is interesting. I'm curious as to how Bitcoin has a high coefficient when, you know, Microsoft and or not Microsoft, MicroStrategies and BlackRock have so many Bitcoin. They must not consider Bitcoin holders able to really interact with the network all like that. Investors rely on it to gauge the risk of a network. Blockchains with low coefficients and more centralized and vulnerable to disruptions, which can impact long-term reliability. Stakers use this metric to choose validators, often selecting smaller ones to contribute to the network's decentralization. Developers analyze the coefficient to identify points of centralization, making adjustments to governance or consensus rules when too few entities hold too much control. The blockchain projects also use it as a health check, tracking changes over time to spot trends towards centralization. If the coefficient drops, the network may need corrective actions to redistribute power among participants. Lastly, it informs governance adjustments where networks may alter rewards or incentives to maintain or improve decentralization. Overall, the Nakamoto coefficient plays a pivotal role in guiding decisions about network security, participation, and governance. It indicates a network where control is more evenly distributed, giving users confidence that their assets are more secure. Okay, so that's interesting. So the Nakamoto coefficient is a measure of quote unquote centralization along a blockchain network. You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting, right? Now that's interesting, but it's not as interesting as this. You know what I'm saying? We're about to take a look at this real quick and then we out. So this black hole right here, 80620-00, is 3 solar masses. So this black hole is 3 times the mass of the sun. That's interesting. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, cool, thank you. It reminded me of the stream yesterday. You know, I sat there and watched all of those size comparisons. Now, this one right here, GRO J0422 plus 32, is 3.6 solar masses. This thing is the size of 3.6 suns, or at least it has as much mass. 18 solar masses is crazy. You know what I'm saying? 18 solar masses is crazy. That's the size of 18 suns. Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Lloyd Sky 9 says salute, just popping in over on my side of the planet. Hey, that's what's up. Make sure none of these things pop up on your side of the planet. It'll be a wrap for you. Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Lloyd Sky 9. And throw them targets in the chat. We only need 3 more to hit the target. So shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
18 solar masses. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask y'all this question. If our sun was 18 solar masses, how we look at it and we see it in the sky, how much bigger would it be in the sky? Like, what would it look like? Like, what would the size of the circle in the sky be? That's insane. This one right here. This is wild. 450 solar masses. Like, this is crazy because, like, this is in outer space with big stuff making big stuff look tiny. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these black holes, all these little tiny ones down here, all of these are bigger than the sun. Like, all of these are like 10 times the size of the sun. This motherfucker right here is 450 solar masses. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to like big and small, where does anything stop? Where does any scale start and stop? Or does a scale start and stop? It don't necessarily have to. You know what I'm saying? How, like, you got to ask yourself, like, you got to ask yourself a question, like, do all these objects actually, like, what happens when an object is just too big or an object is just too small? Like, do the objects even interact with each other? Like, imagine this thing right here, right? MX82, that, you know what I'm saying? M82X-1. Man, if this thing came within a light year of, like, if this thing came within a light year of our solar system, nobody would even, like, it don't even have to approach or like come in contact with. If it, we wouldn't even be able to detect it. We wouldn't even be able to see it. Everybody would just vanish. Everybody would just be vaporized. Everybody would just be vaporized. You know what I'm saying? This one right here. This one right here is crazy. GCIRS 13E. 1,300 solar masses. 1,300 solar masses. Imagine seeing something just not just completely just something that completely eclipses everything anything beyond what you can see. 1,300 solar masses. Listen, man, if you ask me, it's a big chance that we actually exist inside of one of these things and like don't even realize that that's what's actually going on right now. You know what I'm saying? But the size comparison is just fascinating. You know what I'm saying? See, this is what I be saying about the cryptocurrency, though. Like, as you go through these, like, if you go back, like, these little ones, like, this would be like Ripple. You know what I'm saying? This would be like Avalanche or something like that. And then, like, you get to this one, and, like, you think this one is big. Like, you think this motherfucker is big right here. And it's like Solana. You know what I'm saying? Like, in comparison to, like, Ripple. You know what I'm saying? Like, Woohoo. You know what I'm saying? Like, Solana. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, you know, you got something that's approaching the size of Solana. And then you get to this big ass motherfucker right here, and you think that this big ass motherfucker right here is big. You like, this is Ethereum and shit. This motherfucker right here is 100 billion solar masses. This is Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? This is the Bitcoin right here. Phoenix A. 35 billion solar masses, 50 billion suns. This shit is unimaginable to people, you know what I'm saying, to people from a solar system. But this is what I'm saying about cryptocurrency, man. Like, people can't handle these large numbers. So for people to actually start thinking in terms of large numbers, people need to start dealing with large numbers. You need to start looking at shit like this. This look like your Crow with Knife wallet right here. You know what I'm saying? This looks like your it's like your Shiba Inu wallet, these numbers right here. $1.4 billion solar masses. Abel 1201 is wild. 1.4 billion solar masses. 1.4 billion solar masses. What is the lifespan? Like, what happens with this thing along its life? Like, what does it do? It just floats around the universe, and then what happens? And what's crazy about it is it's got to be some shit out there that's bigger than it. $1.3 billion solar masses. What is this? 7,700,000,000 kilometers is how big, I'm assuming the circumference. Sheesh. This thing is like, it's like light years long. How long is one light year? Let me see how many km is one light year? How many kilometers is one light year? Yeah, this thing is, yeah. A kilometer is 5.8 trillion miles. A kilometer is, let me see, this is 100,000 million, 100,000, wait, 100,000 million, billion, trillion. A light year is 9,460,700,000. Wait, hold on, 9,460,730,472,580.8 kilometers. You know what I'm saying? A light year is a unit of length used to express astronomical distances and is equal to exactly 9,460,730,472,580 472,580.8 kilometers, which is approximately 5.88 trillion miles. That's how big that thing is. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I do and don't want to see this through a high-powered telescope at an observatory. Yeah, I would like to. Believe it or not, I'd like to see it at close distance. I'd like to see it at close distance. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Look, what I tell you about going to the blood bank to buy crypto, bro? I'm not gonna tell you again. I'm not gonna tell you again. You know what I'm saying? Stop going to the blood bank to try to buy cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, Carl just said, man, I'm about to go sell some of this good old Be Positive. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go to the pawn shop. I'm about to go to Broke People Official. I'm about to go to pawn shop and the blood bank. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Lloyd Sky 9 said, imagine if we live to see our galaxy converge with another. Yeah, those things can't happen at the same time. We won't live and see our galaxy converge with another. Those things won't happen. Our galaxy will be close to converging with another galaxy and we'll be ripped to shreds. You know what I'm saying? That'll be about as good as it gets. Unless, you know what I'm saying, unless technology has advanced to the point to where, you know, we have advanced, you know, space travel and interstellar travel and stuff like that. But bro, it's a wrap. I think they said it's a galaxy that's approaching ours, the Andromeda galaxy. You know what I'm saying? I would like to take a tour through outer space. You know what I'm saying? Like a cruise, like how they take, like on Fifth Element, like how they take cruises in the ocean, but take one through outer space and just watch like all the interesting shit go on in outer space. I had this dream, and it was a dream that I was watching the new Aliens movie. You know what I'm saying? And they was fighting these xenomorphs. And so they was able to get a xenomorph off of a ship, right? They was able to get it off of a ship. And the xenomorph fell into outer space, into free fall, right? So when the xenomorph fell into space in free fall, it cocooned itself. Just like it did in Aliens Covenant. You know what I'm saying? It cocooned itself. Just like a tardigrade. You know how a tardigrade forms a tunt. You know what I'm saying? And for the most part, for all intents and purposes, it's invincible. Right? So the xenomorph was in a free fall in the cocoon form. And it fell into a black hole. Right? And so, like, I'm actually, like, in my dream, I'm watching this Aliens movie. Right? And, you know, the crew, you know, it ended like every Aliens movie, right? Like, the crew just moves on and, you know, that's the end of it, right? But of course, there's something that's going on, right? After the credits roll, they show the black hole that the xenomorph that was in the cocoon form fell into. The xenomorph chest busted the black hole. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when the dream stopped. Like, I woke up. You know what I'm saying? The xenomorph chest busted the black hole. That shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, all the credits had rolled, the movie was over, and then, you know, it played like the suspense music, you know what I'm saying? Then it showed like the black hole, and it showed like the X-rays and the gamma rays coming out the bottom of it. And then, like, when the next X-ray came out of it, the xenomorph just chest busted along with the X-ray right out of the black hole. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maine. What's good with it, Maine? I don't know how, bro. I was in the dream. I'm watching a movie. So like I'm just watching I'm watching a dream version of an Aliens movie, right? It's an Aliens movie, but it's not a real Aliens movie. It's an Aliens movie manufactured by my dream. But this is what happened in this is what happened in the dream. You know what I'm saying? The alien was cocooned and it fell into the black hole, and then it chest busted out of the black hole like with a gust of a gamma ray or a gust of a X-ray. You know how the gusts of X-rays come out the ends of the black holes? You know what I'm saying? That happened with the xenomorph, and it just, you know, of course it showed the mouth, it was all open, and then the tongue came out, and then that was the end of it. Brooklyn Queen said that's a villain dream. All right. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't like xenomorphs. To me, is just they're a dumb idea to me. I don't really like the xenomorphs. And the reason why I don't like the xenomorphs is because they're too capable. Like the way that the xenomorph, no one should ever be able to beat a xenomorph, and somehow xenomorphs still be getting beat. But like they're like impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like they got perfect reflexes. They can anticipate everything. They're super smart. You know what I'm saying? They damn near can live in any environment. There should be no way that anything could beat a xenomorph. And the fact that like xenomorphs beat, like humans be beating xenomorphs, and you know what I'm saying, like predators be beating xenomorphs. That's still like that's just, there's no way a human would beat a xenomorph. There's no way anything would beat a xenomorph. Yeah, their blood is made out of acid. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, there's nothing would beat a xenomorph. If you ran into a xenomorph, it's just a wrap for you. You know what I'm saying? But somehow in these shows and in these movies and all this, people be actually having a chance against the xenomorphs. You know what I'm saying? I don't think nothing would have a chance against the xenomorph. Them things are wild. They crazy. They're smart, strong, durable. You know what I'm saying? Like fast as hell. Literally nothing harms them. You know what I'm saying? They're so like nothing harms a xeno. Have you ever seen like, bro, they be on fire? You know what I'm saying? Like all in outer space, just floating all through outer space, okay, with nothing happening to them. You know what I'm saying? Burning at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Stabbed up. They don't die, but somehow like they end up, they be losing in the movie. Like it don't make no sense. And then another thing that you got to ask about the xenomorphs is how does the xenomorphs, how they not contagious anymore? You know what I'm saying? Like I would think that if you touch a xenomorph, you're gonna get infected with some black goo, even if you just touch one. How do you not get black goo on you from touching a xenomorph? You only get black goo from other black goo. Like that don't make sense. Shout out to John. John said, to me, they made up weaknesses for xenomorphs. Yeah, they had to, bro. They had to. Shout out to Maine. Maine said the black goo. Yeah, the black goo. You know what the black goo is, don't you? The accelerant is what they call it. The accelerant. You know what I'm saying? 5.2 billion solar masses is wild. All of the little stuff that people see on Earth, the planet Earth, and they call it gods and stuff like that. Imagine if a human being saw some of this stuff in outer space. Their minds would explode. Some of the simplistic stuff that people see on Earth. Shout out to John. John said, bro, you know I did not know aliens were called xenomorphs until you just said it. For real? You didn't know that? It's a bunch of different types of xenomorphs too, but the main family of them is called xenomorphs. You know what I'm saying? They got two names for them things that was in Prometheus. One of the names is, they call them the alphas. Not the aliens, but the humanoid aliens. And then the other name for them is the space jockeys. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said the universe is an amazing place. I watched Star Trek with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Some people believe that the universe is actually a supermassive black hole. I wonder what Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks about that. It's some people that actually believe that the actual universe is a supermassive black hole. Now, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'd be interested to, study that. You know what I'm saying? The universe is the universe is definitely a container, right? But then again, at the same time, everything is a container. So now you go down that rabbit hole, right? You know what I'm saying? $5.2 billion solar masses. That is truly amazing. People look. Do you know? Look at on the planet Earth. All the things that people have called God, they call it God. Over history, human history, dogs and stuff like that, animals. So shout out to Win Lose a Rug. See, this is what I'm talking about. The universe is a store of value. Facts. So are black holes. Facts. You know what I'm saying? I would just sit there. I would wake up every day and pour a cup of coffee and just stare at this thing that's 5.2 billion solar mass. I would just stare at it the entire time. I'd spend the rest of my life just staring at it. You know what I'm saying? I just sit there all day and just look at it. That's it. That's all I would do for the rest of my life until I died. I just stare at the thing. Because that is amazing. 5.2 billion solar masses. You know what I'm saying? Like, how small are you compared to this? Could you imagine how small you are compared to this? Like, imagine the people that, imagine all the cultures and all that stuff that worship dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like, they worship dogs, they worship animals, other humans, human deities. Imagine those people think that stuff is beyond human comprehension. They think that, the imagination of a humanoid god with 4 arms and 4 legs, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just beyond. Could you imagine if one of those people saw something like this? Their head would explode. They wouldn't be able to take it. They just literally spontaneously combust. They wouldn't be able to handle it. They think that a dog is amazing. You know what I'm saying? They think that a bull is amazing. They think that another human is amazing. And then they see something that's 7.5 billion solar masses. You know what I'm saying? What would they do with that? If you're gonna get on your knees and bow down and worship a cow, or if you're gonna get on your knees and bow down and worship another human, if you're gonna get on your knees and bow down and worship an animal or anything that you can find on earth, what happens when you see something like this? You know what I'm saying? And the power that these things have. Could you imagine the power? 5 billion solar masses of gravitational energy. That's crazy. John, shout out to John. John said, "All hail to the great Powheed." It sounds like Powheed. Like, all the people will be sitting there dumb as hell, lined up. Powheed, Powheed, and they dumb as hell too. They'll walk right into it. It'll be a human sacrifice. They think that would actually do something. Powheed come every 5 million years for his sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Like, No, Pauhi is on a revolution, and you're in the way. Is the reality of the situation, and it's not gonna not destroy your entire civilization just because you decide to throw some unfortunate person in there. You know what I'm saying? People think that. Why do people think that they always make the terms of every negotiation? Well, if we do this, then this won't do this. Are you serious? This thing is beyond the force of nature. It's just gonna do it it's just gonna do whatever it wants. Like you don't even like we don't. This is what I be saying. What I be saying, like people think about this, man. Look at how small the sun and all that shit is in comparison to this. We actually think that we matter, man. We don't know, like we don't even matter, man. We only matter in the respective space of Earth. This thing 7.5. Look at this. This thing is 7.5 billion solar masses, and this thing don't even matter. This thing don't even take up 1% of the space in the universe. This thing don't even matter, and it's the mass of 7.5 billion suns. You try to convince me that we matter? We are literally this is just a blink. Our existence is just a blink in the history of the universe or in the story of the universe. And it may have a part, it may not have a part. It don't really matter. There's inanimate objects that are 7.5 billion solar masses that don't matter because the universe is vast. You know what I'm saying? And people actually think they matter. That's the crazy, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You see how small the solar system is? Like this thing, these things could just be flying past. It just suck it would suck our complete existence. Be no evidence of us even existing ever. This thing just sucked the whole entire solar system in, all the way from the sun, all the way out to the Kuiper Belt. Just sucked the entire solar system in. Not even just Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like Jupiter, Mars, Neptune, the whole damn thing. That's crazy. $7.5. How would you see this? Like, would this thing be so giant that like you wouldn't even be able to see, you wouldn't even be able to see around it, or would you actually be able to see around it? Like this is just amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? This is truly phenomenal. Look at how big these numbers are. 28 billion solar masses, 25 billion solar masses, 180 billion kilometers, 180 billion kilometers, 112 billion miles. That's wild. it say right here? Event horizon. The event horizon is the point of no return surrounding a black hole. It is the boundary beyond which nothing, not even light, can escape the gravitational pull of the black hole. The radius of the event horizon is known as the Schwarzschild's radius. See this singularity. Singularity. At the very core of a black hole lies the singularity, a point of infinite density, where space and time cease to exist as we understand them. A point of infinite density. Singularity. So what this means is that infinite energy and infinite mass exist simultaneously. And as a result, space and time cease to exist, quote unquote, as we understand them. Now you got to ask yourself the question, how does energy and mass become infinite when we know that black holes are created with a finite amount of mass and energy? How does it go from finite to infinite? How does that happen? So that means that there's all these quote unquote points of this quote unquote infinite energy. You know what I'm saying? Floating around in outer space. But somehow a finite amount turns into an infinite amount. How does that happen? Singularity. Let me ask you guys this. How many people... Let me ask you guys this. Is heaven a singularity? Is the idea of quote unquote heaven and the idea of quote unquote hell, are those singularities? Do you want to exist in a singularity? Oh man, people set themselves up for this shit. People set themselves up for this shit. What about nirvana? Right? To the Hindus. Right? I'm just asking. Let me know what y'all think, man. Let me know what y'all think. Oh shit, I didn't even see. Hold on. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with the Brooklyn Queen? I didn't even see that you had popped in. I had the screens flipped over. I'm watching the shit on the big screen. I'm just talking. I'm just talking to the screen, and I ain't even looking at StreamYards. What's good with you?
No, it's all good. I only had that one question. Salute everybody. How y'all doing?
Which one was that? Which question?
It was about the Nakamoto coefficient.
Okay. The Nakamoto
Yeah,
coefficient.
yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I should have dropped back down a long time ago.
Man, that's crazy. Wait, hold on. You've been down there the whole time since then?
Yeah, I just yeah, I didn't even close it out. Sorry.
Oh no,
I was over here in the chat.
You should, yeah, you should have said something. I'm telling you, like I've been looking at, like I just been watching this on the big screen, and like I ain't even paying attention to the stream. I feel bad as hell.
No, you good. You good. No problem.
Yeah. What you think about this video? What you think about these solar masses?
Man. And we ain't even to the end of the video. So yeah, I love this stuff. I do. I love this stuff. I think I watched this one in particular probably about a couple of months ago.
Yeah, they come
Yeah.
out with new ones
So,
every now and then. These it's just interesting to look at the size comparisons. Like I love looking at size comparisons. It's just fascinating to me. You know what I'm saying? It's just fascinating to me. What you think about what you think about is heaven a singularity?
well, hmm. I don't really want to touch that. I really don't, because I used to be a very avid churchgoer, and yeah, we're gonna leave that alone.
Oh, that's okay. It's all yeah. I feel it. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. You know, if it is, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it just means a bunch of stuff existing. You know what I'm saying? In multiple states at the same time. But the reason why I say that
Mhm.
is because like it's all these scientific phenomenon, you know what I'm saying, that run parallel with a lot of the stuff that's talked about in religion. But like in religions and in myths and all that stuff, they never attempt to deal with those things in terms of science. And it'll actually go as far as to say, like, you know, science is not true, or like science is evil or something like that.
Yeah, and I'll just go as far as to say this. Um, I tend to lean more towards the scientific side, simply because I had a lot of questions as a kid, and I would always get shut down.
Yeah.
So, and I, like Crew had mentioned in the chat, like I do believe that, you know, energy just kind of transfers from one form to the next, you know.
I think
So
that's the scientific principle. I think that's like the third law.
yeah,
No, that's the first law of thermodynamics, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah. So, you know, as far as heaven goes, not trying to, you know, shoot down anybody's belief systems. I'm just like, plus I just don't like the indoctrination that comes along with all of that. So yeah, I just kind of shied away from all of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel it. Look at this. Check this out. Hold on real quick. I'll pull this up real quick. Yeah, here we go. Man, that's taking forever. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, good Lord. All right. First law of thermodynamics. First law of thermodynamics, relation, stating that within an isolated system, the total energy of the system is constant, even if energy has been converted from one form to another. This law is another way of stating the law of conservation of energy. It is one of the four relations underlying thermodynamics, the branch of physics concerning heat, work, temperature, and energy. That's interesting. That sounds like Bitcoin, don't it?
Very much so. Very much so.
That's why Michael Saylor understands it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is his type of field of study. You know what I'm saying? It's outside the realm of a lot of these financial simpletons to understand anymore. You know what I'm saying? The first law of thermodynamics is put into action by considering the flow of energy across the boundary separating a system from its surroundings. Consider the classic example of a gas enclosed in a cylinder with a movable piston. The walls of the cylinder act as the boundary separating the glass inside from the world outside, and the movable piston provides a mechanism for the gas to do work by expanding against the force holding the piston in place. If the gas does work as it expands and absorbs heat from its surroundings through the walls of the cylinder, this then corresponds to a net flow of energy, W minus Q, across the boundary to its surroundings. In order to conserve the total energy, there must be a counterbalancing change. See, that's interesting.
Kind of like, you know, when the combustion in the car is transferring the engine energy to the transmission,
Right.
which
Yeah,
then transfers
exactly.
energy to the wheels and so on and so forth.
Right. Everything has an energy transfer system. You know what I'm saying? You
Mhm.
guys know what the human energy transfer system is? We talked about it in the Discord.
I think I might have
So I'm putting
missed
you on the
that
spot.
thread. Yeah, well, I might have missed that thread. I be trying to keep up.
It's called the citric acid cycle or the Krebs cycle. Let me see. Hold on real quick. So this is where
Are you referring to like digestion?
no, this is on a cellular
Oh,
level.
okay.
This you digest and it breaks it down into molecules, but then the molecules, this happens in the cells. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
This happens in the mitochondria. This is where the raw energy from carbohydrates or from fat, you know, protein or whatever, is broken down from a chemical called adenosine triphosphate or adenosine diphosphate and converted into a chemical called adenosine triphosphate. It's called the citric acid cycle or the Krebs cycle. You know what I'm saying? See, the citric acid cycle is known as the Krebs cycle. It's a series of biochemical reactions to release the energy stored in nutrients through the oxidization of acetyl-CoA. You can buy this stuff called acetyl-CoA at the store. You ever seen it?
Probably like a health, like a GNC type store. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it might not be called acetyl-CoA. I think it might be called CoQA or something like that. It's a different form of it. But it's derived from carbohydrates, fats, proteins, and alcohol. The chemical energy released is available in the form of ATP. That's adenosine triphosphate. That's a type of
Okay.
energy that's usable for the mitochondria of a human cell. See, the Krebs cycle is used by organisms that respire, which is breathe, as opposed to organisms that firmament. Those are organisms that are what do they call them? Anaerobic.
Like mold. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't require oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's it's just real interesting. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I said, I just sit in the I just sit and stare at some stuff like this all day long.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, it's wild. You know what I'm saying? What's crazy? You would just I don't know, man. To me, I don't understand how people, you know, people just. It's so much information and so much evidence out there, and then like instead of like just looking at the information and evidence, people just kind of rather like guess. You don't have to guess. You just find it. You can just find the answer to what you need to find the answer to. Like I just sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Like I just be I strip and think. I'll sit there and think about that kind of stuff the same way I sit there and think about like this is crazy. 7 billion solar masses. This is wild. You know what the really wild thing about this is of just 70 billion solar masses? See how they got these size comparisons of these black holes? These black holes ain't really, none of them are really actually this size.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They're using an actual drawing of a size comparison with these drawings different so that people can perceive the size it's different.
Right.
People can't really perceive black holes because actual black holes is only the size of like a period on a piece of paper. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, see all the image that you see of a black hole, that's all gravity fields. It's all energy
Okay.
fields. All of what you see is distorted light. Is image distortion around the black hole. This is like none of this is actual like it's like a hologram almost, because remember like the black hole is taking in time, it's taking in light, it's taking in mass, it's taking in energy, it's taking in everything. So like when you look at the black hole, you're not actually looking at an actual image of the black hole. It's the same way like when you look at a star. You know, when you look at a star, like the stars in the sky, those ain't the actual stars that you see in.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Keep going.
What you're seeing is what's called the redshift.
Oh.
It's such a long distance away from the planet Earth that the wavelength of the light that shines from the stars, it begins to appear like it flattens out. And because it appears like it flattens out, light that has longer wavelength, it tends to appear red on the electromagnetic spectrum. So because it appears red, the more red that a star looks from a far distance, that determines how close or how far it is away. And it's called the redshift.
Oh.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like most of the stuff, when we look up in the sky, we're not even seeing an accurate image. See, I'm going to show you. Hold on real quick. Redshift definition. And see, like redshift, all redshift means is going to the right in wavelength or appearance, right? Because wavelength and appearance. See, this is where you get into things represent other things, right? On the electromagnetic spectrum, red represents a long wavelength. Blue or violet represents a short wavelength. You see what I'm saying? So as you're basically, when you look into the sky, as you move to the right on the electromagnetic scale, the visual image that you receive from outer space determines how far something is away based on the redness of it, how it shows up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that makes sense.
See, so look at this. Hold on, I'm gonna show you real quick. See, redshift. In physics, a redshift is an increase in the wavelength and corresponding decrease in the frequency and photon energy of electromagnetic radiation, such as light. The opposite change, a decrease in wavelength and increase in frequency and energy, is known as a blue shift or a negative redshift. The terms derive from the colors blue and red, which form the extremes of the visible light spectrum. Isn't it ironic that these red and blue form the visible light spectrum extremes, and they also form the political extremes?
That part.
You think that's
that part? I do. I do. Because you could take it all the way down to the in the Crips, like, you know. Yeah. And again, I moved to Kentucky. We got U of L, which is red, and then you got U of K, and they're rivals, you know. So it's like, yeah, it's all encompassing.
Yeah, it's all manufactured, or it's all scripted, right? Or is this just, you know, these colors, and like I said, you know, for the most part, everything kind of reveals itself in a mathematical formula, right? Like we could look at 6 different things, and as 6 different things are applied to the Fibonacci sequence, it shows 6 different images, but in those images, we'll see the Fibonacci sequence, right? So, you know, when you see these extremes, the extremes, you look on the actual electromagnetic spectrum, the extremes turn out to be red and blue. The same way the extremes, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to human politics, turns out to be red and blue. So you got to ask yourself the question, right? Is there actually free will, or is everything just a result of a mathematical formula? But the mathematical formula it creates a different picture, or it builds a different image, you know what I'm saying, with every interaction that it has. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's deep.
Because then you got the Fibonacci retracements, you know what I'm saying, on the charts, the financial charts. Why do you get Fibonacci retracements on the financial charts? You know what I'm saying? Because everything follows the Fibonacci sequence. So, like, is there actually free will, or is everything just pre-programmed? And we see just different reiterations of a repeating equation all the time, and we think that it's something different because the repeating equation is interacting with different objects.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards the programming, regardless of how high up it goes.
Yeah. Well, I would agree. And the thing is that, you know, like I said, if you ask me, to me, it's evident that the universe is a network. So, you know, how would things be communicated through a network? See, like, here go the Fibonacci sequence. If you do these Fibonacci sequences and come up with all these different numbers, you can come up with all these different patterns, and a lot of different things display this pattern. Right? But these are all different objects. You know what I'm saying? You got like this flower right here.
You got a snail shell.
Snail shell, galaxy. You know what I'm saying?
That one picture looks like that combination of what is it called? It's like broccoli and cauliflower when they blend it together.
Yeah.
I forgot the
Yep.
name of the vegetable, but yeah, it looks just like that.
Broccoli flower. That's what they call it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, broccoli flower.
That green broccoli cauliflower. That shit is actually good
Mhm.
though. With some
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That shit ain't bad. But look at this shit though. It's all this math. This formula right here is this math formula right here. If you do these math problems right here, this is what it looks like on paper when you do this, right? But when you apply all of these different objects and plug them into this formula, they might look different. But does this show free will? Does not show free will right here, because all these objects are trapped into the constraint of the end destination. They'll always make the same shape. Even though they might look nice, it looks pretty, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got a hurricane. Oh, wow, that's nice. You know what I'm saying? You got a galaxy. Oh, wow, that's nice. You got this flower. Oh, wow, that's nice. But none of these things escape this formula. It's just different materials.
Yeah. From beauty to destruction. Yep.
Right. So, like, is there actually free will, or is this the rule? This is just unbreakable programming, or any math for that matter.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be programming. It has to be.
You know what I'm saying? It's interesting.
It is.
Because then, and again, that's another reason why where I have my conflicts with religion, because I don't believe in free will. I don't believe that free will is real. I believe that we have a perception of what we believe is free will, but in reality, our belief of free will is just actually complex influence. It's not really free will. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. To me, it's impossible to have free will if there's any time when there's constraints. How can you have free will?
True.
So, to me, there's no such thing as free will. So, if there's no such thing as free will, if there's some quote unquote deity or some type of entity judging you, we're getting judged based on no free will. I don't understand. How can you judge based on no free will? If we're trapped within the confine of particular mathematical formulas that determine the limits or the maximums of our capabilities, and we're constrained within those capabilities to a fixed set of determinants, what are we being judged based on? We're being judged based on what? A program that we're automatically following? That wouldn't be a judgment on us. That would be a judgment on the programmer. Right?
Yeah, that's deep, Rob.
That's
so deep.
It's just, I just wonder about this stuff. Like, how would that work? You know what I'm saying? But then you ask the questions, and you ask the questions to the people that you think are the appropriate people that are supposed to have the answers, and they just don't want to answer any questions at all.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they'll stump. They're stumped too.
Probably.
Like they've never even thought this far. So
right.
Because even like you said, when I look at this, I'm seeing all types of sacred geometry too. There's all other shapes in nature as well.
Yeah, well, that's what it's based off of, right?
Right.
So then if we're talking about quote unquote like sacred geometry, right? Those are shapes, right? That make up, that are representative of shapes that we see, quote unquote in nature,
which has laws.
which has laws.
Mhm.
So where's the free will? How do you get judged on your actions if your actions aren't your actions? None of what we're doing is original actions. All of what we're doing is our actions within a constraint, which means that we really don't have full determination of the actions that we make.
Mhm.
But then we're allegedly, in a lot of these religions, we're supposed to get quote unquote judged based on these actions. These aren't our actions.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? We're getting judged based on programmed actions. If we're actually getting judged, like, if you know what I'm saying, if we carry this all the way through and make the assumption that these things are true. So how does any of that work?
Like I said, when it comes to religion, I have a hard time with that, simply because, like, again, when I was in it, I had one thought process, but the behaviors of, the devouts and the ones that even behave like zealots was completely opposite. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Very much.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just always
Because
curious.
again, yeah, because the rules were there, even in the church, in the Bible, whatever, the rules are there, but y'all behave like a bunch of fools in one instance, and then hallelujah the next. Like, no, that's not that's
Right.
that's not it.
Right. That's facts. Yeah, that's wild, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, so like, yeah, that whole sacred geometry thing is interesting and all that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of interesting. It's just a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a lot of weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like the the Masonic connection between the Freemasons and the KKK.
That part.
People don't talk about that. You know what I'm saying? And then they be saying stupid stuff like Jay-Z a Freemason. Like, man, shut up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'll say this too. Like, I do believe that what was it in ancient times? Not not that ancient, but ancient. What a library that he stole a lot of books from. I think it was in Egypt.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, yeah, like I personally believe like a lot of our ancestors knew all this information. They were putting it in practice and making things happen. So, when the invaders came, all that shit pretty much got destroyed. And then I think the Vatican's holding, allegedly a lot of it. So, basically it's like to me, my opinion only, we're relearning all of this, even though we kind of knew it already. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that could be a possibility. You know what I'm saying? That could be a possibility. I think that is interesting, though. I think that the whole Vatican and all that stuff, I think that that's interesting. I think it is funny. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, I think that is funny. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
It's funny. Like, people think that they can like hide certain stuff, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people can keep their quote unquote operations under wraps and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's blatantly obvious to me, you know what I'm saying, that when it comes to like, people that adopt some of these things, like quote unquote newer people that adopt some of these things,
Right.
what they're doing is that they have a centralized location where they get information, right? and it's
Mhm.
information about quote unquote religion, like something that would resemble religion, and scientific information, and they separate the two. You know what I'm saying? And they turn science into like a discipline where it would seem like these are things that are used for innovation, you know what I'm saying, and technological advancement. And then they try to say that the religion part is, you know, spirituality and yada, yada, yada. When a lot of these people, they don't understand none of that. You know what I'm saying? And so what it is that they just basically like reverse engineering technology that already exists and repackaging it,
Mm.
you know what I'm saying, for simple consumption for the world. And like most of the world is so simple that they fall for it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So the
Right.
untrained eye, you know what I'm saying? Like the untrained eye would literally, they would actually think that it's a difference between science and religion. And it's untrained eyes that are, you know, it's untrained eyes that are just religious zealots, like you said. And then there's
Mhm.
untrained eyes of people that's just dumb. But the problem is that they the same. It don't matter if they believe in religion or if they over believe in science. The fact of the matter is that they're an issue because they don't have a competent understanding in how reality actually works. That's the major
Mhm.
factor. That's what links them people together. You see what I'm saying? It links
Yep.
people together that they don't have an accurate understanding of reality. Shout out to DSB. What's good with it, bro? So, you know, they're using religion and they're using science not in the form that they were originally made. They're using them in a different form, you know what I'm saying, to suit, you know, particular objectives that might be suboptimal, right? And you could just see it because a lot of stuff don't turn out right.
Mhm.
There's a lot of flaws and a lot of errors, you know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Like if you look at NASA, you know what I'm saying? Like NASA has a symbol of Isis and Osiris, you know what I'm saying? You look at
Mhm.
CERN, you know what I'm saying? Like CERN got the whole Shiva dance and all that, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. All that.
Yeah, like, you know, these are the people that say that religion and science don't have no place together, but at the same time, every time they place religion and science, they place them together.
Mhm.
They the ones that call, you know what I'm saying, a missile Apollo. They call it a spaceship in Apollo. You know what I'm saying? That's a alleged Greek god that they talking about. Science and mythology and science and religion don't go together, but you can't stop naming shit Chronos.
Yeah. So
Okay,
what
like you can't
energies are
stop
y'all
naming shit.
tapping into?
Right. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know,
Yeah.
they think that people don't understand this stuff, but people do understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like the jig is up, you know what I'm saying? And some people just understand that shit organically. You know what I'm saying? Because like some people, you know what I'm saying? Like if you ask me, like some people, you know, like I think that there's like two different kinds of ages. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like some people actually are older with their consciousness than they actually are with their actual age. You know what I'm saying? Like biologically, you might be 45 years old, you know what I'm saying? But depending on
Mhm.
how mature your consciousness is, you could be like 2,000 or 3,000 years old on the inside.
Real talk. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's some people that can see this kind of stuff and they see right through this bullshit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then it's other people that, you know, they might be newer people. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like a newer person, it's like an infant. You'd be like a spiritual infant. You
Mhm.
might not be privy to what's actually going on. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's some people that's not though. Some people is born infants and they already got a 2,000-year-old conscience inside of them. And the thing is that
Facts.
when they're born, you know what I'm saying? Like the biology doesn't necessarily match the consciousness. So you know,
Mhm.
you have to hit particular stimulants, or you have to hit particular stimuli in your life to be able to hit them reset points like a computer. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? Like a computer, you can fuck around and that shit'll die and the computer will be dead. But you can hit a reset point and restart it, and you can restart it with all the programs on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you might your consciousness might be reset, but you know, at some point you might encounter some things that kind of jumpstart like a reset where you might get like this sudden influx of like heightened understanding as a result of like a sudden reboot, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Now, you
Yeah.
know, people sit there and say that that's not true or that's false, or you just sitting there, you know, talking nonsense, right? But this happens to people when they have concussions. It happens to people when they come in and out of anesthesia. You will wake up, and a lot of times people don't remember their name or nothing like that. But then they see a family member, and then it jogs the memory. You know what I'm saying? It activates certain parts in the brain. So, you know, like there's scientific and empirical evidence that these kind of things can happen. They got exercises for people that got dementia to help them to remember, you know, certain things and use the environment as a stimuli to assist their failing brain. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're somebody that has dementia, is, you know, if you use certain markers and mark certain things in the environment, as you come across those things in the environment, you might have forgot about it because you're disease of dementia, but that stimuli, as it's introduced to you, it'll bring back those particular memories that you might need to deal with that situation that's in front of you. They use it to work around in their house. You know what I'm saying? Like if they forget where like a particular pot or pan is, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this is by the picture of my grandson. This is by the picture of my granddaughter or whatever. So they use that to stimulate certain memories. It's the same thing as, you know, back in the day, they had the little tactic of tying a little like thread around your finger to remember something.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I'm using an external environment to activate the internal memory. This is not far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? It's not Star Trek. It's not, you know what I'm saying, Star Wars. But I'm telling you, like when it comes to most of society, like, man, it's so bad how society is so dumbed down. Like basic stuff, you know what I'm saying? People just lost on.
Yeah. They use music a lot too.
Yeah, they use music. What's interesting about it, you talked about the golden ratio. They had those certain frequencies that match up with human circadian rhythm. You know what I'm saying? That they play, and you know, you can get interesting responses and reactions out of people from that. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying. Like, so that's another manifestation of where those numbers cause a direct influence. And then people will say, like, oh, well, what's up with these numbers? These are special numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a 777, yada, 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 this, that, and the other. The concept of like these special numbers and stuff like that, that don't come from religion. That's some 5th, 6th, 7th grade. That shit comes from math. Prime numbers, repeating numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like natural numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like these numbers, they got mathematical significance. And then people see them recur in nature where math is applied constantly at all times. And they say, oh, this is a special magic number. Like, nah, this is a prime number that you learned about in you know what I'm saying, in 2nd grade. What are you talking about?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you learned about this number in trans math. What are you talking about? But in the world that we live in, like the understanding that people are taught is actually a confusion that people are taught. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not taught to competently understand something. You're taught to say that you understand something after being taught complete confusion. You see what I'm saying? It's like people don't really understand. They really don't understand shit. And a lot of people they're not even privy to the fact that they don't understand shit. They think that they understand stuff and they don't understand it.
No lies told, Rob.
You know, it's some wild shit. And then you just look at it and you just kind of look at the world and you're like, what do you do here?
Yeah. We're so outnumbered.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the end goal with all this? Like, what are we supposed to do? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Real talk.
Yeah, that's why I said, fuck it, I'm just buying Bitcoin. That's all I'm gonna do.
That's it. That's it.
I'm gonna just take the Bitcoin standard. I'm gonna just do what the Bitcoin say. Simple shit, right? Make it simple. I'm just buy Bitcoin. That's the whole rest of my life purpose, is to buy up as much Bitcoin as I can. Call it a day.
That's the goal right there.
Go. You know what I'm saying? Look at that.
Because
now look. Now see, Bitcoin, right, is the second, you know what I'm saying, shape on the Fibonacci sequence. See 21 right there? 21 times 21. 21 times 21. See?
Right there. Okay. That's wild.
Mm-hmm. So that's Satoshi Nakamoto. You know what I'm saying? He definitely programmed, into the Bitcoin network. He programmed a lot of stuff utilizing a lot of these type of principles. You know what I'm saying, with this Fibonacci sequence and different stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like halving cycles. You start out with all these Bitcoin in this big triangle. Next 4 years, you got 21. Next 4 years, you got to 13. Next 4 years, you got to 8. Next 4 years, you got to 5. See that? As you go around in the circle, the halving reward gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, see those ones inside there? Those are Satoshis in there. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think they'll ever fraction off the Satoshis?
Oh, yeah, it'll happen at some point. It might happen in our lifetime. It might happen in our lifetime. From what I understand, I think right now, like one Satoshi is close to the amount of $1.
Okay.
Let me see. Conversion ratio Satoshi to USD. Let me see. Wait, hold on. This got to be old right here. Satoshi to USD converter. Let's see what they're talking about on Kraken. Let's get it cracking. Simple Satoshi to US dollar converter. Okay, so let me see. So let's do $1 US. Okay, so yeah, basically it's $1 looks like it's about 986 Satoshis. Basically like 1,000, right? So basically like $1 is basically 0.00001 Bitcoin, right? And $1 is basically about 1,000 Satoshis.
Okay.
The Satoshis are going to go up to $1 million a piece. They're going to go up to $21 million a piece. That's what Bitcoin is programmed for.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a point where people trying to get Satoshis just like they're trying to get Bitcoin. But then it's going to still be people whose families like pass them down a Bitcoin or two.
Right. Man.
I just want to see what the world looks like 500 years into the future. I already seen what the world looked like 500 years into the future, but I want to see it physically.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I want to actually see it. I want to breathe the air. Like I want to stand there and just look and interact with people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious to see how it looks.
How much is a cryo chamber?
I don't know. Here's my question. Do you think that a cryo chamber would actually work?
Probably not. Not with the way technology is moving.
I think that probably starting like within the next 10 to 15 years, people are going to start living to be like 150 years old, 200 years old.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? With the AI and artificial intelligence technology boom is going to be like massive amount. Like you're going to start seeing people they're going to be healed of cancer. Old aging going to be reversed. People going to start having like cybernetic nanotechnology, 3D printed parts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're not even going to have to do transplants on people anymore. They just be able to 3D print people's organs. Get a blood sample and 3D print whatever you need from their DNA.
Yeah, just add water.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. But yeah, I could see it.
You remember on Fifth Element when the spaceship had crashed and Leilu had, you know what I'm saying, they just had her hand and they put her in that machine and they 3D printed the rest of her body and then gave her electrical shock and she was back.
Yeah. Yep. I remember that scene.
Yeah, that's about it. they're gonna be able to download your consciousness into a computer chip pretty soon.
Ugh. They could also destroy it too, though.
I don't know. That I don't know if that. I don't know. That would be interesting. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know how any of that works. I don't know how the human consciousness works as software. Like, we think about this. Like, what software program do humans run on?
That's a great question.
Because, like, the thing is like there is for sure a software program that humans run on. And see, like, the thing is that, like, the software determines the instructions for your personality, right? Now, the thing that's interesting about this is that shout out to Crew Reality, when these like when there's identical twins, not paternal twins, but when there's identical twins, the identical twins, they have interesting neurology, right? A lot of times you hear this idea of identical twins sharing pain. You know what I'm saying? They had these like alleged telekinetic connections between each other, but I don't think it's necessarily telekinetic though with the identical twins. I think it's that the identical twins are actually one person, either one person split in half or two people sharing the same, you know what I'm saying, the same set of organs, or, you know what I'm saying, two people running on one set of DNA. That's what it is. Two consciousnesses running on one DNA. Like, the DNA is the hardware and the consciousness is the software. And so when you have an identical set of twins, you had that crossover. It's like having two monitors on. Like, it's like having a computer hooked
Hey,
up
Rob,
to
I got
monitors.
you. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you
I
good.
got
What's
my
good?
effects on. My bad.
Oh, you good. What's good with it, bro?
What up? Hey, you know, you ever streamed like you Chromecast your YouTube to your TV?
Nah, bro. When I said I don't watch TV, I was for real. I don't watch TV.
All right. No, I'm talking about like having an actual TV monitor, whatever.
Oh, you mean like having my computer hooked up to the TV?
Right. So like I'll be watching YouTube, right? And then when I get in the crib, I'll hit the Chromecast and then I'll put it on my TV. You know what I mean? So I can use my phone freely.
Right.
So I'm just playing, like I'll be just playing you on the TV, right? And then I'm doing my computer. I can use my phone freely, right? So I'm saying that, right? So I got two phones, right?
Yeah.
So if I hook up my regular phone that I'm using to YouTube and stream that, when I open YouTube on my old phone that I was using in Fargo, guess what happens?
What happened?
They're both linked up. Like like both of them think it's the same phone. So I'm saying that's what the twins are doing. The identical twins.
Agree. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's two softwares sharing the same hardware, and even though like we look at it as two separate people, it's not two separate people. It's actually one set of hardware, because the DNA, you know what I'm saying, like the
it's
DNA
like you
is
in
what
two
determines the
bodies,
hardware.
dog. It's like me and you are twins. It's just you in Ohio and I'm in Chicago.
Right.
But we're the same person type shit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's interesting. And like, to me, like, if you know what I'm saying, like if scientists and stuff like that, if they actually studied like that phenomenon, they would get more answers about a lot of the stuff that they claim that they're looking for answers about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I grew up with two twins, right? Two twin sisters. Like when I was little, like prepubescent type stuff. I still like them though. But like them girls, like if one girl fall off the monkey bars, the other girl, her elbow hurt.
The other one hurt. Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yep.
And I'm like watching one in front of me. I'm watching one in front of me that fall off the monkey bars, and then the other one behind me talking about my elbow hurt. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What? Like, I can't believe it, but I'm seeing it real life in front of me.
That's because they say like identical twins are a natural biological clone, right? So being that it's a natural biological clone, that means that both bodies are the exact same. So if both bodies are the exact same, that literally, like, that goes right along with what I'm saying. It's one piece of DNA. So
And then when you go in,
go ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
So then when you go into the like pineal glands and all of that, like all the spiritual stuff that we're supposedly having, it got split in half. So the other person got the same shit as you.
They got the same shit as you, right? So here, so
Right.
my question is, so see, this is what I'm saying about how this shit gets real weird, right? People need to take into consideration how biologically and psychologically twins are. And so if that happens naturally with a natural clone, what happens then when people start actually trying to start playing around with cloning?
Oh, hey Rob, that is exactly why I called you up just now, because I was telling you in the chat, like, watch this show, Foundation.
Oh, okay, Foundations.
Yeah, it's on Apple TV. It's like they got 3 clones. It's called Empire. You'll love it because they're ruling with the iron fist like you like to rule.
Nah.
For 14,000 years they've been ruling. So the main person that was ruling, he made clones of himself. He made dawn, daylight, and dusk.
Yeah.
The child.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the child, the father, and the grandfather. You know, like a 13-year-old, a 40-year-old, and a 60-year-old type shit. So those are the 3 empire. They call themselves empire. You know how Game of Thrones, your grace or whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They call them empire. So if you call one of them empire, you call all 3 of them empire. But
I wouldn't be
either way-
surprised if something like that is actually going on. You know?
Right.
Like,
That's what I think. That's
Yeah.
what's going on with the Obamas and the Bushes and the Bidens.
I think it's
Real
going
They
on.
say they're all cousins, right?
I think that, and I think it's going on beyond that. You know what I'm saying? Beyond, like, it's beyond that.
So I think Rob, like me, you, and Brooklyn Clean are the same person. We're just in different generations of life. In my opinion, like if we're gonna go the whole tinfoil hat about it,
Yeah.
like if we're gonna go like the whole where did the universe start? I think we're all the same person. We're just one consciousness expressed in 3 beings.
I mean, here's my thing is that, for the most part, right, anything is possible. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that definitely could be a possibility, because like now here, like one thing. So okay, so like what you said, right? That's interesting, right? The way that I look at it is, the only thing that matters is what I'm currently fully engaged with, interacting with. And the reason why I say that is because of the double-blind experiment from string theory. You guys know about the double-blind experiment with string theory?
You look in the box and there's nothing there.
Yeah, kind of. So like basically what it is like you interact with a particle that's inside of a box, and the particle, as you're interacting with it, it interacts like a particle, like a solid object. But when you're not interacting with an object, or when you're not observing an object, the object moves like a wave, not like an actual particle. So your reality it turns on and on, interacting with you as you interact with it, and everything else that you're not interacting with at the current
doesn't
time
exist.
interval, or it exists in a different state, which is bizarre.
Wow. Interesting.
And now the thing
So
is that
you know that like it's like what they say, like you open a box, there's nothing in it until we observe what's in it.
Right.
And then once we observe what's in it, whoever first observes what's in it tells what it is. So if you was looking the wrong way, Rob, and I open the box, I say, "Oh, it's a bow tie."
Right.
You get me? But if you'd have been looking at it, oh, you'd say, "Oh, it's $1 million of crypto."
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It depends on who observes it first and who says what it is first. Like, I don't know, like Brooklyn Queen, you could be a thought or you could be a good girl, right? But Rob seen you first, right? You're a good girl. Like, you're on code and everything. So that's how it presents to everybody, because Rob sent you as that, and then everybody else sent you as that. If you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Like, so me, I be drinking sometimes, right? But as long as everybody don't see me, as long as Rob see me as, oh, I'm on point, you give me everybody else to see me on point. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, we get you. I'm telling you, it's just wild. And then and what's the most wild? Oh, this is what I'm looking for right here. I think Hardy's paradox. What's the most wild is that you try to they try to present a lot of this stuff to people like it's just, you know what I'm saying, straight up factual and unquestioned information. And all of this stuff, for the most part, is theoretical. You know what I'm saying?
All of it's theoretical. Gravity's theoretical.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Look, check this out. Hold on real quick. I'm about to show y'all this video. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all this video and then pull this shit up real quick. Hold on.
And while you're doing that, Rob, just to piggyback on the whole computer chip and consciousness thing, there was a show, I think it was on Netflix or Amazon Prime, but it was called Upload.
Oh, yeah. I love that show.
Okay. So yeah, so y'all familiar. I haven't finished it yet, but I do remember, you know, them snatching people's consciousness and chopping off their heads, and it was wild. It was wild.
Yeah, that's wild, man. That's crazy work. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Look at this. Check this out right here.
If you take a laser and shine it at a wall with two holes in it, you have the famous double slit experiment, where waves coming through two slits interfere with each other to be bright in some places on the wall and dark in others. And this works with quantum particles too, since they behave in wave-like ways. Send a cat towards the slits and it'll show up at a point on the wall. Send a bunch of cats and their accumulation reveals the same interference pattern as a light wave. Now imagine you add another...
Now you see that? You put a bunch of cats there, and they all the cats will accumulate at the wall in the same pattern as a light wave. So, like, again, this implies this is determined by some type of formula that's pre-programmed that would make these cats just naturally do this. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
As a light wave. Now imagine you add another competing double slit experiment with another cat that shares one of the slits with the first setup. Of course, if you send the second cat over and over towards these slits, the points where it hits the wall will give a similar interference pattern. And at this point here for one cat, and this point here for the other, those cats never show up, no matter how many times you send them through the slits. Their wave-like behavior causes what's called destructive interference. If cats were light, these points would be in cat darkness. But weird things happen if you send both cats at their double slits at the same time. The top cat goes through the top and middle slits and then towards the wall, and the bottom cat goes through the bottom and middle slits and then towards the wall. And things would again go as expected, of course, except that the cats get in each other's way going through the middle slit. Maybe the slit's too small for two cats to fit through simultaneously. Or maybe one cat is actually made of antimatter.
Pause it.
So if both go through the middle slit, they annihilate each other and never make it.
Go ahead.
So I've never heard of light beams like refracting off of each other. I thought like both cats can go through the hole at the same time, because I didn't think light beams interfere with each other.
Yeah, they definitely can. Especially if it's like he said in that particular instance that he used a laser. You know what I'm saying? Like lasers kind of operate different than just like a regular light.
No, but they bounce off each other? Like if you hit two lasers, they gonna bounce off each other?
Nah, I think he didn't say. Did he say bounce off each other, or did he say interact?
That's basically what he's saying. Like if you go back about 30 seconds, that's basically he's saying the light beams are interfering with each other, so none of them can go straight through. If that's what I understood it as.
Yeah,
like, I don't see how light beams can interfere with each other.
To me, they could if they just if it's a laser is supposed to be just light particles all of one frequency, right? It's not like 7 different, like a prism.
Yeah, they're like 7,000 and then other. I get you.
Yeah.
I
So
get
like
you.
my thing
So
is with that in that particular instance with a quote unquote laser, I think it's different and it could be interacted with in a different way than like just a
if
regular
two
light.
7,000 lasers hit each other, they might be
Yeah.
able to.
Something like that. Because like it's only one color of light. It's only one frequency. It's not like a white light. Now if he was like I had two flashlights, I'd be with you. I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of weird. That don't make really a lot of sense.
Okay.
But see, because it's a laser and it's a concentrated form of light,
And
I
only
think
on one frequency, then
and
that
only
one
on one
frequency might bounce off.
Yeah, I think it might. Well, because the thing is that if it's a laser and it's that specific and it's just one frequency, if anything mixes with that frequency, that would be an interference because the whole idea is for it to just be that one frequency.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, man, I didn't know light could do that.
In most cases, most light wouldn't be able to do that. But the fact that they said the laser, that's the only reason why I'm kind of listening. Like, okay, well that could be.
That's why I rock with you, Rob.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, it take people like us to think.
Right. No, facts.
See, I got my avatar up there. I'm looking dumb. Like the dumbest person in the world.
He got the
my avatar.
That's hilarious. Hey, the Kamala Harris protection crew might come after you, bro. You know, a lot of people. It's a lot of people that love her. You know what I'm saying? Van Jones gonna be on you, bro.
That's fine. Van Jones can't get into my gun range. Van Jones, he got to show ID to get in there, so he can't find me. I'll be in the office in the gun range.
He was like, "Oh my God, there's a lot of guns here. You must have voted for Trump." That's what he would say.
No, this is in Chicago.
Yeah, but you know Van Jones crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wasn't he in Chicago when he got ran up on by Vivek Ramaswamy?
Vivek ran up on Van Jones?
Yeah, I think it was at the DNC, at the little DNC little celebration that they had.
I don't know.
Vivek ran up on him.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was about to poke him in his eye with that big chin that he got.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He's about to hit him like the rhino. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find a video. Vivek Ramaswamy.
Like I was just telling my people, she going to whatchamacallit. She got some medical issues. I said, man, make sure you find a FBA doctor.
Yeah.
At least don't get no Indian and don't get no African doctor.
Why you say that?
Because you see how they been acting. Like I would trust a black American doctor. And then I'll trust a white American doctor before I trust a damn African or Indian.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know if I would go as
Oh,
far as
because
to say
them
that.
Indians is racist. Them Africans.
No, I'm talking about if I would trust any of them other doctors before I would trust a African
No,
doctor.
I'll trust a black.
You know what I'm
I'll
saying?
trust a black American doctor first. Then second, I would probably say a white American before an African
I ain't
or
saying
Indian.
no. I'm not. No, hell no. I ain't saying that. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not saying I'll trust no white doctor before I trust a black doctor.
I would say I'll trust a white American before a
hell
Teva.
to the nah. You know what I'm saying?
Just in my opinion.
I'm not saying that, bro. And the reason I'm not,
I've had a
let's
bad
look at the
Nigerian
facts. How
lawyer.
much medical apartheid?
I've had a bad Nigerian lawyer.
But that's a lawyer, though.
But that's
a lawyer.
How much
medical apartheid? How much medical apartheid have any non-black American black doctors been a part of in the United States? Look at all the medical apartheid and experimental shit and all this crazy ass shit that white doctors have did. Look at what they did to Henrietta Lacks. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way in hell.
My thing is,
ain't no
so
way in
many
hell,
of them.
bro. I ain't doing that shit.
My thing is, so many of them they got their medical thing over in their country, and then they feel some type of way that they got to go through it again to get here.
I mean, anybody that didn't get their medical education over here in the United States got to do that. It don't matter if they're from Russia.
And like I said, but any and all of them. But like I said, Rob, any and all of them, they be thinking about us black folks like we be wasting time and we don't deserve nothing.
I don't know if all of them do, and I'll tell you what. To be honest, like a lot of immigrants think that about Americans in general. Now, you know, some Africans or some Caribbean people, whatever, they might have their little issues or whatever, you know what I'm saying, feel how they feel because their parents taught them to feel a certain kind of way about Black Americans. But bro, don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Like all people that's not from the United States feel that kind of way about Americans in general. That's one of the reasons why, you know what I'm saying, everybody was mad at Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? Because Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk hit people with that black pill, you know what I'm saying, and they wasn't feeling it. And you know what I'm saying, like Black Americans, you know what I'm saying, I don't know why, you know what I'm saying, like Black Americans really, I would have sat that one out. Like, you know what I'm saying, like look at Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy going in on white people and shit. But like a lot of Black Americans, you know what I'm saying, like they put that on their back and start like, you know what I'm saying, like yeah, they was talking to us and shit like that. And I was kind of looking at that like, oh, you know what I'm saying, like
no, let them
Ramaswamy. Yeah, let them fight. But that's not what happened though. A lot, like I seen mad people making videos about that Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk shit going in on white people, and I thought it was weird. You know what I'm saying? Like
let them fight, knock each other out, then we go pick up the bodies and steal this shit out their pockets.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like that's what people should do, but they didn't do that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I seen people, man, people was making the wildest comments on YouTube, like. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk is, you know what I'm saying? They going after Black people and going after MAGA and shit. And I'm like, going after Black people and MAGA. Like, ain't no Black people in MAGA coalition, at least not that I know of.
That don't,
you know what I'm saying?
That don't
In
even make sense,
great words of AB Promotions, how, Sway?
How? Right. How, Sway? You know what I'm saying? Like my thing is like I'd have just sat back and been like, yo, like what's going on with that? Let somebody like Candace Owens or something deal with that.
Nah, they think
because
they
you know Candace Owens gonna come out swinging.
No, that's Charleston White. He go against FBA and KKK at the same time. Like
You said who? Charleston White?
Yeah, that's that
shit. You say he going against FBA?
I said he'll go against FBA and KKK at the same time and call them both racist. And it's like, man, you stupid.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know. Like do you think Charleston White, quote unquote, you think he went against FBA?
No, I know he did. He called them out. He called them out by name. He said FBA, fuck that, and y'all ain't getting. Man, let me go find this. Give me 2 minutes.
He said,
I'll find it.
What he said? What he say?
Charleston White. Look, you know Charleston White. He'll play both sides, right?
Yeah.
So he'll be like with you. He'll be pro crypto, and then he'll say, "Oh, crypto ain't shit." The next week. You get me? Knowing that
you know what Charleston White said? Charleston White said that you can't use Bitcoin to buy no box. You know what I'm saying? Now everybody know. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Charleston White just be saying shit to just to be controversial. Like on that Kanye. Why did he say that? What does it mean? Nobody knows what it means. It's just controversial.
To me, like I don't me personally, like I feel, you know what I'm saying, like Charleston White, he do say stuff just to be controversial, but I don't think that Charleston White does anything different than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else that's in that little realm of being a comedian or like being a shock jock, he don't do anything different than any of them do. You know what I'm saying?
I think Charleston White is off code. Like so other comedians, they'll talk shit. You get me? They'll talk shit. Yeah. But they'll still be on code, kinda. Charleston White gets totally off code, like he does a Tekashi 6ix9ine. Like
so what? So what do you consider like? So you say that he get to, because if you ask me, me personally, like as far as like the whole idea of a quote unquote code, the only thing that I acknowledge as a code is what Neely Fuller Jr. wrote in that book. You know what I'm saying? And like most people ain't even read that book. So like when it comes to quote unquote the whole idea of a code, like what is what is the
so I'm with
strength
you
and definitions of the actual code?
So I'm with you with the Neely Fuller of the code. Like what's gonna benefit Black people, Black Americans in general, Black Americans specifically. but like the code is the leader. And Charleston White knows this.
But here go my question. What's the difference between what Charleston White be saying about black people versus what Neely Fuller Jr. said about black people? How can Neely Fuller Jr. be on code when he be roasting? You know what I'm saying? Like Neely Fuller Jr. be going in. He don't go in a comedic way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, going on a podcast or nothing like that.
All right.
But like Neely Fuller Jr. be going in a similar way to Charleston White. Now Charleston White do it for entertainment. You know what I'm saying? And he getting
right. Then that's the answer.
That's the answer. But I mean, it's really not though. If he's making a statement, the only thing that matters, what matters is what's being said true or is what's being said false. So if you have a situation where Charleston White said something and he said something, you know, for comedy relief, right? And Neely Fuller Jr. said something, but he said it for, you know, education purposes or for building purposes. If both things that are said are the exact same thing and they're true, to me, the issue would be to deal with the problem. If it's an actual problem, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care that, because the whole idea behind Charleston White saying
I don't care who said it as long as it's true.
Yeah, as long as it, well, not only as long as it's true, is how do you, if it is true, right? Once we, because, you know, Charleston White said, but that's why I had brought up the Bitcoin thing, because everybody know that Bitcoin used to be like the grimy criminal, you know what I'm saying, currency that criminals use for money laundering. You know what I'm saying? It's probably been more box bought with Bitcoin than it had been with United States dollars. But again, this is Charleston White just saying anything. So my thing is, like, Charleston White is somebody that'll just say anything to try to get a reaction out of people, right? His goal is to control you by saying something to get a reaction. And the thing is that it works every single time.
That's my
every
time
Charleston White say something, everybody fly off the hand. Like, instead of Charleston White controlling people, I think that people should control Charleston White. But I don't think that, but like, most people don't have a locus of control though. So they sit back and wait for the punch. So then they could, like, the person who punched them first is the one that control the fight. You see what I'm saying? So Charleston White doing a lot of punching first, and he controlling the fight.
And knowing nobody gonna go get him.
And I mean, to me, I mean, is he really? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, is he really worth going to get? And from what I hear, one of the things that got him the way that he is because, from what I understand, he used to be like a community advocate and he used to do all this stuff.
That's what I'm saying. He used to be.
But like, yeah, he used to be.
But now he's talking about
what happened was his people didn't make him great.
Yeah, so
nobody
he created
cared about
his
him
avatar.
talking the crazy shit. And the thing is that, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, the world is correct. At some point,
he was doing crazy shit too, though.
But at some point, he realized, doing this positive shit, trying to make a difference, I'm not resignating.
Yeah, he didn't get enough support when he was doing the positive shit.
I don't even know if it's
Charleston was out there. Charleston was out there beating, like, Charleston was out there, like, beating the drum, like Afro Elite, like Alpha, you know, Black Alpha and shit.
How did he
started cooning?
Is that what happened though? What made him a coon?
I don't know, but he started cooning.
I'm telling you what did. The people that he tried to support said, "Fuck you, nigga. We got better shit to do." That's what happened. That's what happened
to all of us, though, don't it?
Right.
That don't make us turn into coons, though.
But why is it happening though?
No, but it happens. That doesn't make us turn into coons,
but
though.
Why does it happen? It happens because the people
are not on code.
No, they're not on code, bro. They don't. The reality is that they don't care. You see what I'm saying?
Look, hey, Rob, look, when you the Civil War, right? Or the Revolutionary War. You go back to that, right? It was only 10% on each side. 10% of the population was on each side.
You talking about 10% of the slaves, or
no,
10% of the population of America?
Yeah. Like, all right, so the Civil War, it was 10% of the abolitionists, the 10% of the people that didn't want slavery. Right.
It should have been 100% of the slaves that didn't want slavery, and it should.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying though is, look, Rob, do you know cerulean? You remember Cerulean?
No.
Cerulean Gray?
I ain't familiar.
Yeah, hoorah and all that. Kid Gravity knows him and all of that. But like
is he like a social media influencer?
Yeah, he was back in the day. Like back when I was in Fargo. I didn't know you when I was in Fargo, did I?
How long ago?
Like 3-4 years ago.
Nah,
I told you when I came back to Illinois, Rob. I told you what I came back from Fargo from. One white supremacist down, right? I told you I'd beat the case, right?
Nah, you ain't tell me about that.
Oh yeah, I beat the case. I had to shoot a white supremacist.
You better not say nothing.
No, I had to shoot a white supremacist. I beat the case.
Like that. I wouldn't.
It was self-defense. It was self-defense.
Make sure you do that.
It was self-defense.
You don't want to put yourself out there.
I beat the case in North Dakota. I knew Cerulean then. I knew, man, even your boy KJ was around there. He remembered me.
Who?
Like, I told you. I ain't gonna say it again. KJ.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he understands, like, man, shit. If I share my screen. But like, no, like my lightning thing and everything, like all of that came from my guy back in Minnesota.
You said what you got? You said your lightning?
Yeah, the CRU reality lightning.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You know what I be when I be streaming?
Yeah. I don't
know if you check out my streams too much or whatever.
Oh, I thought you was talking about like the image, like your profile picture.
Yeah. I got a CRU reality. It's a lightning thing.
I didn't know you streamed. I gotta check your streams out.
You tripping, right?
I don't even be like nowadays. I don't even be on YouTube all like that anymore.
But none of us check out anybody else's streams.
I'll be checking.
That's why I don't have no time to stream because I be busy with your streams.
No, I be checking people's streams out. I haven't been on YouTube. It's probably like in the last since my BLR2 account, I had to hide it. I haven't really been on YouTube all like that. That's the account that I used to use to watch YouTube. I don't really be on there now like that.
I only be on YouTube to support y'all. You get me?
Hey man, I appreciate it.
Like I got YouTube accounts. $2 here, $5 here. I'm paying for, you know what I mean, to support y'all. But I would rather just give y'all the money. Man, like I did feel yearly.
I would rather people get themselves right. Like, man, get paid, get some crypto, get rich off of this Trump presidency, and do what you want to do for the rest of your life and enjoy.
Hey, so you know when I bought that crypto like 2 weeks ago, the crypto fee.
Yeah,
I got that back, and then I just cashed out like $30 or whatever.
You cashed it out already?
I cashed out $30 because I didn't get paid yet, so I needed some money. You get me? But I didn't lose no money. Like I broke even. Like straight up, I broke even because I bought that shit 2 weeks ago at 88,000. What? How low was it? It was low. It was like 92,000, 80,000. Right. So I bought it. Remember, I was on your stream like 2 weeks ago, and I bought a little bit of crypto. And then now I cashed it out, and it's like I'm breaking even. Like, man, look, I'm finna put some more in it. Hey, I just got hired back at my job. Remember I got laid off, Rob?
Yeah. They told me
I gotta go take a drop on Monday.
Oh, for real shit. That's what's good.
I need to borrow some of your piss.
Oh wow.
Bro. I don't care. So I'm saying I don't give away my piss. I ain't trying to be funny, man. I'm gonna sound fucked up.
I'm just fucking with you. I got it.
I was about to say I only give the BFs to, you know what I'm saying? I only give the BFs to females.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? No offense,
Hey,
Brooklyn
but you
Queen. No
know,
offense.
hey, I'm back at
hey.
work, bro. I'm back at work.
That's good. That's good shit. You know what I'm saying? Get that overtime in.
It would take a lot to offend me. We good.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate people that got a sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? Because I'll be having a sense of humor. You know what I'm saying?
I'm finna tell everybody at the job they need to holler at Rob.
Nah, don't tell them that shit because I'm gonna lose my patience with their asses. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about like buying the damn Bitcoin and shit.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm like, I mess with y'all about it. I was dead serious, bro. Like when I said like the only people that I'm dealing with as far as like any of that, like I do streams for y'all, you know what I'm saying, the people that come to the streams and shit like that. But as far as like talking to other people and telling people other shit about other people stuff about that shit, man, I'm cool with that shit. I'm done with that shit, bro.
You sound like
I'm on my Charleston White shit. I'm on my Charleston White shit.
Hey Rob, you sound like my boy, right? My boy said when we went up to where we went to in Michigan, he said, "Don't tell nobody about that shit." I told everybody about that shit.
Nah, I'm telling.
Nah, I ain't tell everybody. I just told my people.
I'll be
he was like,
yo,
"Damn, you told everybody about this shit."
I'll be like, yo, yeah, I'm the nigga that people talk about that shit, but like I ain't telling nobody no more. I ain't doing that. Like if you're not somebody that's in our Discord or somebody that be on the YouTube channel, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Like you might want to go holler at a consultant or something, because like, man, I'm cool on that shit. I'm on my Charleston White shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like people can't expect somebody to sit there and try to help people or try to give people solutions to particular shit, and it just gets rejected. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to hear that shit, and it's like you can either continue beating your head against the wall or you can just acknowledge the reality. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers ain't interested in this shit. That's what's good. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm gonna just do what I do, and I'm gonna deal with like-minded people. It's the reality.
You talking my name?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the reality of shit. Motherfuckers they're not really into that shit. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna go to the extent, you know what I'm saying, of Charleston White and just go ham and go bonkers on people. But you know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is like, you know, people never do any type of introspection about how nonchalant and disrespectful they are at rejecting people's efforts of actually trying to hand them a crutch. And I don't think that everybody got to take that shit the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm justified in my reaction to how I feel about that shit. And to me, you know, like I might not like the stuff that Charleston White say in a lot of cases, right? But like at the same time, though, I don't feel that I'm in a particular situation to judge Charleston White, because I don't feel like it's really Charleston White in that situation that need to be judged. I'm trying to figure out how somebody doing pro bono community work for you, you know what I'm saying, you don't support them and shit. And I'm trying to figure out what's the timeline on somebody supposed to accept rejection. How long is somebody supposed to accept that shit?
That part.
You know what I'm saying? I think that it's a self-limiting expiration date on that shit. And if you the person that's experiencing that, you basically determine at what point when you want to, you know what I'm saying, when you want to shut down the operation. So, you know what I'm saying? Like the way that I look at it is Charleston White shut down his operation. People listening to him now. They listening to the toxic shit that he's saying. Listen, you got think about how Charleston White got to feel. Charleston White got to turn around and sit and be like, "Yo, these motherfuckers listen to the toxic, stupid shit that
Charleston White has no feelings.
It don't matter though, bro. He got to sit there and think like, these motherfuckers listen to the toxic, stupid ass shit that I was saying. But when I was actually in the trenches trying to do shit, motherfuckers wasn't paying me no fucking attention. Right. Now the thing is that I don't
think Charleston White thinks about that.
I don't think that people that take people like Charleston White for granted when they trying to do something good for them, I don't think them people got feelings. You know what I'm saying? I don't think them people got feelings. And then they expect, like, you supposed to just slap somebody all up and down, you know what I'm saying, and just not pay attention to them, not support them and shit like that. And then it's still supposed to be an open embrace. Charleston White supposed to just run with open arms and love the people that just said, nigga, fuck your efforts and what you doing. That's not how the world work, man. Ain't nobody about to
But
sit there and take
Charleston
that shit
said
like
the
that
same
long
thing
term.
about Charleston said the same thing about Black Americans.
But what I'm saying is that the people that he's talking about now, those are the people that rejected all of his efforts and all of that community work he was trying to put in.
The people he's talking about are FBA.
And they, but a large majority of the FBA people rejected him when he was trying to do positive shit.
Okay, I get you.
You know what I'm saying?
Some of us come from families like that. So
yeah. So my question is, at what point is somebody supposed to just continue to keep getting slapped down before they start slapping somebody back? You know what I'm saying?
I got a shotgun for you. We don't slap people back.
But I'm just saying.
We got shotguns.
But I'm just saying. So this is what I'm saying. Like when people be talking about like all these coons and all this shit, that's why I always be asking the question, well, what makes a coon? What makes a coon? How did this motherfucker become a coon? If you look into every single coon's background, a lot of the coons always used to be extreme. Either they would be extreme liberal shills or they would be extreme pro-blacks. And you'd be like, how did this person go from like
that's like the nigga with the dreads that be fucking a white girl, right?
Who is that?
There's
a lot of niggas with dreads.
Like you just said, it'd be a extreme nigga with dreads. That be the nigga with dreads that be fucking with a white girl. I used to be that nigga. I used to be that nigga.
They're no longer a symbol of consciousness now. So, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, regardless of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is, back to the Charleston White thing though, what is somebody supposed to do when somebody repeatedly says no? I mean, my thing is like, why? This is what I'm saying, right? So Charleston White say something disrespectful, right? But here go my question. How disrespectful is motherfuckers to tell Charleston to treat Charleston White like your time that you have in your life that you have so little of that you decided to take, part of it and do volunteer work and advocate for us? Your life is so worthless that we take that shit for granted, and basically it's like, fuck you, nigga. So he can say this offensive ass shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the waste of his time is meaningless. It's nothing. His time don't mean shit. It's like, to me, I don't understand that. You know
so he's wasted his life. I'm sorry, I got hiccups.
No, you good.
I got hiccups. I think we're good. We're good. Charleston White is fucked up. We're better than that.
Well, my question is, again, how is Charleston White fucked up for reacting to being rejected, for trying to be, I guess, like, I don't know, like all the stuff that Charleston White was doing before he flipped and created his internet personality?
He got rejected because he's a coon.
No, he didn't get rejected because he's a coon. He's getting backlash now because he was a coon. He wasn't cooning before when he was doing all that community shit. Or is that what cooning is considered?
No. Back in the day, well, I guess we didn't know about him. I'm sorry.
How did nobody not know about him when he was there at the city council meetings and doing all that shit?
No, I'm saying we as a collective didn't know about him.
That's what I'm saying. How did they? He was in the city council meetings that get recorded. He was doing advocacy work, doing shit for people at prisons and shit. There's a lot of niggas in prison. You mean to tell me that he only came at nighttime when niggas was asleep?
Rob, so the same way, you was calling out crypto and ain't nobody know about you. You get me? Nobody knew about you when you was calling out the crypto.
And I'm not taking
you wasn't big enough at the time.
I'm not taking Charleston White's side, but what I'm saying is that no, but what I'm saying is I'm not taking Charleston White's side, but I feel where he's coming from. And I'm, as far as the crypto shit go, like I said, shout out to my people in the chat. Shout out to the people that fuck with the Discord. They locked in, but I'm not on no crusade to save motherfuckers with crypto. Them days is done. When I said I was done with that shit, bro, I'm dead serious.
Here's the thing though, Rob. If you know your thing, like you know it, like Charleston White knew his thing back then, do you even care what the hell we're saying?
Me personally, no, I don't give a fuck what nobody's saying, bro. At all. The only person that I care about what they saying is me. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't care what Ray Gunn is saying, reality, me.
You locked in. You're part of the crew.
No,
You know
but I am the crew because that's my name. But what I'm saying is,
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, you part of us. You know what I'm saying? You one of the, you know what I'm saying, people that fuck with the channel. Anybody that don't fuck with the channel, like you remember that shit? No new friends and all that shit. Yeah. Ain't no new friends. They're like, this is it. The little people. Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. The people that come in here, the people that fuck with us. I'm not on no crusade, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like right here, this is a little effort, a little collective effort between maybe 10, 15 people. That's it, because it's 10 to 15 people that showed that they want to, you know what I'm saying, try to do something. That's it. I'm not chasing people around. Like when I say I embrace villainy and I do that shit for real, like I'm for real with that shit. Motherfuckers want to be broke. Hey, enjoy being broke.
Embrace villainy and watch Foundation.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. That shit sounds like a good ass show.
Like I'm telling you, the leaders are called Empire. You call granddaddy, you call son, you call middle daddy. Call them Empire.
Let me hit Win Lose a Rug super chat. Shout out to you, bro. Win Lose a Rug said it ain't what people want. Facts. This is that. Shout out to you, bro. Let me hit this drop real quick, and then I'm gonna explain what I'm about to say.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Facts. Shout out to Carlton Crazy, bro. Stop going to the blood bank to buy crypto, bro. Carlton about to be lightheaded. He about to start making typos and shit.
Get your orange juice and your crackers, Carlton.
Right. But this is what I'm saying though. And shout out to Win Lose a Rug, because Win Lose a Rug get it. It's not what people want. Listen, bro. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't chase anybody. You know what I'm saying? I don't chase females. I don't chase people. I don't chase adults. I don't chase no jobs. The only thing that I do chase is like that song saying in the beginning of the live stream. I chase paper. You know what I'm saying? That's about it. So, I'm gonna throw something out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I got a formula. You know what I'm saying? And this formula works. It's been tried and tested. I got people that know me since back in the day that fuck with me in the chat. They can tell you, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, people complain about their situations. I can't hold people's hands and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they don't want to do it, I take the action as the answer and I keep it pushing. And I don't have no qualms with that. I don't feel sorry. It ain't no going back. It ain't no I'm gonna think about it later. Nah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, once it's done, it's done. And it's done. That shit done. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is that, like I said, I wouldn't go on no crusade and, go all in on, you know what I'm saying, just, be doing that shit that Charleston White was doing. Not so much maybe because I might feel a certain kind of way, right? But like, that's something that my dad taught me, you know what I'm saying, never to do. You know what I'm saying? So more so really for real, to be honest, out of respect to my dad, I wouldn't do no shit like that. More so than out of respect to, you know what I'm saying, anybody else and shit like that. But like, I think that people should be allowed their outcomes. You can't really be and I think that might be a mistake that a lot of people that do go that route and they flip out and become coons, or they flip out and get all angry, you know what I'm saying, and start, saying, things that might not be, you know what I'm saying, like the best things to say. I think that they get to the point where like they might have tried so hard to like make certain changes. They don't embrace the facts that like they deny reality too. Like they deny the reality that the people that they try to help ain't really looking for help. And they get upset and they get hurt by it. And like what you see like with Charleston White, like that's somebody that's hurt. And I ain't saying that to downplay it, like how people be like, oh, who hurt you? Who hurt you? I ain't saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like now, when I go in on Charleston White and talk crazy about Charleston White, you know what I'm saying? I go in on him and talk crazy about him. But like I'm not talking crazy about him right now. Like I'm being 100% honest. Like I think Charleston White, he probably would never admit it, but he probably is really irritated because he probably really genuinely wanted to make a difference. And that shit didn't matter. And the fact that he was willing to give up his time and his effort and his energy to try to do what the idea of what you're told is the right thing, and people just spit in your face about it, that makes a villain, bro. That makes a Joker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That
was
makes
his
Two-Face.
arc.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That makes the Lex Luthor. So then people will be like, yo, he just saying this and he just saying that. He just coming at us. It's always a story. And a lot of times people don't really like telling the story. You know what I'm saying? And people should. That's why I always ask the question, well, what made these coons? How did these coons get made? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like he was doing everything. I'm sorry to cut you off. I ain't
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, you good. Go ahead.
It's like he was doing everything pro bono for the culture, for the community. And now he created this caricature and y'all paying him.
They make it make sense.
What are we talking about?
And you know he got to be sitting there looking, you know, every day he probably looks at his social media account. He probably is just like, this is unbelievable. When I was actually embracing and doing things, no one was listening to me. But now I act a fool and wear Confederate flags and everybody listens to me. It's gotta be mind-blowing. See, I couldn't do it, man. Like I could get as irritated as I want to. I can't go off the ledge like that. You know what I'm saying? But some people can though.
Yeah.
Some people can. You know what I'm saying?
And at the end of the day, he probably takes all that shit off and goes about his business. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really think it's all an act with him. Me personally, I just think it's all an act. So, y'all, they're paying him. I'm not paying him.
No, me neither. You know what I'm saying? But like I just said, like to me, you know, I mean personally, like I don't really care what Charleston White say all like that. I think sometimes he be funny, sometimes he not. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, I mean, I don't know what to say. Charleston White ain't the only person that got a story like that. Why is it so many stories like that? See, to me, Charleston White, you know, he do say some things that's problematic, but the actual problem is why is there so many Charleston White stories out there? That's the bigger issue. And to me, what that shows is that, you know, like people, they don't really want what they say that they want. How can somebody read the Bitcoin white paper and know everything that Bitcoin is about and Bitcoin represents and not be down with that shit? Especially if you one of us. Or you call yourself one of us. You know what I'm saying? The financial system, in my opinion, has probably done us the worst here in the United States out of any group of people. And we supposed to, what? Sit around and wait for some dollars with other slave masters' names on it? I'd rather some dollars that got 0 zeros and break down into Satoshis that I know are going to appreciate and actually try to appreciate at an ascending value to run away from the debt that was created, you know what I'm saying, by our cultural experience here, than petition to the people that got all the money from that, you know what I'm saying, genocidal labor to decide on maybe they want to do something or not. I got an internal locus of control. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta take control of the situation. I can't have my fate hanging in the balance, you know what I'm saying, of what some people that already have proved themselves decide on doing. We already seen what they decided on doing before if they left to their devices. You know
Every time.
I'm not willing to negotiate with terrorists, just like they say. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm dead serious about that shit. Like I'm hardcore about that. When people be saying they like they racist up front. Nah, you know what I'm saying? I like my racists with embalming fluid in them. You know what I'm saying?
In the coffin.
Yeah. With earthworm eyewear. You know what I'm saying? That's the only acceptable form of one. You know what I'm saying? And so, and like, see, like to me, like sometimes I find myself, I'll be like, yo, I sound more radical than radical people sound. How radical is these radicals? I don't know if the radicals is actually that radical.
No, they're not radical enough.
Yeah, I think the radicals, the people that present as radicals, I think that's actually they're a new form of politician for real, for real. To me, somebody that, you know what I'm saying, like if you really got a problem with the way that the world is, the moment you find out about some shit like Bitcoin, you automatically that's it. That's it right there. Like I said, when I found out about Bitcoin, I did a little bit of research. It took me about 3 days to say, this is it right here. This is it. And I was on board with the shit all the way. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think Ray fell asleep.
Probably.
Yeah, my man fell asleep. Ray, you still there? Look, I'm yelling like I'm actually at a door. That shit ain't gonna make no difference. Look, like, hey, you like, man, come on, like we gonna like, this shit ain't even gonna matter. The volume gonna be up to what it is. Like, just oh man, that's hilarious. But that's interesting though. You know what I'm saying? Like the you know, just like the dynamics of certain shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why, you know what I'm saying, like me and TD, we was doing the little podcast show, the What Makes a Coon shit.
Right.
Because it's interesting the stories behind there, you know what I'm saying, like the untold origin stories of the coons. You know how they had the Marvel TV show about the villains and shit, and like they had one episode about the Penguins, and you know what I'm saying, they had another episode about the Joker, Jack Napier, and all that shit. They need to have a TV show called Coons and have a little origin story about every notorious coon in history. How this motherfucker become a coon, and then make a documentary, show the objective documentary of everything that happened.
Yep. And we could use that NVIDIA video maker. Come up with a whole bunch of movies.
Right.
Mini docs. So yeah. Right. And I also believe like a lot of the quote unquote black family thing story.
You said what? Say it kind of cut out. My bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of the black sheeps of the family, they all have the same story too.
Yeah. A lot of black sheep of the family, a lot of oldest children in the family. You know what I'm saying? The oldest child a lot of times end up being a black sheep. You know what I'm saying? And it's just interesting.
Yeah. It's wild, man.
And and to me, if people want to solve the quote unquote problem of coons, you're not gonna solve the problem of coons by dealing with individual coons. You have to deal with the process that creates coons. This is what I'm saying about how I don't believe that people are serious about this type of stuff. As much as people talk about like quote unquote systems and system of white supremacy and all this stuff, nobody ever does like a system analysis. Like that's an actual such thing as a system analysis. You know what I'm saying? Like they do this at businesses to see how processes create, you know, quality products on a assembly line and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Nobody assesses this quote unquote system, because out of the system, many different things are produced. One of the things that's produced are coons. So it's easier to just deal with the coon on an individual basis. I'm gonna just coon, and just keep repeating the word coon until it doesn't mean shit anymore. Or I could actually deal with the system issue. Well, what's the system issue? What is the process that keeps producing coons? I think it's many different processes that produce coons. It's a lot of different processes that produce coons. But I think one of the main processes that produces coons is over-identification and then rejection.
Yeah, lack of support.
lack of support. You know what I'm saying? So I think that, you know, people should when people are actually genuinely trying to address something that they see as a problem or something that people have stated as a problem, you know, instead of taking people for granted, or instead of acting like just, you know, at your leisure, you can listen to what somebody has to say, despite the fact that they're taking their hard-earned, precious time out to try to provide some effort to help people. Actually be appreciative. Actually show some interest. Or be 100% honest and just say, I'm not interested in this. I appreciate what you're doing, but what you're doing is not for me. You know what I'm saying?
That part.
If somebody would tell me, yo, I appreciate the crypto streams, Rob. When you get back into the other content, I'll be around. I just don't fuck with that crypto shit. Hey, you know, I try to be like, yo, you know, you're missing out on a lot of free money. But I mean, if that's what you, if that's what you do, if that's what you like, you know what I'm saying? I guess I'll see you when I do some other content. Be honest about the shit. But see, we deal with situations where people can't be honest, and they can't tell the whole story. And to me, I don't know how where does that get dealt with at?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it don't get dealt with. And so it just continues. And then it just continues. I could just flip out like Charleston. Why just flip out, start acting crazy and shit? Oh, that nigga Rob just snapped. You know what I'm saying? He just act crazy and shit. You know what I'm saying? He just went in on us and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yada, yada, yada. Is that because that's exactly what happened. That's the story.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. No need to ask me any questions. Y'all got it. That's what it is. That's what happened. Or is that what happened?
Yeah.
You let motherfuckers tell it. That's what happened.
Yeah. And not without, you know, saying too much. I know when I tried to deal with certain things just within my own family, I got met with a lot of hostility. I'm like, what the fuck?
Man, see,
Where does this hostility come from? We're trying to heal some shit. We're trying to, you know, sort out shit. We're trying to clear some shit out. We're trying to move past shit.
Right.
And y'all mad at me? Oh, all right. All right.
See, like, back in the, see, like, it's funny, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think you get to a point of evolution until you evolve again, or until like something changes. A lot of places where I am right now, I didn't think that I would ever be. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest, like, I don't know where I'm going. You know what I'm saying? I used to I would try to fight. I try to like plead my case. I don't do that shit no more. Like nowadays, I don't even care no more. Like when I say that I'm like, see, like, and that's one thing about me. Like, I've always been dead ass serious. Like, I'm a very serious person. You know what I'm saying? So like when I say that, like, I'm done with this shit, I'm for real. Like, that's it. The line has been cut. Y'all are it. You know what I'm saying? Now people be like, oh, yo, you know, we saw how you did this. No, I mean, if you saw, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should have did something while you saw. Like, it ain't no games here. Ain't nobody playing here. I don't have, like, my life is limited. My life is a finite amount of time that I have to enjoy myself on the planet. And that's what I plan on doing. I'm going to break bread with the people that support me and been rocking with me. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and that's it. I ain't got time for shit else. I'm going to do whatever else I want to.
Yeah, that's real talk. And I so feel you on that, because I would much rather give my support here. I would much rather give my money here in this group right here. Show how much I appreciate y'all here.
Well,
because
and you know, and it's never, just so y'all know, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's never a matter of money. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I was on YouTube for like at least 3 years, and you know what I'm saying, like, before I ever even got a super chat. And like, the thing is that it's all greatly appreciated. But if y'all didn't, you know what I'm saying, like, financially support the channel, I still mess with y'all. Because, like, man, I love cryptocurrency. I love the fact that y'all are interested in it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I talk about my little other topics, you know what I'm saying, at times, but I'm just happy that is some people that's actually trying to take advantage of all of the wealth that's about to be transferred and actually get get out and get away. Get out of
Yeah.
this motherfucking bullshit of having to waste your time every damn day, breaking your body down. You know what I'm saying? Like, think, like you gotta give your like, man. Who do these employers think they are? You got to give your best years to them. Your best years.
Yeah.
You'll never get them years again. You will never ever be 18 to 40 years old ever again. You got to waste it all so that some person that don't even ever lift a finger to work go on a vacation every damn month, and you can't even hardly put gas in your car. You got to
Yeah.
work 2 jobs, your body breaking down. You might not even have enough money for insurance. You got to give your whole entire physicality and your life to somebody that don't even ever see you. Man, fuck that shit. I don't understand how
Right.
anybody can possibly be okay with that. To me, that is the ultimate crime against humanity. I would do anything to get my youth back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Anything. I'm not, when I say anything, I'm dead. When I say anything, I ain't talking about no Diddy party, but I would do some pretty evil shit to get that part of my life back because I'll never have it again. So I'm willing to do whatever. It's that important to me. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And the fact that like so many people just give that up is I don't know if people really understand the urgency of their life, and this shit just bothers me, but I can't do anything about it. But I know how it makes me feel about my situation, and that's the reason why I'm so driven. I don't want to give any more of my good health to anything other than what I want to do. And I think that everybody should
Same
be able
here.
to, at least, at the very least, take aim and go for trying to get that type of autonomy so that you can be the determinant and you can be the boss of your own circumstances. Fuck waking up at 7 o'clock to go do some shit for somebody else that's living in a fucking 10-bedroom mansion and they got a fucking 2-floor parking deck as their garage and still, you know what I'm saying, have a limo driver and shit. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should be able to have a good life and enjoy their life. Nobody
Absolutely.
who has that type of resources is of any more worth or any higher human value than anybody else. And the fact that society just falls in line and thinks that they should just, we should just be a machine and shit.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, bro. You're
You know what I'm saying?
absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, don't ask no questions. Just go to work. Just do the 0101 shit. Be a number. You know what I'm saying? And then come home. You come home. You're in such a bad mood from being overworked and unappreciated at work that you go home. You give your best to these fucking pieces of shit at these employers that don't even pay shit. You know what I'm saying? You're so drained from that. When you get home to the people that you love, you can't even interact with them appropriately because you're so fucking mad from work that you interact with the people that you actually love the way that you are working for the people at work. If you come
Yeah.
home and you got an attitude, you angry at your family and shit as a result of work, you know that you'll get fired from work for being that way. But you won't get fired from your family because your family loves you. But you treat your employer the way that you're supposed to treat your family because you got to work every damn day. Because the resources are distributed, you know what I'm saying, unequally.
Yeah.
And people just okay with that. Like that shit's normal. And it's like you got the whole struggle of first trying to get people to realize that this shit's not normal. Then the second part of the struggle is, like, wake up, man. You can actually do something about your own circumstance. And each of those is equally challenging to get people to realize. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then, you got the, you have the conditioning, the long-term conditioning of, well, you got to go to work. You got to find a job. Like, no, you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to go to work. You don't have to find a job. You could start a business. You could be a contractor. It's a lot of brothers, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of brothers that drive trucks. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to them. At least they control their job and they own their damn truck. Like, that's something to be applauded. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Shout
Yeah,
out to
my
Lil
nephew did
Referral.
that.
My bad. Go ahead. Yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to your nephew. That's what's good. That's a spirit of entrepreneurship. Like, he should do that. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Oh man, like it just sometimes this shit just I get irritated. I get really irritated. It's one of the reasons why, like, man, I'm so going hard on this crypto shit. I count this shit down. Like, man, when I be telling y'all I'm OCD, like I'm serious, man. I'm OCD. I be counting how many potential, if everything goes naturally, I count like potentially the amount of years that I have left. Then I like compensate for like a possible disease. You know what I'm saying? I might get like some, as you get older, you start, you know what I'm saying, your metabolism starts to fail and shit. How many actual good, enjoyable years do I have? And you know what I'm saying? Like the clock is ticking for most of us, especially if you know what I'm saying, you over 40. You know what I'm saying? You at that half, you're at the halving.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's real tough.
You know what I'm saying? Like you're at the halving, you're at the human halving, you know what I'm saying? So the clock started ticking. Like Carlton said, that Super Mario Brothers music started playing when it's only 99 seconds left on the clock. You know what I'm saying? So like it's like, okay, like I got to get some shit in order, man. It's some shit that I want to do. I want to go on tours. I want to travel. I want to see the world. You know what I'm saying? I want to do some shit that rich people do. So I got to get myself rich.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Travel's like number one on my list.
Facts. I want to just wait. Listen, I want to wake up and I want to drink an alcoholic beverage when I wake up. I want to drink some vodka and orange juice when I wake up with some scrambled eggs and shrimp. Because I can.
Yeah,
at 7 o'clock in the
mimosa.
morning. Yeah, and a mimosa. I want to do that shit just because I can. Oh, you shouldn't do that. I can do whatever I want to. You know what I'm saying? I'm a billionaire. I can do whatever I want to. That's what I want to be on.
Yep. Oh, I can't wait.
I'm telling you, me neither.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so laser focused with that shit. I don't understand how anybody could not, how people wouldn't want that. Just because I can't understand it, that don't mean that it's right. It's not up to me to force somebody to want to, you know what I'm saying, to want the same results that I want. And I realize that I'm reasonable about that. But I'm always curious though, why do people say that they have an issue if they don't? Why do people talk about they have an issue with resource distribution and wealth if you truly don't have an issue with it? Because everybody will say action speaks louder than words. And if you ask me, action speaks louder than words and inaction speaks louder than action. You know what I'm saying?
That's been proven.
Mm-hmm. So
it's definitely been proven.
Yeah, it has. So one of the things that I've learned is that I don't just assume that I have the same dilemmas as other people. I don't assume that I relate to other people just because somebody may say something similar to me. See, before, like, I used to actually think that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was telling Carlton, you know what I'm saying? Like, Carlton was like, if I can figure out crypto, then anybody can figure out crypto. Nah, bro, don't sell yourself short, bro. It's not true. You figured out crypto. You doing well. You know what I'm saying? With your adjustment, with your investments and looking into research, but never ever give somebody credit that they can do something just because you can do it, because that's not true. You do what you do because you're you. Somebody else may not do that shit. They might not be capable. Don't sell yourself short. Anybody may be able to do what we do, but are they doing it? If they're not doing it, then they can't do it.
Yeah.
If they could do it, then they would.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, it is what it is. I tell you, man, I tell you what, it's gonna be. I can't wait to December 31st. Is all I gotta say.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's gonna be. It's almost at this point with as far as like crypto and all that goes. It's almost like there would have to be like an extreme catastrophe for everything that's on the horizon to not work out at least 75%. It's almost like everything is just laid out perfectly right there for everything to just work. It's almost to the like I'm lightweight. Like now, what's going on is like now I'm starting to get like this shit is all. Nothing has ever worked out like this. It's too much shit working out.
Yeah, and then that shit start playing in the head. Like, all right, now,
right? You know what I'm saying?
I need to make a contingency plan.
right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like Ripple that shit just went up to $4. Like, what? I'm saying Bitcoin, that shit just went up to motherfucking $100,000. What? All this shit just randomly going up to $100,000. Motherfucking wallet them doubled twice. What the? I'm starting to get. It's too much shit lining. This is the type of shit where too much shit is lining up the right way to where like a catastrophe happens.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and you shouldn't even be like on that level of paranoia. But I'm not gonna lie, like I am. I'm on that level of paranoia. Because you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I a lot of stuff in my life has not worked out the way that, you know what I'm saying, like I wanted it to. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm not really sold on shit working out. So I kind of get scared when a whole bunch of shit start working out. Because usually a sign of some impending doom or some impending catastrophe is a lot of shit working out consecutively. It's almost like it's like this exchange system that happens. Like, okay, there's some really bad shit gonna happen to you down the line. So we're gonna make up for it by the next 10 things that you do is gonna work out perfect. I swear it seems like that's how that shit is written into my life. You know what I'm saying? So I start seeing like Trump making a strategic reserve, Bitcoin go up to $100,000, Ripple go up to 50, Cardano go up to $1. Why is all this shit? Don't nothing ever work out in my life? All this shit with crypto is working out. This shit all is lining up. I'll be scared. Man, when I tell you I'll be so careful, I'm so careful and cautious with everything I do. I'll be trying to not make like it's just because it's just like it's too much shit lining up the right way. I'm scared.
Yeah, well, it's just like when you first found it and you did your research. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I was listening to you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. And that feeling that you felt when you read that white paper and you was like, this is it. That's, to me, in my opinion, that's the same feeling that you still have to like fall back into, if that makes sense. Like, this is your plan. You put this plan in motion. So you got to find comfort in that. And like,
I agree. I think it's just I think it's just me because like I'm a very paranoid. Like I'm one of them people that's like when I say like I'm OCD, I'm an OCD extremist. Like I'm for real, like I'm one of them people that super be having my T's crossed and I's dotted. Like I'm one of them type of people, like anything that you ask for, like you'd be like, oh, you know what? I need one of these. Like I just whip that bad boy out of nothing. Like here, I got one right here. You ever met people like that? Like you be like this motherfucker's so paranoid, he has everything. Like that, like that's me. So like I'm so used to like just the worst of the worst luck. Like I've adopted this crazy paranoia and this crazy OCD. And it's funny because like as we do in the crypto and all the shit start to line up, that shit's starting to fuck with me. Like now I'm compiling on top of my existing paranoia and OCD to like super duper make sure that like everything is like fixed into place. to make sure that like the margin of error is down to like as low as possible.
Do you think it's because
of my personality and just life pattern.
Well, and all these things that you have tangible to you, you can control all that. Can't really control crypto aside from what you're putting into it.
Right.
So, but
Facts.
yeah, I think we're gonna be all right though. But I do feel you. I feel you on that because I'm used to having contingencies, So it's like, all right, if this shit don't work, I know it's gonna work, but if this shit don't work,
oh no, this shit is gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, based on the data, crypto is working out very well for people. Millionaires are being created from this stuff. No need to be scared. This is our time. Yeah, I agree. Facts. Shout out to Win Loser Rug said, same. I'm a probability man. I always expect something bad after I get too much good. This is the most confident I've ever felt. Yeah, facts. I always add that shit. I be like, man, I'd be like, I had this happen good, this happened good, this happened good, this happened good. Now I got to be some bad shit happen, so I got to be on the lookout. Look, you see Van Jones you see Vivek Ramaswamy about to dig Van Jones' eye out with his chin.
And you know what else too? And I'll just make this real quick point. And maybe this is also the adjustment period because again, in about a year, what will we have to worry about?
Right.
So just kind of resonating in that piece, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, like we're going to be there. There won't be nothing else to worry about. Bills, none of that shit.
Facts. Which is, oh man,
it's a process.
Oh yeah, it's just to me like I'll never. I don't know. This is one of the reasons why I think a lot of I don't think that there's. It's funny, man. Like I've always had this theory. I think that there's not as many actual people on the planet as we think that there are. I think that the world is somewhat animated. I don't think like all the billions of people that's on the planet. I don't think that all those people are actually people. I think it's a lot of actual NPCs in the world.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of NPCs. I think that maybe in the world there might be like actually maybe like 10,000 complete humans with like actual personalities, and everybody else just a robot. Everybody else is just like a biological robot.
Yeah.
With programming.
Drones. Yeah. Like B drones is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, they just program. They just walk through life. They're just there to be part of the scenery. But they're not an actual like to me like most people in the world are like just they're holograms. They're artificial people. You could tell because so many people don't have no personality. Like so many people in 2024 got a flat affect. Like what's wrong with you?
Very much. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. People should be aware of that. And honestly, that's another reason why I'm trying to do this shit with the crypto. Because honestly, like I really want to get away from the general population. I want to go far away somewhere. Like I want to move and find like a place in the middle of nowhere, set up shop, and live off the grid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the goal. Because all I do is really just work and go home. And try to figure out, I need to get away. I've done the peopling thing, and I'm done with that.
Yeah, man. Me too. I'm done. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to tell you, like when I be saying I'm done, I be so serious. Like man, I'm done. I'm so glad, you know what I'm saying, that y'all rock with me and we chop it up and we had these, you know what I'm saying, good conversations about crypto and, you know what I'm saying, like go over stuff in the market. Man, besides that, aside from y'all, man, hey, go on YouTube every now and then, make a little video, chop it up, you know what I'm saying, maybe drop something on some of the other channels. But like, I'm done, man. I'm done. You know?
Yeah. Speaking of which, I know you encourage us to start our own channels.
Yeah, you should start one.
Yeah, and I want to. I'm gonna hit up YouTube University and taking whatever information I need to take in from there. But I think one of the first ones I want to review is that stream that you did yesterday because it was really profound.
Oh, I appreciate it. It was only profound because y'all was there. You and Win Loser Rug set it off. I was just chilling. I was the podcast goat.
Yeah.
I was podcast goating it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that'll be my goal when I do my first video because I know we could like basically just do it off of our phones, but I do want to at least like look into some equipment just to see what I will need.
Yeah. No, I feel it. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I don't make the mistake that I made. This is gonna sound bad. This is gonna sound extremely bad, but it's true.
Okay.
Do not make the mistake that I made. When I first started YouTube and I bought all this equipment, good equipment. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if you got good equipment or not.
Okay.
Get you a Yeti. Yeah, get you a Yeti mic. Get you a decent gaming computer from Walgreens or not Walgreens, but Walmart or like Target or something. And that's all you need. Because like the thing is, I'm not trying to be funny. No one, as much as people should care about quality of content and no one cares about any of that shit. No one cares. You got to either find an audience that enjoys your content or you got to find people that rock with you. And you got to give them equal intensity and equal effort. But to go out the window and buy like crazy, don't buy no crazy equipment. Get you a little gaming laptop that's cheap from like Walmart. Get you a Yeti microphone. Get a decent set of earphones to either plug into or Bluetooth the microphone, and that's it. When I try to tell you, listen, no one, a lot of the people, they don't care about quality. They don't care.
Okay.
And you'll be so angry because you'll be like, damn, I just made all these dope ass videos and I put all these effects in this shit. And like, you know, I got this background. This shit is dope. Don't nobody even care. Nobody even care. I got all this shit. I got like a whole podcast studio. Nobody even care. I got lights, camera, action, yada, yada, yada. Nobody cares. A lot of this shit that I have it's just got clothing hanging on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I could have just got a laptop. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't. I tried to invest and create quality. The people that be watching us, they using a different scale. They using a different scale. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlson. They got a strange scale. They got a strange scale, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, once we get that paper, once we get that dough, oh yeah, just because I can, I'm gonna revamp my podcast studio. I'm gonna have a dope podcast studio with like 3 people watching the live stream, but that shit gonna be dope though. And then people gonna have to ask the question, man, this is like professional grade podcasting. Why is there only 3 people watching? I don't know. You tell me. I don't have an
that part. Yeah.
I don't have none of the answer. Tell me why motherfuckers don't want to get rich. I can't answer that one either.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna rack my brain on that one.
Right.
I'm not. But I've always appreciated your production because it is truth production.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I put a lot of effort in. You know what I'm saying? I try to my goal anytime I either conceptualize some content or I make some content, I try to make it as visually appealing, as information dense, and as value added as I possibly can for anybody who watches any of my content for any duration of time. That's my goal. That's my mission statement. You know what I'm saying? And I try to achieve that mission. Now, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. It's very few YouTubers that put that much thought into some into some shit.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? They just throw some video together or throw some stream together and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? I be putting little shit that people pay attention to or drop little hints about what I'm gonna talk about. You know what I'm saying? I try to have that shit where, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, you're thinking about it, engaging with it mentally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the music always prefaces whatever the podcast is going to be about. So yeah.
Yeah, like I try to put like that type of little like subliminal messaging in there, like, you know, or like, you know, with the animations that I design and stuff like that.
Yeah, those are always really good too.
Yeah, like I try because see, like, I just think that kind of, like, to me, like, I try to bring in all of the elements of appeal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to bring in, like, you know, some really good relevant content, and I try to like mix it with like the old vintage style, like, you know, like cartoons or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why I try to make the intros where the intros are always, at the very least, if they don't have a really good relatable song that's playing, I try to make it where the intros are like a cartoon that correlates with what the topic is talking about. Like the intros, like I got 4 different intros for Undocumented.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like they all kind of tell like a little story. And they kind of go along with like each video that I make. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I just try to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's another little element of entertainment. See, like if I actually had my way, you know what I'm saying? Like if I actually, like, you know, if YouTube would look out for me, like YouTube be looking out for other people, and my channel would actually, you know what I'm saying, get some movement or get some growth somewhere, I would have, y'all don't even know, man. I would have a whole, like, for one, it would never be the same intro every day. And for 2, every day, the intro and outro would be like a 5-minute actual cartoon. And Carlton said, I knew that was Carlton crazy. And Carlton said, like the monolith intro. Facts. I knew that was the one you was gonna say. Oh man, Carlton crazy, man. Carlton be having me rolling, man.
He's hilarious, for real.
Man, Carlton be having me dying laughing, man. Shout out to Eric. Eric said this is one of my favorite places to get crypto and life lessons. Yo, I appreciate it, bro. So I be getting life lessons from y'all and crypto lessons from y'all, for real. Like we chop it up and kick it over here, man. That's what we try to do. You know what I'm saying? But we chop it up and kick it in true nerd fashion. You know what I'm saying? And actually get something out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Not just frivolous kicking it. You know what I'm saying? Not just frivolous kicking it. Speaking of crypto, you know what I'm saying? Speaking of crypto, shout out to Eric for getting us back on topic. All right. Hey, I was actually pretty happy with the market today.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised. I didn't expect to see that. I thought it was going to go down a little bit more, but it was a nice little healthy rebound. I don't know if I'm confident enough to say that the cryptocurrency, the wallets, I don't know if I'm confident enough to say they'll double after inauguration, on inauguration, like in immediate, like, 10 days after the inauguration. I don't know if I'm confident enough to say that it'll double. I think that it might. I think that it might increase maybe 40%, the crypto prices. Our portfolios will have a 40% improvement, or we could just not even have any effect at all. I don't know which one is going to happen. I would like to see our portfolios double on inauguration day. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I really think it's going to be all in whatever he puts in his speech. Because they usually give a speech, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to say, never sell your Bitcoin.
Right. I love Clean Spark. It's so clean. So,
And Sparky.
And Sparky.
That's hilarious. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said we may see some crazy gains over the weekend. Look, as long as we don't see this type of gains over the weekend again, I'm good. I'll be if some gains look like that, I'm good on them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I want to see the crypto gains, not Myron gains.
Man, that dude there.
That's hilarious. Shout out to Eric Jenkins. Eric said your channel just showed up in my YouTube feed one day, and I ain't left. Yo, well, we glad to have you, bro. YouTube need to start doing that shit more often, man. Put my channel on some people's feeds and shit, so people can watch my shit. You know what I'm saying? Carlton said maybe he'll wear his orange tie to say his same color as Bitcoin. I can't guarantee he'll wear his orange tie, but I'm willing to bet you about 1,000 crow that he'll wear his orange skin. What you think?
For sure.
He gonna wear that Edgar suit and talk about Bitcoin and water. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Oh man, Melania gonna be like, "Oh Donald, what do you want? Bitcoin and water." Remember that? MAGA and water. You know what I'm saying? Remember that from Men in Black?
Oh gosh, yes. That's wow.
Man, the Edgar suit had me dying laughing. Edgar, the whole movie, Edgar was walking like he was holding in a turd the size of a Scud missile. His leg was straight. Like he looked like he was holding that shit in so heavy he couldn't even bend his knee or else something was gonna peek out.
Ooh. That shit was funny. Oh my god.
Hey man, there's times I had to do the Edgar walk before, man. I'd be stuck in the middle of somewhere and it's like the bathroom is like a mile away. I got to Edgar leg it all the way to the bathroom real quick. Oh man, your boy was doing an Edgar leg. If I had a crutch or a cane in the other hand, I'd have been out. Like, I gotta hurry up. Oh, you know
Have you ever seen that movie Rat Race?
No, who is in that?
It's like a star-studded movie. Oh my gosh, what's his name? I know Whoopi's in it. John Lovitz is in it. There's a bunch of different stars. But anyway, they were seen with John Lovitz, his family, and the daughter had to use the bathroom, and he wouldn't pull over because they was on this race to get some money from this bus locker, like in a bus depot. And she's like, "Well, I gotta go. I'm prairie dogging." And they were like, "What's prairie dogging?" So it's basically the same thing as the Edgar.
Yeah,
what Jesus was playing. It was so gross. Oh, it was so gross.
That's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. Man, that is hilarious, man. That is hilarious. Yeah, man, I'm telling you though, after December 31st, once we hit these goals, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, man. I still have places that I want to go and I want to get to. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you know, I think that I want everybody to be like, in a good place. And then like after everybody come down from being in a good place, then it'd be like, let's talk business for real. Like, let's talk liquidity for real and like form this shit like Voltron. You know what I'm saying? Like enjoy, you know what I'm saying? Like enjoy what you made, enjoy your hard work that you had over the last year. Once you've gotten all that enjoyment and all of that, realizing all the hard work that you did and how it paid off, once all that has settled and you now are into a normal life, let's reconvene and set even bigger goals. You know what I'm saying? And like,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm glad you said that too, because
no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
oh,
listening to
okay.
you.
I'm sorry. I think I got a delay. But so like you could read the summaries as you scroll up on crypto.com when you're looking at that graph screen with the crypto. And you know, they always talk about, oh, you know, like this one's an open source protocol that people can use for and so on and so forth. And I'm like, okay, are we going to tap into those as far as like whatever industries that we're looking to build?
Oh yeah, I would definitely be down. I'm down for whatever suggestions that y'all have. I'm down. Like I'm down to do it.
Yeah, because I know we'll have to like narrow shit down for real, because there's just so many of them. But yeah, like, yeah, that's basically it. I was just curious.
Yeah, man. Listen, whatever. Listen, this is my value proposal. We gonna hit our goal. You're gonna enjoy life with your goal, with the winnings. You know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, the spoils of your hard work. Enjoy that shit for like a good 6 months. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna reconvene after that 6 months and say where we at right now and where we want to go where we're gonna go from here. I already got some ideas of where I want to go. You know what I'm saying? I want to holler at y'all and see what y'all trying to do. And then, you know what I'm saying, take shit to a different level, to a different step.
Right. I'm down.
Yeah. Shit, that's what's good. That's what's good. Like I threw some ideas out on the table to TD. You know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, this shit sounds good. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I wrote the ideas that I had that I was telling y'all about in the Discord. And you know, like, I mean, like, just imagine, like, people wouldn't even know. Like, imagine, like, man, we just millionaires, and like we just going live at our leisure, just like, you know what I'm saying, just talking about our businesses. Like, people gonna be like, yo, who are these? Like, who are these people? Where these people come from? You missed it.
Yeah, I could definitely do that.
Yeah, that'd be lit. Think about this. Y'all probably right now already have particular parts of your cryptocurrency wallet where, you know, at the very least, that particular part of your crypto wallet is guaranteed gonna hit $10,000. I got about like 10 parts of my crypto wallet where I know for a fact each of these motherfuckers gonna hit $10,000. Like it's damn near almost inevitable. So like I said, like to me, like it's where our goals, where we want to try to be at by the end of the year. It's if we didn't do anything from today to the end of the year, just with what we got going on now currently, I honestly think that we would be where we are looking to be.
Right.
So if we're actually, and that's on autopilot. So if we actually are behind the wheel, sky's the limit.
That part. Rockets.
Yeah.
Let's get them rockets.
Yeah, facts. And like I said, that one of the reasons why I've been trying to go so hard. Like I've been neglecting, like I haven't had a chance to do a video on Undocumented lately. Like, man, Magatron been hella neglected. I ain't been able to do none of the videos because I'm trying to stay on top of the crypto shit. I'm gonna have to start making little short form videos to try to stay on top of it, because like even just, you know what I'm saying, getting a bunch of shit together and even doing the long streams, is so much stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? Like I still don't get to all of it. I can't cover it all. It's too much stuff going on.
Yeah, I could honestly say it's even hard to decipher which articles to share because they're coming out 30 seconds, 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, what? Okay. Let me skim through these, see what's worth sharing.
It's not, it's nonstop. It's nonstop. And I'm gonna tell you, like, I really wish, you know what I'm saying, that like I could just hit y'all with a live stream every single time. You know what I'm saying? Like I be getting these emails from crypto companies, and these emails be having really, really good information in them. And like a lot of times I don't be having time to do it or to pull it up, and I just be missing out on shit. And like I don't like missing out on shit.
Real talk, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I do not like missing out on shit. Let me see. I'm about to try to see if I can find one of these. Let me see. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on real quick. I just seen something that I actually need to look at. You pull this up real quick. Hold up. That's what. Look, I'm dying laughing. That's what happens when you don't check your email in forever. Wait a minute, what the fuck? What this shit saying? Oh. See, here we go. Now I gotta do all this bullshit. Okay. Anyway, let me see. I want to show you if I can find one. See, now, of course, I can't find one of these emails, even though I find them all the time. Like, I catch them as they come to me, but when I'm looking for one, it's not there. Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find a crypto email, and of course, I can't find one. It's usually like a page of my email. Look, okay, so here, check this out, blockchain.com. Let me see, hold on. View in browser. See, that's another thing, like some of these emails, you can just view the email in the browser.
Okay.
Which that helps. Let me see. Look at this. Shout out to Windows Rug. Windows Rug said, you try to search bar in the email app. Yeah, I should try to search bar, but the problem is I honestly don't even know what the name of the email is that I'm looking for. I forget who it was that sent it. It was some company though. It was like a crypto company. It was like some crypto exchange. But see, here go to, like, this is one of my emails from blockchain.com. This week in crypto, and then they give you like a breakdown of like these cryptos to buy: Ethereum, Solana, Litecoin, Ripple, Doge, and Tron. Look at Ripple right here, 43.66% in the last 7 days. Now Litecoin got absolutely no media coverage, 34.90%. To me, that's very good. Dogecoin, nobody cares, 29.6.
That's wild. Keep growing.
Right, for real. I'm so mad. I had so much Tron when Tron was under a penny. Had to get off of Binance.
Yeah, I still have Tron stuck over there. It's not that much though.
Man, I used to have so much Tron. And I had so much Tron under a penny. You know what I'm saying? And I had to get rid of it because that's when Binance and Coinbase was like literally the only exchanges. YoBit was there, but YoBit is garbage. You know what I'm saying? and I had to get rid of it because I had to get all that shit back onto Coinbase before they shut Binance down. So irritated. So I put some of it on. I put some of it on Yobit, but all of it wouldn't convert into Bitcoin. So I you know what I'm saying, some of it just ended up getting lost. I think that's how I ended up having that Bitcoin left on Binance when I had logged in and found that they still had that like $2,500 of Bitcoin on there.
Right.
That shit was only like $20 back in them days, and it turned into 2,500.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. The Binance coin, the BNB, you see the BNB coin on the exchanges. That used to only be 50 cents. I used to, if you look at like my price transactions on Binance, I had hella BNB. That coin used to only be like 50 cents. It used to never be $1 or higher. Now it's what, 700 something?
Like I said, I ain't trying to miss out on no more.
Me neither. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Hit the accumulation goals. Try to go over the accumulation goals. We'll be there in no time. You know what I'm saying? We will definitely be there in no time. So, man, we've been live for about 5 hours and 32 minutes, man. Your boy is tired. I'm about to take a little nap.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go be lazy. I'm about to go get comfortable. I'm about to go get comfortable on the couch and just sit there. And I got some wings that got delivered while I was live. I'm about to heat them French fries up, and I'm about to chill. Look at this. Hold on. Bungo Mungo said, I was around Bitcoin when it was 75 cents per coin. I heard about it so much, but didn't have the computer to get it. One thing I will never forget. Why didn't you go to a Bitcoin ATM machine?
Did they have those back then?
Yeah, listen,
because I just started seeing them.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something about them Bitcoin ATM machines. Most of the time, them Bitcoin ATM machines is in the same places where you can find Masterpiece snacks.
Yeah,
You ever seen them? You ever seen the Masterpiece snacks? The little flip snacks.
Sure is.
The little flip chips.
Yeah, we got one gas station down the block, ghetto as hell, and that's where that Bitcoin.
That's where the Bitcoin ATM machine is.
Yeah,
the Bitcoin ATM machine is in the hood. I wouldn't be surprised if you go back and watch some old rap videos and, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know how cats be in a corner store and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd be like, yo, that's a Bitcoin ATM right there. You know what I'm saying? Look at this grimy locks video. You know what I'm saying? Jadakiss rapping. Jadakiss rapping and Sheik Luch is leaned up against a Bitcoin machine. Sheik Luch like a big ass goon line, you know what I'm saying, leaned up against a Bitcoin machine. What's up? You know what I'm saying?
Counting money, right?
Money with the Timbos on, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. Yeah, with the Bitcoin machines, they be in a grind, man. They be in the grimy places, man. And you just be wondering, like, but what's a Bitcoin machine doing here?
Man, and I promise you, the winos be outside all day opening the door for you.
Yeah, the winos be out there. Yeah, or they're trying to pay you.
Yeah. That's wild.
That's
they be looking at you
got
crazy.
Options. You got
you
options,
woke up,
baby.
Look, he woke up.
I went to the bathroom. Stop.
What the hell?
For 35, 45 minutes?
Yes, well, I had to do some research. I got options, baby. Got a million people watching. Yeah, they know I keep it clocking.
We glad you survived. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So look at Bungo Mungo.
I was looking up some XRP. XRP.
I ain't mad at it. Did you get you some?
I forgot.
Oh, wow. Well, we about to shut it down now, crew.
Options, baby. Yeah.
Yeah,
I got to get my nap in, too.
Yeah, I'm about to take my option. I'm choosing the couch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm
Come on, man. You gotta have a bed in your studio by now. Hey, Rob, you gotta have a bed in your studio by now.
Nah, I ain't messing with the bed. So I'm about to chill on the couch. I'm about to get that remote control in place and get the table where I need to have the table at.
Oh
Right.
man,
Chilling.
controller.
Oh.
I will sing some Canadian music for you.
Oh, no.
Controller.
Hell
Bungo
no.
said this is before all this, no one knew who Bitcoin was. Before all what? No one knew who Bitcoin was. Before like what, the Trump presidency?
No, right before that, he said he was a teen when he heard about Bitcoin.
Oh, well, what year was it? What year was it, Bungo, that you heard about Bitcoin?
He said he's 44 now.
Oh, he my age. He a little older than me. Dog. Look, I heard about Bitcoin about the same time as you, Rob. Like
what, 2017?
Yeah. Nigga, that's probably when we met, ain't it? Don't you know Cerulean?
Nah,
You don't know Cerulean Gray?
No, I wasn't even on YouTube in 2017. My brother told me about Bitcoin. Yeah, my brother told me
Kid
about
Gravity was like Kid Gravity. He knows like my lightning and shit.
Yeah.
Like if I show you my screen, whatever, like that lightning that's there, that's Cerulean made that. I've been on YouTube with these guys forever. Kid Gravity remembers me.
Yeah.
Like when I say hoorah, you know what I mean? Shit like that. Like B1 and all that. Like that's old school. That's even before Tyreek. You get me?
How long?
Like me, like I've been on here for a long time. Like my CRU reality been here since 2017. My Ray Gun's been here since YouTube started.
Shit, that's what's up. Shit, Joe, bro, I gotta take it to the house, bro. I'm tired of the mother.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot you, Rob. You actually doing it for real. You got a separate studio from your house.
Nah, it ain't from my house. I got it. It's in my house. I built it. You know what I'm saying? I put it together and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you know, like you be like you going to the studio.
Shit, I
guess
to.
you're going to the basement. I guess.
Nah. I got a room, a specific room. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't see. I moved back home.
Yeah.
Well, since I came back from Fargo, so my studio is my bedroom.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But but like, bro, like Rob, like, so I didn't even know I knew Kid Gravity. You get me? Like if you see like my little lightning thing, like when you watch my gaming channel, I ain't got it on right now because I ain't sharing my screen or whatever. But Kid Gravity recognizes that. Man, I did not know that I knew so many people. Like I knew Torian way back in the day.
Yeah, Torian been around for a while.
Yeah,
man, I remember
like
I seen this old video. I seen this old ass video, and I was like, "Yo, that's why." It was. And Torian was on it, and it was some other YouTubers.
Oh,
like
we used to rock with Angry Man. We used to rock with the Angry Man.
Yeah, Angry Man was on there. It was a dude that used to be on YouTube that I used to watch. This dude, I forget. It's like Everybody Hates Angel or something like that. You remember him, the Puerto Rican dude, the dude named Angel?
Oh, Angel Ramirez. Yeah,
Angel Ramirez. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like in today's YouTube, even though like I thought Angel seemed like a pretty real dude, he seemed like he was pretty solid. People would be on some bullshit. They'll be talking shit about him and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because
that was the light skinned dude with the long hair, like an Indian.
Yeah, or that nigga he clearly was Latino. He was from New York, and his last name was Ramirez. But like in 2024, motherfuckers wouldn't fuck with him probably. Yeah,
no, I'm saying like no, he's an honest dude.
I know, but that shit, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit don't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like I'm saying, like that's how long I've been on YouTube, dog. Like I made this new CRU reality when I met Angry Man. Cause he blocked me. He blocked my Ray Gun shit. So I made a new one and came
Angry Man did.
Yeah. You know how Angry Man is.
Nah, I ain't never really fuck with Angry Man as far as like, and ain't no issue with Angry Man or nothing like that. But he
be like you kind of.
I ain't never really fuck with this content. I don't know what he be talking about and shit.
It's like as soon as like, so say I come into your channel and I disagree with you. You get me? But I'm like you, right? So I'm gonna disagree with you heavy, right? So you gonna block me. So then I'm gonna make a new name and be like, "Come on, Rob, what's this?
You said that's like that's like me. I don't be blocking people when they disagree with
No,
me.
I'm saying like, all right, I'm just going by my experience, right? Rob, I'm just telling you like how it's been, right?
Yeah. But you said that he was like that angry man is like
No,
me.
I'm saying like, well, not
And
like
he a
you
bl-
so
and
much,
he a-
not like you so much, right? But angry man will block you quick. You get me? Like you
Yeah.
disagree with him, and like I'm gonna come in heavy and disagree with him. You get me? Just like I'll come and disagree with you heavy.
Right, but you don't get blocked though. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
But
I
I'll
don't block.
disagree
I
with
don't.
you, but I'll be like, hey Rob, I don't think this. I don't think
I don't.
this.
I don't block motherfuckers, and I ain't trying to be funny, but like I said, bro, like I'm around the way, boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I be sizing people up. Half the time, you know what I'm saying, when people claim half the time people don't even know what is even being discussed before people say that they disagree. And that
Oh
be
yeah,
people's
you know that
that
from being on YouTube so long.
no, that's from being
That's
from being
life.
That's from
out.
being a
Yeah,
nigga so long.
yeah, that's from being
Yeah.
out here. You know what I'm saying? Like that
Yeah.
that be people's entryway into a conversation and shit like that, which I don't know why people do that shit. But
Man,
you know
fuck what you
I'm saying?
talking
Like,
about.
I just be playing the game. Like I play the game with a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Ain't that
okay.
what they do, Rob? Hey, fuck what you talking about.
Oh yeah, they do that shit all the
Oh,
time, bro. All the time.
well, I didn't mean fuck what you talking about. I just wanted to talk to you.
Right. And I just be looking. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the cat.
Mhm.
I'll be the cat that'll give. I'll give a motherfucker a crazy look. Like it ain't that deep, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like a nigga can disagree with me. I'm like the most laid back motherfucker in the world, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like
Until you're not.
Nah, I'm laid back. I don't never flip out
No,
on
Rob,
nobody.
you're like me. You're laid back until you're not.
I'm telling you, bro. Like I be even killed. I just be reading. I just be reading the motherfucking script. You know what I'm saying? And I just be playing right along with the entertainment and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Until you're
But
not.
I don't really. When would I be not though?
Cause
You know what I'm
Rob, cause you be talking about, you'll snap on a motherfucker easy.
If a motherfucker trying to harm me,
No.
on some YouTube shit,
trying to harm you, whatever.
yeah, on
But
some YouTube shit,
no,
nah, nigga.
No, but
Nah.
like niggas, Rob, we ain't going.
That's like, look, like the hero prime example. I don't care about what Charleston White said. That you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care about what half these motherfuckers be saying. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you care.
Yeah, but no, also though,
Like, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, but like, all right. So Rob, what I'm saying is right. All right. So I'm not there touching you, right? I'm not there bothering you or anything, right?
Right.
Pause.
Yeah, I guess, Paul.
Brooklyn Queen trolling.
No, but
Sorry.
like I'm not there like putting hands on you, Pauls, or anything like that, right? If I'm just talking shit to you on YouTube, but you still ain't gonna allow that to happen on your channel. Do you understand me?
Sometimes I allow it. I be letting motherfuckers talk shit.
Yeah, they talk shit, but they can't run your shit.
Why should they run it though?
They can't.
But why? But is that something like nobody? To me, if it's anybody who has some shit, they shouldn't let motherfuckers run it. Why would motherfuckers let if something is yours and you possess it? Why would another motherfucker? Why would you allow another motherfucker to run it? Anybody? You know what I'm saying? I think that most people do that shit. I don't think that that's a specific thing. I think you catch any YouTuber, most YouTubers probably ain't gonna let that shit happen.
Yeah, but that's what I agree with, Rob. Like you're like a lion in the jungle, like, and you stand on it. I don't as much. You give me, I let too many people in. You stand on shit.
But see, you gotta. So why you feel you? So how do you
No,
feel
I'm
about
saying I look up to you. You know, you might be my age or younger. I still look up to you because you doing this shit correctly.
Well, I be trying, but my thing is though, if you feel like you want to you know, like have more autonomy and have more control over your channel, my advice to you, what I would say is, I would say do it.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta lay down the law. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is, like, look, I like how you be saying shit. Like that's why I said watch that show Empire. You know what I was telling you about?
Yeah, with the clones and shit.
Right, cause them motherfuckers stand on shit like you be saying. Iron fist type shit. I know how you been talking, Rob. Like, you know what I mean? Like Iron Fist, fuck these people. Like I'm finna run this shit like I'm Doom.
That's how you gotta be, if you ask me. I think that's like that. You have to be like that, bro.
Right. Iron Fist ruler. Fuck it if I'm wrong. I'm sorry for being wrong, but I'm right because I'm the ruler. Type shit.
Master morality.
Yeah, facts.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, hey, watch that show if you can. It's
I'm gonna check it out, bro.
Seasons.
You said that it was on Netflix, right?
It's on you can watch it on Prime, but you gotta get the Apple TV subscription. I'll give you my login, bro.
You said, yeah. Nah, you good, bro. You ain't gotta do that. Yeah, but I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check the show out for sure, though. You said it's on Prime. I got Prime. No, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, Apple TV. It's on Apple TV.
But you said it was on Prime too, right? On Amazon?
Yeah, you gotta get Apple TV though.
Oh, you gotta get them both?
Yeah, it's on Apple TV. So if you get Apple TV by itself, you can watch it. But I get Apple TV through Prime.
Oh, okay? I got you. Okay. All right.
But it's an Apple TV show, like Silo.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
So, but it's called Foundation, which is crazy, right? Because you know the whole thing going on right now. So how they got a show called Foundation?
You crazy, bro. You know the word foundation been around forever. And shit.
No, but I'm talking about like right now. How is that the top show?
I mean, you said it's good. I don't know. I ain't never seen this shit.
But you get what I'm saying? Like how is this word foundation in the lexicon right now on Apple TV? Like they're trying to confuse us.
You think so? I don't.
Mm.
All I'm gonna just say is, you know, you can't never take nothing away from the media, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't ever think the media has good intentions, but I don't know.
Here, I'll disrupt the media real quick. Ohio has the best laws of both states of California and Indiana. Ohio has legal weed, and it has constitutional carry.
Facts. I be saying that shit all the time. I
That
fuck
is
with
the
Ohio
state
politically.
anybody wants to go to.
Facts.
Yes.
I be trying to tell motherfuckers, look, don't go to the boondocky areas. Go to any metro area except Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying?
Any real nigga should go to Ohio.
Facts.
But any scared nigga be scared of Ohio because there's too many real niggas there.
That's facts. Honestly, for real, to be honest, like that's most of the Midwest. Most people, man, like most people don't get a Midwest the props that the Midwest deserve as far as like, you know what I'm saying, like the type of areas that's in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? People always just be attributing stuff to other places because they big cities, and it's like, man, listen, the Midwest is no joke. You know what I'm saying? Like the Midwest is one of the, as far as like Black Americans go, the Midwest is one of the biggest concentrations of Black Americans in the United States. You know what I'm saying? And the Midwest is
getting
huge.
smoked. That's getting done bad too.
Yeah, a lot of shit. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother.
Yeah.
It's so many different stories and angles of how to talk about how motherfuckers have gotten done bad in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? You could talk about the sundown towns down to eminent domain, down to the steel factories getting moved out and all
Hey,
the
Rob.
the
Hey,
cities
Rob.
collapsing and shit.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, that's real talk.
I've heard about 263 lynchings in Minnesota.
I wouldn't be surprised. Minnesota weird, man. I don't know. I don't know a lot of people who live in Minnesota or who would go to Minnesota, but Minnesota is always the state where some wild shit is happening. That's the George Floyd state. What's that little boy named the mixed boy, Dante Wright? That, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Kim Potter cop killed him.
Yeah, and what's his name? That they told him, show your license, and he showed his license.
Philando Castile was in Minnesota.
Yeah, Philando.
That was in Minnesota.
Yes.
Damn, I didn't even realize that shit. And that cop,
give me your
Muhammad
ID. You give me your ID, and they pop you. Damn.
Yeah, that's what they. Yeah, man, that's what they do. And then that cop Muhammad Noor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yep, that's Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
Minnesota. Weird.
That's the north. That's the north you can get on the Mississippi.
You just talking about being in Fargo. You ever seen that movie Fargo?
Yeah, that happened in that Fargo movie they filmed in Montana.
Yeah.
I love that movie. That movie was wild.
They filmed it in Montana. That wasn't even in Fargo. I lived in Fargo for 3 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was not Fargo.
That
Well,
whole story.
you said they filmed it in Montana, but didn't it happen in Fargo?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with Fargo, North Dakota. Like, I lived in Fargo for 3 years. I caught big charges in Fargo. You look up my name, it's come up in Fargo.
We don't need to.
Ray Gun Fargo. That's all.
You need to, man. Look, I'm about to get up off.
Yeah.
I almost felt. Have you ever fell asleep and like almost hit your head on something?
Yes.
That's why I was laughing. That's why I was laughing. Like, man, I woke up like inches away from the computer. I was like, ooh, I almost busted my head on the computer and knocked the whole setup down.
Yeah,
hey, Rob.
That's a lot of fatigue. So
Rob,
yeah,
I'm
you
going
need to
back
shut
to
it
work.
down.
You said you're going back to work?
Yeah, they just called me. I gotta go take a drop on Monday.
Yeah, shit, that's what's up. Shit, that's what's good.
So we gonna get you this computer, dog.
Yeah,
this
shit,
NVIDIA laptop where you can do crypto on it.
Yeah, shit, that's what's good, bro. With that AI shit, that's I can't wait. I cannot wait. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to dream about it.
Hey, you need a computer for your streaming, right?
Yeah, I got to get a new computer pretty soon coming up.
All right, I'll bid you some shit. I'll bid you something. Give me
Let me know,
like
bro.
2
You know I
months.
fuck with you on it. You know what I'm saying?
Give me like 2 months.
Hey, that's
if
just
you can put it on with me.
That's about how
I
long.
got you.
That's about how long it's gonna take my cheap ass to. That's how long it's gonna take my cheap ass to decide to part ways with some money instead of spending it on crypto. So that's perfect timing.
Yeah, like if you can put in on me, it'll take to June. Well,
yeah, I got you.
No, if you don't put it on me, it'll take to June. If you do put it on me, it might take till like March or April.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I'm gonna get you straight, Rob. Because I'm just gonna use my crypto. I'm just gonna use my crypto.
Don't use your damn crypto. Keep your crypto. Hold the crypto.
Like the little extras I make on the crypto. I'm gonna use that to.
Nah, don't use the crypto. Don't use the crypto. Save the crypto. The crypto is yours. Save the crypto. Hold the crypto. Don't sell your Bitcoin. Don't sell your Bitcoin.
I'm gonna just use a little bit of it to
don't sell your Bitcoin.
NVIDIA.
Don't sell your Bitcoin.
Please don't sell your Bitcoin, crew.
Don't sell your Bitcoin.
I sold my Ethereum though.
Don't sell your Ethereum. Don't sell no more of it.
I won't. I was only sold $20 of it.
Don't sell any of it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not buying. Hey, look. Hey, Rob. You remember last week when I told you that I bought the shit?
Yeah.
Dog, that was the lowest. Like when you had this stream last week, like Wednesday or Thursday. Last week, Wednesday or Thursday, I put like $40-$50 in it. That was the lowest it ever went.
Hell yeah, because you bought the floor.
Right.
That's
And
that's
that
the
was while I
idea.
was watching you. So
So
then, like that $20 I pulled out, you know, it was a fee and all of that shit, right?
yeah, that's
So
what I
that
said.
20
Don't spend the shit.
So, but that $20 I put in, I pulled out $21. That's just in like 1 week. So I
True.
figure if I
So
leave my
can we
money in that long
reconvene
term,
at another time? You
Yeah,
think?
we're gonna do this shit again tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we need to reconvene. We all need to get some rest.
I'm gonna just let me run through these. Let me run through these super chats real quick. We gotta get a shouts out to the super chats. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the mod extraordinaire, the panelist extraordinaire, Brooklyn Queen in the building. Shout out to my man Lloyd Scott 9. Appreciate you, bro. Look,
Salute, Lloyd.
gotta hit Brooklyn Queen with those crypto gains
Again!
hey Brooklyn, you got to put up an avatar now.
Yeah, I need to. I'm gonna find one.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. All right. So yeah, man, we're gonna definitely do this shit again. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna do this shit again tomorrow, probably. All right. So y'all know what it is, man. Make sure y'all got them alerts hit. And as always, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. Took a cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it, trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing, you do best not to test it. Yeah, you right, real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.